لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي أما بعد. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning to the audience. Yang berbahagia, Dato Fad'l Mohamed, CEO of Bursa Malaysia. Yang berusaha, Puan Azizah Muhammad Yatim, CEO of CGS International Securities Malaysia, board members of Bursa Malaysia and CGS International Securities Malaysia, distinguished speakers, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohamed Farhan from CGSI Malaysia, and I'll be your host for our Invest Shariah Conference 2025. Welcome, everyone. This event is proudly brought to you by Bursa Malaysia in collaboration with CGS International Securities Malaysia. For your information, this year marks the 6th year of our collaborative effort in making this conference a reality. Themed Innovating Islamic Finance, Unlocking Global Investment Potential, this conference will bring together leaders from the Sharia industry to create a platform for industry experts across the globe to share their invaluable perspectives on the dynamic landscape of the Islamic capital market. For today's session, we will start with the welcoming remarks by Dato Fad'l Mohamed, CEO of Bursa Malaysia. Please welcome Dato Fad'l.
Usually Khairi's up here giving the speech. It's a change. Puan Azizah Mohammad Yatim, Chief Executive Officer, CGS International Securities Malaysia. Encik Khairi Jamaluddin, Independent Director, CGS International Securities Malaysia. Esteemed panelists, senior representatives from CGS, board members and senior management from Bursa Malaysia, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. On behalf of Bursa Malaysia, welcome to the exchange and thank you for joining us for the Invest Shariah Conference 2025. I would like to begin by acknowledging CGS International Securities Malaysia for once again supporting and partnering with us, and thank you to all our speakers who will be sharing their insights at today's program. Islamic finance has always stood for stewardship, fairness, and shared prosperity. These principles are shaping how markets think about long-term value and impact. Expectations. They are drawn to offerings that are digital first, values aligned, and exposure to emerging digital assets, including tokenized instruments. The next wave of growth in Islamic finance will not be led by compliance, but by connectivity across asset classes, geographies, and generations. These shifts call on all of us, exchanges, regulators, asset managers, and scholars to work together to ensure that Islamic finance stays relevant and competitive, not just in what it represents, but how it evolves to meet the changing needs of markets and investors. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is well positioned. Our Islamic capital market remains robust, amongst the most developed globally, anchored by robust regulation, a credible Sharia framework, and a diverse base of issuers and investors. As at the end of April 2025, Malaysia's Islamic capital market was valued at 2.56 trillion ringgit, representing 63% of the total domestic capital market size of 4.04 trillion ringgit. Meanwhile, as at end of July, Sharia market capitalization stood at 1.3 trillion ringgit, or 66.1% of the exchange market capitalization of 1.9 trillion ringgit. Shariah-compliant average daily trading value reached 1.6 billion ringgit, or 64.4% of the overall ADV of 2.4 billion ringgit, and 860, or 81%, of the 1,065 listed companies on Bursa Malaysia were Sharia compliant. These are not merely statistics, but a testament to the importance and continued relevance of Sharia investing in driving market participation and long-term value creation. Beyond equities, Malaysia's Sukuk market is both mature and evolving, with applications now extending to ESG-linked issuances, sovereign mandates, and structured infrastructure financing. But past successes cannot guarantee future relevance. Leadership must be renewed through stronger cross-border linkages, broader product offerings, and digital infrastructure that enables greater levels of inclusion and accessibility. Bursa Malaysia plays a key role in advancing this vision. We do this by strengthening market infrastructure, expanding reach, and driving innovation across Sharia-compliant product segments. Over the years, we have introduced several pioneering solutions, from Bursa Assoc Asila Commodity Murabaha to Bursa Malaysia I, end-to-end Sharia-compliant securities trading platforms, to more recent initiatives such as Bursa Carbon Exchange and Bursa Gold Dinar. Looking ahead, we will continue to introduce ethical and Sharia-compliant offerings that reflect market needs. We will deepen our contributions to ecosystem development, including through greater market visibility, Islamic research, and innovation-led collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Islamic finance will not be shaped by scale alone, but by its ability to adapt, lead, and deliver impact. This calls for stronger alignment between principles and performance, and between innovation and inclusivity. At Bursa Malaysia, we believe the next chapter of growth must be collaborative. That is why platforms like today's Invest Sharia conference are important, to bring together diverse perspectives, spark fresh ideas, and forge the connections that will shape the next chapter of Islamic capital markets. Thank you once again for being part of today's program. I hope the conversations ahead will uncover new possibilities and strengthen our shared commitment to unlocking the full potential of Islamic capital markets. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Dato Fad'l. Now, let us continue the momentum with an opening remarks by Puan Azizah Muhammad Yatim, CEO of CGS International Securities Malaysia. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia, Dato Fad'l Mohamad, CEO of Bursa Malaysia, members of Board Bursa Malaysia, yang berbahagia Dato Bazlan Osman, yang berbahagia Datin Arlina Ahmad, members of Board CGS International Securities Malaysia, Tuan Kari Jamaluddin, our distinguished partners, guests, media friends, colleagues from CGS, ladies and gentlemen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for being here despite your busy schedule. It's a great pleasure to welcome all of you to the Invest Sharia Conference 2025. This is the 6th year of CGS International Securities hosting this event together with Bursa Malaysia. This collaboration shows the commitment between Bursa and CGS to ensure investors being informed or updated on the latest development in Sharia compliance investment. With theme Innovating Islamic Finance, Unlocking Global Investment Potential, reflects the exciting transformation taking place across our industry. Islamic finance is no longer confined to the traditional market, but is expanding globally, driven by innovation, purpose, and deep commitment to ethical value. As we look at the future, Malaysia and broader ASEAN region are well positioned to serve as strategic gateways for sustainable capital flows between Asia, Middle East, and other countries. Like what Dato mentioned just now, as you know, Malaysia is a leader in Islamic finance. And today, our Islamic capital market stands over ringgit Malaysia 2.6 trillion, making up 63% of total capital market. We also have largest global Sukuk market with a 36% market share at the end of 2024. CGS Malaysia take pride in leading the financial innovation on such Shariah-compliant investment solution. We have launched various Shariah products in 2023, such as Ihsan Income Fund offered by CGS International Wealth Management Malaysia under Islamic Wholesale Fund. And since then, we continue the momentum with the introduction of a few other new offerings. In addition to Ihsan Income Fund, we are proud to announce the official launch of Ihsan Cash Fund in 1st July 2025. This fund is designed to provide short-term liquidity and income while maintaining capital stability by investing in a diversified portfolio of Islamic market collective investment scheme. This is suitable for sophisticated investors seeking for liquidity, income, and capital preservation in alignment with Sharia principle. 14 July 2025, we officially launched 2 Islamic structured products, the Equity-Linked Investment Note, ELIN-I, and the Islamic Auto-Callable Equity Structured Investment Notes, ISIN-I. These products are thoughtfully designed for sophisticated investors, offering compelling alternatives for those seeking Sharia-compliant first broker in the country to introduce tailored to involving needs of today's investor. I'm sure everyone is looking forward to hear from Yang Berbahagia later in the afternoon session. to resilient and ethical portfolio. Our analysts from CGS also will be talking about economy and market outlook in the afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this conference is not just a platform for discussion, but it's a call to action. Let us work together to strengthen Islamic investment corridor, foster cross-border collaboration, and lead with integrity and innovation. I encourage you to engage actively, share your perspective, and build meaningful connection that will shape the future Islamic finance. Before I conclude, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to partner panelists, moderators, especially our KJ. He's our independent director, but he's willing to participate to be one of the moderators for today. For your presence is really, really, appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Puan Azizah. Moving on, this brings us to our next agenda, where we will now discuss on session 1, the global rise of Islamic finance, opportunities in private equity, venture capital, and Sukuk. In this discussion, we will explore how Islamic finance is increasingly supporting entrepreneurship, innovation, and infrastructure development. The discussions will focus on the evolving landscape of Islamic capital market strategic financing instrument. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Encik Khairi Jamaluddin and our esteemed speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Mohamed Eskandar Shah Mohamed Rasid and Encik Mohamed Zharif Agil to come up to the stage for this next session. Please welcome. This interesting power talk will be moderated by Encik KJ, Independent Director of CGSI Malaysia. A brief insight on Encik Khairi. Khairi Jamaluddin is a board member of CGSI Malaysia and co-host of Keluar Sekejap, a leading socio-political podcast, a former cabinet minister. He has served in the Ministries of Health, Science and Innovation, and Youth and Sports. He also co-founded the Centre think tank and led Malaysia's successful COVID-19 vaccination rollout. Khairi holds degree from Oxford and UCNL. Joining him are our distinguished speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Mohamed Eskandar Shah Mohamed Rasid, CEO of ISRA International Consulting. Dr. Eskandar has held senior academic roles at INSAF and taught internationally. He has advised institutions like CIMB Islamic and the World Bank and holds a PhD in finance from Nottingham. And finally, Encik Mohamed Zharif Agil, assurance partner and Islamic finance leader at PwC Malaysia. Zharif chairs the MESB Islamic Finance Reporting Committee with over 15 years of experience in UK. He is a key figure in shaping Malaysia's Islamic finance standard. Without further ado, KJ, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Good morning, Dato Fad'l, Bursa Malaysia, Puan Azizah, CGS, I International. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, welcome to the first session of Invest Sharia. I'm joined together with Associate Professor Dr. Mohamed Eskandar, as well as Mohamed Zharif, where we will discuss the global rise of Islamic finance, opportunities in private equity, venture capital, and Sukuk. There is a noticeable sea change in the world today. When we look at what's happening in the world, the disruption, not just in terms of global trade, but also geopolitical disruption. When we look at the genocide that is happening in the Middle East, this creates for different worldview today. A worldview that is a stark departure, I think, from what we were used to before Trump and before Gaza. This has an impact on asset allocation because people don't just go after returns. They now increasingly invest with purpose, with value, and they seek to put their capital and their assets in investments which they believe are aligned with their values and with their purpose. And I think we are at a unique, perhaps, inflection point where that will also align with the rise and continued rise of Islamic finance. because I think for most of us who are in this hall today, we understand the sector, we understand the products, and we understand the underlying value behind Islamic finance. It's not just about changing worldviews. It's not just about what's happening in the world. It's not just about asset allocation into investments which we feel are aligned with our values and purpose. There are also drivers of Islamic finance which are inevitable anyway. First is the demographic dividend of the Muslim population. The Muslim population is projected to reach 2.2 billion by 2030, and it's not just expanding. It has the highest youth proportions globally. Over 60% of the Muslim population are under the age of 30 in many OIC countries. So it's not just alignment of purpose and values. You've also got this demographic dividend. Aside from that, you also have the rise of ethical investing that converges with Islamic finance principles, and this creates a global interest. And you also see Islamic finance emerging as a sector, or rather as products, that offer stability and resilience in times of economic uncertainty, of course, due to its asset-backed and risk-sharing nature, compared with the non-Islamic finance sectors, which are more susceptible to shocks. And there is, of course, a shift from speculative finance to real economy linked instruments, and that increases the appeal of Islamic capital markets. I also wanted to expand the discussion later to explore how, with ASEAN's demographic growth itself, our digital transformation, and also our regulatory openness, makes our region more attractive to Gulf-based investors who seek diversification and long-term returns. Now, again, alignment of purpose and values, Gulf-based investors looking away to diversify from just allocating their assets to the United States and to Western markets, but to markets which resonate more with them as people, as investors. We'll also discuss equity-based crowdfunding and venture Sukuk emerging as tools for early-stage financing, Islamic fintechs creating new platforms for capital raising and investor engagement, and Shariah-compliant private equity and VC funds that are gaining traction in Southeast Asia and the Middle East. I also, before inviting my guests to weigh in and the speakers to weigh in on this, want to point out perhaps two other significant developments for Islamic finance for us to bear in mind. As I mentioned earlier, first, the systemic stability. And I think this is something that we need to continue to highlight. For instance, Islamic financial institutions demonstrated superior performance during the 2008 global financial crisis due to minimal exposure to investments like derivatives, excessive leverage, and speculative assets. We also have inbuilt exclusionary filters. So Islamic investments, of course, prohibits engagement and investments in sectors which are prohibitive to Islam: alcohol, gambling, conventional banking, weapons, and these align well with SDGs. Not just SDGs, but this arguably aligns well with the choices that young people make now, who are more conscious and purpose when they think about starting to invest. And finally, of course, is the alignment between ESG and Sharia principles itself. Of course, there's been assault on ESG since January this year with the political change in the United States. But for many of us, we believe that ESG will remain. We remain committed to ESG principles. And we will also perhaps explore on how Islamic values such as justice, transparency, and social responsibility, of course, aligns with ESG, how both frameworks emphasize stability, social justice, and responsible governance, how Islamic finance can offer authentic ESG solutions that go beyond just box ticking and ticking off a list. And there is growing interest in Islamic green Sukuk, Wakaf-based ESG funds, and impact investing. So without further ado, I'm going to invite both Dr. Eskandar as well as Zharif to weigh in on this issue, on these issues. I've been told that there's a Slido prepared. I don't know where the QR code is. Normally there's a QR code. Have you guys already got the Slido QR code? No, that means no. So can we get the QR code up? We've got about an hour, so I'm going to start the discussion with our two panelists, but we would love for the audience, for all of you to ask questions. And please have the questions limited to the rise of Islamic finance and no political questions for me. Thank you. That's the QR code for Slido. If you ask a political question, I will penalize you. I want to start with Dr. Eskandar. So Dr. Eskandar, how can, I mean, I've given the background, I've given an introduction to Islamic finance. Many of us in this room are familiar with the products and with the regulation. I wanted to place it in a bigger geopolitical context, in the context of demographic context of changing values. How can capital markets evolve to meet the rising demand for Sharia-compliant instruments that are inclusive and resilient? I mean, what strategic adjustments should exchanges like Bursa, regulators consider to stay ahead of these demographic and macroeconomic shifts? As Dr. Fad'l mentioned just now, majority of the Malaysian capital markets now is already Islamic. What more can be done? Over to you.
Thank you so much, KJ. You know, I wish that he just continue. And it's just so nice listening to him. So, you know. But anyway, so since but first of all, thank you, Bursa Malaysia. Thank you, CGS, also for inviting me. It's a great honor to be here, especially to be sharing the stage with KJ and also Zharif. So the questions is quite interesting, but before I answer the questions, we have to remember certain statistics. Muslim populations, 25%, economic contributions, about 9%, and the size of Islamic finance is 1%, and that 1% is mainly driven by the banking sector. Three countries that have pretty much what I say a good capital market in the Muslim world, maybe Malaysia, Turkey, and Indonesia. The rest are still banking centric, which like what KJ said, you know, provide quite a systemic risk for many countries as well. So that is a fact that we have to consider. Although people might say that this is quite a negative fact, but you can also look at it as an opportunity, you know, to grow. That's the first point. I think the second point is that what is exactly the role of Malaysia? So we got two. One is the leadership of Islamic finance in the Muslim world. A lot of people are looking at us for solutions. We're also advising a lot of countries in terms of putting the framework in place. And second, the role of Malaysia in ASEAN. ASEAN is about 13% of the market capitalization. It's still not much, although our economic trajectory is much more than that. And people are looking at ASEAN as a collective unit. And it's hard to look at ASEAN only Malaysia per se, but you have to look at it as ASEAN as a totality. So I think this is the two important point that Malaysia has to play the role in terms of leading the champion, in terms of, you know, pushing the Islamic finance agenda within ASEAN, because so that our narrative remains rooted with Islamic finance, and more importantly, supporting the global size of Islamic finance. But on the upside, we have the statistics. Look at the top 20 sovereign wealth fund in the world. Apparently 10 of them are actually belong to the Muslim countries. You know, I live in Qatar for 4 years. I realized that, you know, QIA has so much money. You know, they don't do any investment less than $400 million US. So it means that it's a good thing, you know. So there are so much money out there. It's just that we need to provide ideas for them to invest with us. So alhamdulillah, now there are a lot of money coming in terms of renewable energy, so on and so forth, but definitely we have to do more than that. But to answer the questions of what exactly need to be done, 4 key terms that, you know, coming out with all this discussion. Number 1 is resilience. Number 2 is inclusivity. 3, sustainability. And 4, digitalizations. So let me just, in the short period of time, try to unfold, you know, how do we actually address this issue? So resiliency means that, you know, we are living in the globalized world, but at the same time, a fragmentized world, all right? And we got 2 roles to play. A, consolidate the capital market within ASEAN so that we sell as if as a collective arguments. So a lot of initiative is taking in ASEAN. So ASEAN Capital Market Master Plan will be launched soon, 2026 to 2030. So a lot of ideas are actually being thrown in the sense that how do you sell ASEAN as a market, all right, rather than Malaysia or Thailand and so on and so forth. So a lot of initiative which is also supporting the resilience of ASEAN market. Number one is electrifications, selling the electricity, grids and everything. Give us an opportunity for us to issue, for example, green Sukuk collectively to finance these assets. So that's number one. Number two, even you look at carbon credit, there's also giving a great potential because we are actually blessed with natural resources, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, so on and so forth. So how do we bring this thing together in the sense that we create much more collective market so that we can use the asset which is created by carbon credit as a collateral in terms of financing our future projects. So this is also important. So not only we use the capital market to create the resilience in the market, but also use it in the sense that we can actually transform the economy towards more renewable energies as well. So resilience in the sense that we are not just creating a stable market, but resilience means that we are using the finance to transform our economy, create more real-based economy rather than more speculation and finalization. There's a very interesting statistic in America. For every $1 that being created in the market, majority of it, 90% of the dollar or 90 cents of the dollar is actually goes to finalizations. It means that go to more speculation in the stock market. So that's why only in America you can see a P ratio of 200. All right. So how do you justify that kind of valuation? For one or every $1 of earning, the price is actually 200 times more. When I was a student, my professor used to tell me that even PE is about 8, you should buy it. Actually that's actually considered growth stocks. But today a growth stock is looking at 50 to 200. I mean, we never seen this kind of valuation before. All right. So how do you put that kind of valuation in the context of resilience? So for ASEAN and Islamic finance, I think resilience means that we bring back to the traditional valuation, but much more sustainable and long-term. So that is number one. Number two is inclusions. Inclusion, people keep saying that, okay, we need to create more banking account. Malaysia banking account is fantastic. I think most of us Malaysians have banking account. But how many of them are actually able to create wealth from the banking accounts? All right? Because only capital market is proven to create wealth, not the banking sector. All right? Banking sector is a form of financing, buying mortgage, buying cars and everything. Only capital market allow you to generate wealth. There's a statistic recently, a paper that been published by my colleague. It shows that if you put $1 100 years ago, that dollar will become almost $160 today. So that is how much wealth that being created in the capital market. And a lot of people don't understand these situations. And a lot of people still putting the money in the banks because of the trust, because of the, securities, so on and so forth. So there are a lot of upside which need to be created in the capital market. So only awareness, only financial competency and literacy, which is cut across Malaysians, and they need to understand this. Of course, there are a lot of people out there who are saying that, we should invest even $10, $20, $30, so on and so forth. So a lot of efforts are taking place, but people still don't understand the potential of capital market. Although Malaysian market is been quite, saturated for the last 5 to 10 years, not like in the 90s. I still remember in the 90s, the stock market were actually a route way to create wealth. But I'm sure in the future it will happen as well. But if you look at ASEAN as a together, or even the Muslim world as a together, maybe the market would be much easier. So to create that king, I think simplicity matters. So number one, maybe Shariah screening methodology for the entire ASEAN market should be standardized maybe. ESG disclosure for the entire ASEAN and the Muslim world should be standardized maybe. So that it might become much more easier to understand what capital market is all about. The third point, which is sustainability, I think KJ already highlighted how important it is to continue to pursue ESG. Muslim world is very bad in ESG. Qatar, for example, use up the ESG allocation within the month of February. So they're done. They pollute the world so much. By February, they use up the quota. Malaysia is not so great. We are about May to June. So we are not so great. We still have to do so much more in terms of actually contributing to that. And carbon credit is actually an amazing innovation because it will allow state to preserve and to protect their heritage and the reforestation and so on and so forth. So state like Kelantan, Terengganu and everything should be funded for preserving, So a lot of people don't understand this. The budget for state of Kelantan is only 1 billion ringgit per year. And our fuel subsidy is about 20 billion. So actually, if you are able to think of a mechanism to channel the fuel subsidy into a carbon credit, we actually can fund the state of Kelantan for maybe another 5 to 10 years. And they don't have to continue their logging activities in order to fund their state budget. So capital market allowed to do this. So this is the point that I'm trying to make. So it can become an enabler in terms of supporting state and also at the private sector, even at individual sector, for example, because taking MRT is contributing to carbon credit. So when you encourage people to use public transport, it's also a mechanism for them to be rewarded. And only capital market with the digitalization and tokenization allow us to do this thing. And then the last but not least is digitalizations. Technology is so fantastic today. I was telling people, example, carbon credit, right? If people, let's say a company like Petronas or whoever it is, an employee take a walk or public transport and they've been given a carbon credit for it, and they should be given a credit for it as well. And they should be able to use that, for example, as a payment system, for them to consume something and so on and so forth. So technology like tokenization and digitalization allow you to be more innovative in the context of the capital market. So all these things is the power that we can all put them together and harness the potential of Islamic finance. So as you remember, in the Muslim world, we got the people, we got the money, we can buy the technology. The only thing that we need now is that for KJ to come back to politics and lead us, and push this agenda forward. So with that, thank you so much.
I have to penalize you now. Thank you, Dr. Eskandar, for such a broad sweep of what more we can do. I think your point on resilience resonates with a lot of people who are concerned with uber financialization of the economy, especially in the United States. The crazy valuations that we are seeing right now, although I'm not quite sure that's that contradicts Bursa's own ambitions to have high valuations. But you're absolutely right. Some of these things are just smoke and mirror, not based on any underlying valuation. I also like what you said about ASEAN, how we can, and this is, you've mentioned some very, very realistic things that can be done. For instance, Sharia compliance screening done very quickly together, perhaps one standard. ASEAN moves at a very glacial pace. But I think that with Indonesia and Malaysia leading this, with other countries perhaps not having the requisite knowledge and expertise, we can push this a bit quicker, so that it's easier for asset allocators in the Gulf or other places in the world to see ASEAN as a destination, not just the constituent countries. I wanted to bring Zharif in on this particular point. The initial question was, what innovative structures or policy frameworks can enhance Sukuk's role in financing infrastructure? How can governments and institutions collaborate to scale Sukuk issuance for strategic national projects? But I wanted to expand that a bit. How can governments and how can ASEAN collaborate to scale Sukuk issuances for regional projects? So we have, for instance, the ASEAN Power Grid that has been announced. That requires a huge amount of investments, which will require the issuance of debt. And that perhaps is something which we can push as a joint Sukuk issuance for regional strategic importance.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and morning, distinguished guests. First of all, thank you again, CGSI Bursa, for having me here today. Again, very privileged to share the stage with these two gentlemen. Again, similar to Dr. Eskandar, I just wish I can just sit on the side and listen to both of you today. But I mean, first of all, I mean, when we start talking about things like you mentioned about ASEAN, which I'll talk a bit, and in terms of from infrastructure projects, etc. But I just wanted to give a special mention in terms of innovative structures, right? I think when we start talking about innovative structures, especially in the Sukuk space and so on, special mention to Khazanah, right? Under stewardship of Tan Sri Azman, right? Where there were several innovative Sukuk structures then that was award-winning, things like the Khazanah exchangeable Sukuk, right? Very groundbreaking at that point in time. And what does that teach us? It basically talks about, you know, if you have the right stewardship, leadership, direction, we are able to innovate our Islamic finance structures, especially with the use of artificial intelligence. There are various Sukuk structures or capital markets instruments out there that will be able to be developed in the next 1 to 2 years that we have never seen before, right? I think just to put into context from the perspective of innovative structures. When you mentioned, KJ, about ASEAN and talking about infrastructure, I think at PwC as well, we have advised, we have looked at the market and we do acknowledge that there is an infrastructure funding gap, right? I think we estimate between about $19.9 billion of funding gap, right? And I think the reason why we see this potentially, you know, even from an asset allocation perspective from an investors globally, a very small portion is allocated to infrastructure, right? I think before we dive into Islamic finance, just put into context, generally asset allocators allocate very small portions to infrastructure. And why is that the reason? Number one is there's a shortage of bankable projects, right? Whether or not it's financially feasible, technically feasible, high cost of capital, right? Reflecting construction, operation risk, etc. So hence we have always advocated for a true public-private partnership model, equitable, fair, and this is where potentially a sukuk structure, a wakaf, sedekah, zakat structure can come in as a form of blended finance. And from an ASEAN perspective, we can already see collaborations happening. I mean, those of you who may well be aware, during the ASEAN Finance Ministers gathering here a couple of months ago, they talked about the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. Islamic finance also got a special mention, talking about seeing how innovative facilities within the Islamic finance space can help the ASEAN Infrastructure Fund. So this is where I think, you know, Islamic finance, sukuks, can be scaled further. And just to share, I mean, even when we're talking about from an ASEAN perspective, not all ASEAN countries are Muslim countries. I am getting questions, requests from neighboring countries in Thailand, Philippines, even Australia, asking about sukuk structures, asking about Islamic finance. How does it really work? What are the legal terms involved, etc. So there is that inquisition by various parties, non-Muslim parties interested in this space. So yeah, that's a bit of a sense of how I think Islamic finance can help.
Yeah, thank you, Zharif, for that. That's very useful. I think your point about infrastructure projects not being bankable or not being an investment class that is attractive is a good point. But I think your following point is a powerful one, where we should look at blended financial structures. So it's not just about raising the sukuk, but also augmented with development finance, like the ADB or IDB or our development banks, as well as sovereign funds, which have more of a strategic view and interest in developing this infrastructure. I'm going to go back to Dr. Eskandar. Two questions, one that I've prepared and another one that's just come in from Slido. We want to move to instrument and product specific questions now. So what are the most promising instruments like venture sukuk or Shariah-compliant crowdfunding that enables entrepreneurship and innovation? And how can regulators and exchanges foster an ecosystem where these tools and instruments thrive and attract global investors? And to that, there's a question from Anonymous. What are your thoughts on Sharia index and or ETFs with foreign underlying assets from ASEAN countries listed on Bursa Malaysia?
I'm getting all the difficult questions. All right, so thank you so much, KJ. I mean, the first part, I just want to follow on with what Zharif had mentioned about blended finance. I think blended finance is amazing for many reasons. I think number one, the mixture or the what we call as a blended between typical financing and concessionary financing is actually opening up a lot of room for innovations. In the Islamic finance point of view, wakaf and zakat is becoming a big elements, especially in the context of concessionary finance. I think we have to accept the fact. The only challenge in Malaysia when it comes to zakat and wakaf is that because it's still administered under the state, it's very difficult for us to scale it up. I think we need to figure out the mechanism how we want to actually go beyond this. I think this is very important because the liquidity of zakat and wakaf is just tremendous, not only in Malaysia, but in totality globally as well. There's a rough estimation that if you do zakat properly, you can actually collect about $1 trillion on the yearly basis. That's how rich the Muslims were. I can give you statistics because I keep saying Qatar because it's just like fresh in memory. In the 27th month of Ramadan, Qatar was managed to collect 270 million riyal, just for one night in terms of their zakat collections. People were waiting for 27 months on the day just to give them zakat. So and out of that 270 million riyal, 180 million riyal only came from 3 families. So just to give you a context that how much money is there in the Muslim world, and if you add Kuwait and Saudi and so on and so forth. And these people don't mind to put this money in the very productive projects and so on and so forth. So blended finance is actually one of the amazing innovations that are being created. Unfortunately, we are still looking at blended finance, still public-private partnership. Right, government, right. And when we talk about PPP at the government level and government only come in providing guarantees, so on and so forth, the old model, private sector makes money, sell it to the government, collect, big amount rental over the years and put the burden on the government. So I think we need to rethink of this because the fiscal condition of Malaysia, I think everybody knows about it. It's not, like we have so much of space to grow. So the space is become limited. So alternative financing becoming more and more relevant. So I think that's one point that I would like to add what Zharif had mentioned about the blended finance. And then to come back to these questions of innovative tools and so on. One of the things I learned about Islamic finance, I've been doing it for the last 12, 13 years. Innovation is so easy in Islamic finance. Why? Because you have so many options. You have musyarakah, you got mudarabah, you got murabaha, you got ijara, you got wakala, and so on and so forth. So because you have all these things, so you can actually mix and match and put them together in whatever ways that you want to do it. So innovation is not an issue. But what is the issue here in Malaysia? I was talking to one of the friend and he's quite senior and he's in the venture capital said, he made a very good point. He said, Iskandar, why venture capital is not really taking off in Malaysia and is taking off in America? He said, this is the problem. We have a small fish, is eaten by the middle-sized fish, but there is no bigger scale fish. There is no shark. But in America, whoever wants to start a small firm, they know they can sell it to someone higher, and there's always someone higher to actually buy them up. So there's always an exit strategy. So exit strategy is become very critical when it comes to venture capital. The same thing with crowdfunding. We have an amazing platform of crowdfunding, but we never ask why it's not taking off. Or why it's so hard to take off? Because exit strategy become difficult. We have P2P. So in Malaysia, we have everything. Even you look at Bursa, we have big main market, we have East market, we have lead market. So we don't really need more markets. We don't need more instruments. What we exactly need is actually players to create the ecosystem. So when people come to me normally ask, do we need more innovation? I think we have been more innovative in finance. What we need is actually more real economy to take off. I think that is the problem is. In the past, in the 90s, I'm sure in the 80s and 90s, especially when I was growing up, I was see a lot of big projects, KS Rental, KLIA, KLCC, and all these mega companies being created, Might, a lot of big companies were created by the government. So the government were playing a very big role in terms of becoming the big sharks. But the question right now is that who is the big shark in Malaysia? Are the GLC playing the role of big sharks? Do we need that? I think we do, because every entrepreneur who out there who actually want to start, they got two things. One, they want to build the company themselves and make it a big shark, or they want to build themselves and sell it to someone and to exit. So that thought process is actually very important. So coming back to whether we have a funding problem to SMEs and everything, I don't think that funding is actually a big issue in Malaysia. I think a lot of liquidity is still available out there. So what is really important is that big ideas, stages of ecosystem, and again, I keep telling you, it's not because KJ is around. Leadership, I think, is somebody who's brave enough to do big things and, and come up with the crazy ideas, because those crazy ideas actually will come up with an innovative ecosystem. So that's pretty much my answer to that question.
Thank you, Dr. Eskandar. Let's move to
There's one question.
yeah, sorry, yeah. So
So,
there's,
can you just do mind that?
yeah. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I completely forgot about it. Yeah.
What are your thoughts? This is a suggestion about a product or instrument rather. What are your thoughts on Sharia index and or ETFs with foreign underlying assets from ASEAN countries, obviously Islamic compliant, Sharia compliant, listed on Bursa Malaysia?
No, I think, without directly answering their questions, I think value creations in any stock exchange is very important. So whether the value creation from the local companies or whether the value creation can come from a mixture of a local and the foreign companies will actually add value. So why we are putting money? Obviously, we want to see a lot of growth in our investments. So unfortunately, the Malaysian stocks or the Malaysian companies, many of them are value stocks. There are some growth stocks now and then coming in, but it's not enough. But by mixing, foreign companies in the context of Malaysia and creating some kind of index between Malaysian growth stocks and foreign growth stocks to add value is much more welcome, because this is where value creation will come in as well. And by the way, there are a lot of synergy between countries nowadays anyway, so it's not a big issue. And things are becoming more simplified in ASEAN anyway.
Zharif, I want to move to the question of purpose and value. In my introduction, I spoke about how asset allocators, investors, are now more willing to not just look at returns, but why, the purpose of their investment and the values underpinning their investments. How do the ethical foundations of Islamic capital markets, such as Sharia oversight and exclusionary screening, enhance investor confidence and financial stability? What lessons can conventional markets learn from these principles? And as an add-on to that, from the crowd, AST has asked, one of the failures of PE in the US, private equity, is that it is leveraged, extractive, while increasing prices, reducing services in healthcare, etc. How can we do better?
That's a good question. Yeah. Thank you, KJ. And I guess the first bit, core values of Islamic capital markets. I think Dato Fadil also touched upon it, Dr. Eskandar, right? Talks about promoting transparency and trust, ensuring fairness to all, avoidance of gambling and speculative trading, right? What I've just mentioned there, if you think about it, these are the basic building blocks of a prudent investor, right? I had a discussion on this with my colleagues. You asked me some of the greatest fund managers in the world, guys like Warren Buffett, where they talk about value investing, long-term investments, etc. It's somewhat aligned to what Islamic investments or core values talking about, right? So hence, the fact that from a from an idea perspective, the idea of Sharia oversight, exclusionary screening should give investors that confidence, not just from that the product is Sharia, right? But confidence on their ability to generate sustainable returns. Now, where I think we could do better, right? Why just now I mentioned it's a bit more idealistic is that where we could do better is to integrate investment assessments and the Sharia screening process. So where I see most, for example, Sharia compliant funds, be it in the public, private markets in the world today, look at, is that Sharia screening is done separately, looking at things like permissibility of the business, debt ratio benchmarks, ensure that there's no elements of riba. Separate team looking at it. Similar to sustainability, there's a separate sustainability team looking at looking at it from a sustainability lens, right? My question would be, shouldn't the investment teams themselves be looking at all aspects of the investment, including Sharia, including sustainability, where relevant, right? And decide whether or not go, no go, whether or not to proceed within those investments, right? The place where I would like us to be at is that the entire investment screening process considers all aspects in terms of risk and return, Sharia, sustainability, and so on. So I think we are still on this journey in terms of learning and embedding Sharia in our day-to-day work, and hopefully one day this will be fully integrated. The point about private equity, right? The point about private equity, high leverage. And yes, I think when I looked at the topic, opportunities of private equity in Islamic finance, I think the skeptics may say, hey, it's a conflict, right? Because you start thinking private equity, billionaires, excessive profits, and so on. But you think about the fundamental structure of a private equity player, where they start talking about general partners, limited partners. It is almost akin to, so for those of you who are familiar with Islamic finance, akin to a structure of a mudarabah structure, right? Where you have the mudarib and the rabul mal involved. So hence you ask me, and there's that sharing of profits, that performance returns, that okay lah, I wouldn't want to use the word carry interest, of sharing the performance fees together with the fund manager. So I see there is some level of alignment. Yes, there are challenges surrounding the issues surrounding, because you see when you start talking about PE, the largest PE players, especially in the buyout space, in the growth space, use high amounts of leverage, right? When they start talking about leverage buyouts and so on. Again, I may defer the question, in terms of how Sharia scholars, or as an industry, we can start looking at how we think about that, right? Whether or not you should be looking at it at a portfolio level or an asset level, and where do you draw the line, etc. I think those are things that to be considered. I do believe that it can be done, it can work. So
I would like to get Dr. Eskandar's views on this, but I'm going to also throw in a question for both of you. But when Dr. Eskandar, you reply, you can touch on the PE question just now, and how we get around this for the Islamic space. But I wanted to, and in the interest of time, we have about 10 minutes left, so I'm going to wrap it up relatively soon. But I think it would be remiss if I don't touch on technology. And the Islamic finance space. So the two questions, one from Farah. How is Malaysia using technologies like blockchain and tokenization to make Sharia-compliant investments more transparent, accessible, and retail-friendly? And that's quite an important question. See how we can increase the participation of Malaysians, well, Muslims and non-Muslims into the Islamic capital markets. And secondly, anonymous, how can asset allocators include emerging tech, e.g. artificial intelligence, into portfolios to enhance risk management and returns while aligning with Maqasid al-Sharia objectives, the higher objectives or higher purpose of Sharia? Dr. Eskandar?
The questions are getting more and more difficult.
High quality audience.
Yeah. I think I gonna fail the exam or ask ChatGPT. Anyway, thank you so much. But first, I just want to respond to that PE. People get so addicted to debt for two reasons. Number one is cheap. Number two is magnify your ROE. I think the thought process is always there. Even the idea of private equity that's supposed to be more risk-sharing and so on and so forth, again, got hijacked because of this easy access to cheap money and also these magnifications of ROE. So this is where the principle-based investment comes in and say, what exactly that you want to achieve in PE? Is it creating value for long-term or is it creating value for short-term? So this idea versus long-term and short-term seems to remain as one of the biggest debate. But we are seeing a lot of promising actions in the context of Malaysian space. Yesterday I was moderating a session in my FinTech Week on social exchange, which is a fantastic idea. You can actually have the third sector, come out in a social exchange and do fundraising. So it's no longer donation, it's actually investments. So people are actually moving away from this idea of donation to investment in the third sector, because third sector actually becoming more and more critical. So what I'm trying to say here is that people are moving away from old ideas to new ideas. So this is where actually Islamic finance should not be hijacked with this idea of debt. Although I'm not against commodity murabaha of this tawaru and everything, but over the long run, we need to actually start moving away from looking for cheap financing into what we call as more value financing. I think that idea should be implanted. And many good example is coming. Yesterday, one of the panelists was saying that, this one of the bank in Malaysia, they said, we are no longer doing compound interest for both Islamic credit card and conventional credit card, which is a fantastic idea. Because this idea will not be even considered if it's not for Islamic finance. So for people who argue that Islamic finance is not changing anything, they are wrong as well. Islamic finance is actually changing a lot of things. Because for banks to move away from compound interest, it's like sacrificing huge amount of ROE, which is fantastic. Of course, not everyone is doing it, but the fact that someone is doing it, which means that someone who accepted the idea, that's one. Second is to answer this question about how to use the technology, blockchains and tokenization, and in Malaysia, we have equity crowdfunding. We have companies that actually have used these things. We also have seen a lot of companies like blockchain, like Fintera and all those things. So, but when it comes to technology and analytics is coming in and so on and so forth. So my answer when it comes to technology is actually quite simple. A lot of technology have come and go, but we still have not taken the full advantage of it, because we were not able to create a trust within the technology ecosystem. All right. So that is exactly, for example, when first equity crowdfunding came like 10 years ago, I was like really excited. But then I noticed as a company which is trying to use equity crowdfunding is actually struggling big time, even to pay their investors. So although the idea of equity crowdfunding is very much aligned with Islamic finance, but the fact that equity crowdfunding is not taking off is also shows that people who are skeptical about Islamic finance seems to be winning as well. So I think technology is not an issue. It's just that we are not able to scale it up, the use of technology. So coming back to these Sharia and higher principles, now with AI, we can automate all the Sharia resolutions. I think very simple. We can automate portfolio optimization, also simple. We can actually formulate the AI analytics is also becoming so simple now. So you can actually bring them together, put all of them together and say, okay, can you please tell me what should be the investment that we need? So I think in the long run, all this researcher and have to figure out to use the technology rather than the finance knowledge itself. So my simple answer to this very difficult question is that we don't have to worry about technology, because there are a lot of people out there who keep pushing the technology to the next level. What we should be worried is that whether we are able to use the technology that support Islamic finance or not. So that would be my concluding.
You want to add to that on the point on technology?
Yeah, so I will just touch upon even within my area, right? Within the audit, accountancy profession itself, and you ask me, I mean we have had a discussion, with my fellow colleagues surrounding this. Is not so much like you mentioned the ability to understand, having an engineering background, having a coding background, and nor even having the appropriate, having Islamic finance background, etc. But I think is the mindset of knowing that there are these technologies available out there and wanting to learn, right? So I give you an example. I think recently we just heard, I think back at the FinTech Week, PwC UK, my colleagues from the UK came down to explain that there are ways, because a lot of companies, banks, financial institutions are adopting AI as part of their processes. How can we develop an AI to validate the AI that companies or banks have developed, right? It's essentially an audit, how to perform an audit on the AI engine that is being generated out. So you ask me how that has been done. It just took one or two senior associates with not much background, but just trying to think through of how this can be fixed. using ChatGPT, or internally we have this thing called Chat PwC, trying to think through or to come up with validation models of those that AI structures. So you ask me, it's a mindset thing and by people.
Okay, maybe perhaps the last bit. I wanted to touch on the two questions which are adjacent, if not related. I'd love to hear Dr. Eskandar's view on this with your experience in the Gulf. Liquidity from GCC, anonymous question. Liquidity from GCC is controlled by asset managers from the West following global asset allocation. How do we shift this capital to ASEAN to fund growth? Another one, and Zharif, feel free to jump in on this, from Raj. As fund managers, we resort to global data vendor in screening Sharia-compliant names. Can there be a government-led screener to avoid conflicts such as with MAHB? Panas soalan.
I mean, let me just answer it in a much more candid way. You know, I went to QIA, Qatar Investment Authority, and then we had a visit there, and I saw a lot of people. It's just like coming and asking for investment, and a lot of them are basically from the Western countries. You know, and then we went, Malaysia, me and my colleague, a couple quite senior in the government, and then they sent a very junior staff to meet us. You know. So, and whenever they ask, okay, how much money are you asking for? Like, you know, maybe a few hundred millions. The first answer is like, no, we don't do anything less than 400 million US dollars. So the point I'm trying to make here is that if you really want to shift the investment from the Western world to Malaysia, I think A, value proposition, B, long-term projects that need to. So again, I keep saying that Malaysia need the thinking in the 80s and 90s. Big ideas. You know, although people say mega project, waste of money. I still remember when KLIA was built, everybody say it's just a pure waste of money. Now KLIA is so crowded that we don't even have space to sit down. You know, so things that may be seen mega in the past may not be mega in the future anymore. So those big ideas have to come in, and those big ideas have to be sent to all these fund managers in the Middle East and all the sovereign wealth fund, and then I think the things would change, and the momentum would shift to this part of the world. I think so. Yeah.
On screening?
On screening.
Yeah.
Question.
So yeah, maybe I can just
No, you wanna
answer
address
that
it, yeah.
on the screening bit, on this having this one global screening element. I think one elephant in the room that we do need to acknowledge, and for those of you who may not be aware, because we're dealing with Sharia, Islamic finance, Sharia interpretations, and because of the way, and talking about the Quran, there are nuances and differences in terms of views between Sharia scholars, Middle East, Malaysia, Indonesia, and so on. So there is that element that there could be certain differences, which I think something, again, we should be trying to harmonize. You got the different imams and so on. So hence having that global view, I think is something we, hopefully, inshallah, one day it can be. But there are certain service providers out there, if I'm not mistaken, SMP, Moody's, etc., does do some form of screening, and they have that Dow Jones and so on, those index available. But I think that element of different Sharia views across territories, I think is a real matter that needs to be addressed, which I think don't have an answer, but it's something that we need to work towards.
Now, we'll concluding the panel and your own individual conclusions. I'm going to end it on a high note by saying that Islamic finance stands at the cusp of being seen as leaders in the global sustainability movement, for all the reasons that Dr. Eskandar has mentioned, for our commitment to values, for how our values align with ESG. But what more can be done, especially between scholars, ESG rating agencies, and institutional investors, to build that credible impactful investment products and investment ecosystem that the world acknowledges, not just the Islamic world, but the world at large acknowledges Islamic finance and those who are pushing Islamic finance really as the vanguard of this push towards sustainability, because it's still seen as a carved out space, asterisks. These are for Muslim people, this is for Islamic world. But I think it's about time that we shout from the top of the mountain saying that, look, we are really pushing this where conventional banking, conventional capital markets are failing on the question of values and sustainability.
I mean, quickly, KJ, 3 points. A, we are not telling Malaysian story enough. There are a lot of success story, we are not saying it enough at the global stage. I think this is also lack of the spokesperson at the global stage. We used to have it before. Now there are just not too many. So we have to continue shouting our success story. A lot of amazing things are happening in Malaysia, but no one really knows. Second thing is that simplicity. I think you made it a point. Now sometimes things are too complicated, even just to understand a certain screening criteria. Screening criteria has to be simple, has to be straightforward. And we need to figure out a common principle rather than agreeing on the disagreement. We just have to figure out, okay, these are the common principles, we need to move on, and so on. Third, we should not be falling into the trap of debt, short-term values, so on and so forth. Still move to long values and show Malaysia and Indonesia, maybe put Turkey together, because these are the 3 countries. In fact, Pakistan is going for 100% Islamic finance. So if we can show 1 or 2 good examples to the rest of the world, see, this is how things are being done. People are a lot more happier. People are a lot more sustainable. It's more greener. So then I think we have better story to tell. Thank you.
Thank you, Zharif.
Yeah, so just one additional point adding to that, I think whilst we talk about all the values, sustainability and all that, to be a true global leader, we must not also forget commercial returns, right? I think that's still very, very important. But having that balance to generate profits for shareholders, but also at the same time, having the Sharia element in there is quite key. And there's this whole debate on the ability of sustainability or Sharia funds outperforming conventional funds, right? But it would be my dream one day that we can prove to the world that we can put that debate to rest, whereby Sharia sustainability funds are outperforming other conventional funds.
Ladies and gentlemen, what President Donald Trump is doing today, especially this week, is nothing less than upending the rules-based trading system that exists in the world, that existed in the world, and replacing it with a new economic and trading order. And I say this because he wants to be a consequential president in remaking the world economy. But I think that in contrast to what he's doing, Islamic finance and what we're doing here today can also be equally consequential and remake the world economic order in a way that is more fair, in a way that is more just, and a way that is more sustainable. And ultimately, perhaps this will be the clash of civilizations of our time, where we are confronted with an assault on a rules-based, fair, just order. And it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we continue to grow this space and continue to highlight our success stories, speak at the top of our voices, so shout if necessary, to tell the world that Islamic finance is not just an alternative, but a worldview that's fair, just, and sustainable. Please join me in thanking our panelists this morning. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, KJ, for moderating this eye-opening session. Now, I would like to invite our speakers to kindly come forward for a quick photo session to commemorate this occasion. Now, I would like to invite Dato Fad'l together with Puan Azizah to join on stage for the photo session. Before we move to the second session, I would like to invite Dato Fad'l to have a Wi-Fi with participants from the front stage and the panelists as well. Let's have a Wi-Fi, gentlemen. Now I'd like to invite participants to stand together with the VIP, together with the speakers, to have a Wi-Fi. Can get close, big smile.
One, two, three. One more, 1, 2, 3. Right, one, two.
A freestyle. Yeah. Lovely photo there. All right, you may now be seated. Before we move to second session, I would like to welcome retail participants from the Zoom meeting. Hope that you have a wonderful online conference. Yes, to our next agenda, where we will now discuss on the innovation in Islamic finance, how digital transformation and emerging technologies are shaping the future. In this session, we will explore how technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, AI, and smart contracts are driving innovation in Islamic finance. The session highlights new Shariah-compliant products, including Islamic ETFs, digital gold, and AI investment tools, and how these solutions enhance efficiency, transparency, and inclusivity in financial service. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Encik Rusdan Nazir and our esteemed speakers, Dr. Mahbubi Ali and Prof. Shabnam Mokhtar, to come up to the stage for this next session. Please welcome. This interesting session will be moderated by Encik Rusdan Nazir, Group Head of Shariah Services, CGSI Malaysia. A brief insight on Encik Rusdan. Rusdan is the Head of Group Shariah Services at CGSI with over 30 years of experience in investment banking. In the past 3 years, he has focused on building the company's regional Shariah business, leveraging his expertise in ECM, equity capital market, institutional sales, and Shariah-compliant investment to enhance CGSI social responsible offerings. He will be joined by our esteemed guest speakers, Dr. Mahbubi Ali. Dr. Mahbubi is a member of Indonesia's Islamic Finance Development Committee and chairman of the Sidogiri Islamic Institute. He also serves as assistant professor at IIUM and advises the Brunei Central Bank. His global engagement include roles with IROFI, Summit by Nigeria, CIMB Islamic, and FWD Takaful. He holds a PhD from IIUM, a master's from INSEF, and a bachelor from Tazkiyah Institute. And finally, Shabnam Mokhtar, Managing Director of Shape Knowledge Services. Shabnam leads global advisory and research in Islamic finance. She serves on the Shariah board of RHB Islamic Bank and is a certified Shariah advisor and auditor. Her work spans Islamic hedge funds, carbon trading, fatwas, and legal support across the US and Canada. She holds a degree from UPM and the University of Illinois with further certifications in real estate and project finance. Without further ado, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Farhan. Thank you very much. Before I start, just a bit of housekeeping. We are running a very tight ship today. If you notice, there's no coffee break or anything in that schedule, but be free to have your coffee or teh tarik fix outside at any given time, and then because we try to stick to the schedule that we have today. So without further ado, let me just give a brief introduction for session 2. So we are living in a time of rapid technological evolution, and Islamic finance is no exception. For example, Dr. Mahbubi, earlier this year, Indonesia actually launched its first bullion bank. I think we're going to delve into that further later. So in this session, we'll explore how emerging technologies are enhancing Sharia compliance, the evolving role of scholars in a tech-driven landscape, and strategies for scaling digital Islamic products responsibly. Okay, so let's dive into the strategic vision and Sharia compliance in digital era first. So question is actually for Shabnam, but also Dr. Mahbubi can fill in as well if you want to. So what strategies can Islamic finance institutions adopt to stay ahead in the digital era while maintaining Sharia compliance? So Shabnam, backed by popular demand, it's the Invest Sharia conference for, I think, this is the third time for you, I think. Yeah. Anyway, over to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, everybody. First of all, thank you CGSI and Bursa for having me back. I think it's for very interesting questions that was asked actually in the previous session that I may have certain insights into. So let's look into that. Looking into digital strategy that Islamic finance can adopt, right? If you have the chance, go and read World Economic Forum 2018. They came out with a white paper, 200 pages but lots of pictures. New physics in financial services sector. So that whole publication was actually about AI and what's changing and what strategy we could adopt. In that, what I really love is they actually have 5 strategies. A, doing the same thing, but doing it better, right? Because technology can actually solve a number of things. I'll come to that in a while. Up to E, doing something radically different, and how technology is actually supporting this. So let's go through it, briefly, one by one, right? So if you think about first to actually think about what is the digital process. Very simple. I'll start with a very simple example. You want customers to open your account, be it a brokerage account, be it a bank account, online. So fill in the form online. But what's actually happening back end? That's what differentiates a digital process. If your staff have to then manually enter it into your system, that's not a digital process. That is still a manual intervention. And this is where it's time consuming. It's prone to errors. I was with the RHB, now my term has ended, the Bank Negara's 9-year limit, right? But very common, SNC, puan, macam mana jari saya besar, salah tekan nombor, Allahu Akbar. This is because of manual entry, right? You want to minimize that error, you want to have a much more efficient process. You need to have a process where when the customer enters into the web form, it is directly connected to your system and automatically updated. That is the meaning of digital process. Bukan yang kita isi, kita dah tak isi borang manual dah ni. Semua kat web. Tapi back end, still manual. Okay, so that's the first thing. Let's look at our processes again. And are we actually having proper digital process in place? Very simple, kan? Sounds very simple. But are we doing that? Let's think about it again. And it can actually, this as well can actually reduce compliance costs. Very common. Just now we were talking about Sharia screening, kan? You will find, alamak, wrong investment. Islamic mandate, invest in conventional. Macam mana boleh jadi ni? Because again, you are using manual processes. But now I think we have gone through a lot. You try to hard code and you can't allow, if you're an Islamic account, you cannot invest in conventional. That's happening. Other things. Yeah, kalau kita tengok, why is this compliance actually very, very expensive usually? Because it's time consuming and manual. Bayangkan, kalau, especially when the, just talk about Malaysia, for example, when the SC listing come out, stock changes from Sharia compliant to non-Sharia compliant, do we have a system where actually automatically tracks, okay, this is because of what, how long do you have, what's your last date to sell, and what's the profit from that? Can you keep everything, or do you actually have to, cleanse it? Are we doing that manually or doing it automatically? Do we have a system that actually allows automatic tracking? Imagine if you have, because I've seen, sometimes the asset management team comes, they can present, kena pula foreign holding. You have to think about the FX cost, what translation are you using? And then the other costs related to the trading of the transaction when you exit, kan? Ada cost tu semua. Are we still doing it manually? If you're doing it manually, it's actually going to be very, very time consuming. So this is the simplest use of technology to give efficiency, to reduce costs. I'll give you another example from Sukuk. Who could imagine this happen? 2014, Pesaka Astana, if you were following. Not a big deal, 140 million ringgit sahaja. But what happened? Simple. Ya Allah. The issuer already had a conventional account. The Sukuk proceeds went into that. The requirement was, it was supposed to be translated into an Islamic account, and the trustee, I'm not going to name names, you can look it up. The trustee was supposed to be the sole signatory of the account. Did not happen. Got lost in the weeds, I don't know. So what did the issuer do? Were able to take that money, not use it for the project. What do you think happened? Default. And the trustee was actually held accountable. So if we have a proper digital process, you are reducing errors on this matter. So a simple example, simple strategy, looks very simple, but the application could be really, really wide. Now, if you go to the second, I'll take C, because there are 5, I'll take C. You can actually offer customized investment portfolio with the digital. Because in the past, you always offer customized solution to high-end clients because it's a worthwhile investment size. It makes sense for you to offer that additional. But if you have a technology that allows you, so apa nak buat, for example, you have your PRS investment, very simplistic, robo-advisory, very simplistic risk profile. Dia tanyakan umur, you punya, very simple. Lepas tu apa dia punya solution? Stock and bond split. Itu je. I tak pernah tengok PRS. Letak PRS, 3 tahun I lost my capital. How could this happen? Whereas my other investment yang I invest sendiri is actually making money. So why? You punya risk, your simplicity is not my actual risk profile. So if you look at technology, what's actually happening, they are able, this is the beauty of technology in a while. Kita tengok, we can analyze quantum amount of data in lightning speed. So maksudnya apa? Because you ada tu, you punya portfolio optimization to becomes a lot more complex, but in a much cost efficient manner. Third, nanti I think there'll be a question nanti. This is where the fancy stuff comes in. What do we mean by predictive analysis? Yeah, this is all because of AI right now. We can actually not only analyze quantitative data, which we have been doing, long time, but also non-quantitative data, investor sentiment. You look at social media, you look at news. These are tons of information, but it's unstructured. It's not financial data, but how can we actually evaluate those and come up with an investment strategy? Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. All right. We're going to delve into the more details later on, but there will be Slido again. So please, I'm sure there's a lot of burning questions that everyone here want to ask. By the way, this conference is actually a hybrid event. So there are also people watching us, through streaming. And feel free to, scan and, put in any questions that you have. So let's move to Dr. Mahbubi. He's a very busy man, spending his time in, of course, Indonesia, Brunei, Malaysia, as well as Africa, right, and Middle East. So, hopefully he can bring a lot more global perspective into our discussion today. So, for you, Dr. Mahbubi, what are the key challenges in ensuring Sharia compliance in the adoption of emerging financial technologies, and maybe not just blockchain or the new invention like the bullion bank and all that? All right.
Thank you, Chiristan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. It gives me a pleasure and pressure to be here among the distinguished panelists. Puan Shabnam was my senior at ISRA, and she is lawyer, accounting. Then I have also some familiar faces here, Chijal, my colleague from CIMB. Really, it gives me pleasure, also a pleasure as well. And thank you, Chirisdan, for having me here. This is my first time, unlike Puan Shabnam, the third time. So she get used to speak in front of you. But since this is my first time, and I hope that this is the final time, the last time to be here. But because I have my lawyer here, Ginger, let me start with a disclaimer. So, an opinion that I express in this session is my own opinion. It does not represent any institution. This is the template that Ginger normally give me. Any views and opinion of any institution that I'm currently affiliated with, especially the Financial Authority of Indonesia or JK and Brunei Darussalam Central Bank. So being a regulator, kena hati-hati sikit cakap ya. And Puan Shabnam has already started with campurization to language, advised by CGS using English and Malay. Perhaps I can talk to use Java. Coming back to that question, in terms of the challenges, perhaps I will look at more from the Sharia perspective in terms of the challenges and how to ensure the Sharia compliant aspect in the application or adoption of financial technology. I believe we are in agreement that the adoption of financial technology will offer a lot of benefit for both industry, institution, as well as customers. For industry, the application of financial technology innovation will promote more innovation, transparency, inclusivity. On the other hand, from the customer's point of view, of course, the customer will benefit from the emerging technology in terms of the accessibility, availability, as well the affordability of the Islamic product, Islamic financial product, but also conventional product. However, based on my personal observation, there are some challenges when it's come to the adoption of financial technology in the sphere of Islamic finance, Islamic financial institution, Islamic financial product, and others. Number one, because we see that this the financial innovation is something new, which is in many cases not directly addressed by Islamic, by the classical fiqh literature. So this situation challenged the Sharia scholar to easily determine the status or the Sharia-compliant status of certain Islamic financial technology, innovation, and instruments. So as a result, we can see different interpretations in terms of certain aspect of financial technology. We can also see lack of unified and comprehensive Sharia standard and framework that we have for financial technology. Take it for example, the case of cryptocurrency. The popular one, it's Bitcoin. Malaysia, for example, under the Sharia Advisory Council of Securities Commission in 2020, issued resolution that digital token, digital asset, including cryptocurrency, is a Sharia compliant asset and consider as a normal commodity that can be traded freely, unless if it is backed by ribawi item, like gold, silver, or currency. But on the other hand, countries like Indonesia, Brunei, Egypt, and some other countries are of the view that cryptocurrency are not permissible, either due to the intrinsic nature of the cryptocurrency itself, which is not legal tender, or due to the external factor, like the misuse of its application for speculative purposes, terrorism, money laundering, and other. Looking at that, some fatwa issuing bodies prohibited the what you call the number of cryptocurrency. Even the one that we have the most respected fatwa issuing body by the name Mahbubi Ali. Until now, they don't, the fatwa issuing body does not have any position on it. So the discussion among the Sharia scholar in that institution, issuing body, revolves still around what is basically the cryptocurrency. Is it currency? That's why you call cryptocurrency. Or is it asset? That's why we call crypto asset or digital asset. Or it is a financial asset. Jadi binatang apakah ini? So the discussion is still revolving around this. So that they do not come into the conclusive position on the permissibility of otherwise. Jadi belum sampai bicara tentang halal haramnya. Masih bicara ini binatang apa? So this is the fact. So that's why when we talk about cryptocurrency, for example, at least the opinion are divided into four. One is the absolute permissibility, looking at the original principle of Islamic financial transaction and financial innovation. Second one is it is not permissible due to the absence of legal tender and other external factor. Other scholars of the view that if it is backed by underlying asset, then it is permissible. And the other scholars are still absent. We call mawkuf, suspended position. So because they are not sure apakah binatang ini. So this is the thing that the challenge that we are facing, because it is something new, and not many Sharia scholars can have the ability to easily determine the Sharia complexities of it. Number two is on the issue of the integration, how the Sharia compliant requirements, because in Sharia, to determine as to whether the activity is compliant, then we need to ensure that the entire process and activity are in fulfillment of the Sharia requirement and condition. In Sharia, we call rukun and syarat. So the integration of rukun and syarat in the financial technology is also another challenge. Take for example in smart contract. In Sharia principle, we have the concept of khiyar, the option to not proceed with the contract, to revoke the facility. In Islamic law of contract, we have the concept of tashihul aqdi, the rectification of contract. Now, by adopting smart contract, for example, how the Sharia concept of khiyarat, option, tashihul aqdi, rectification of contract can be implemented, given the fact that smart contract by nature is immutable, irreversible, and irrevocable. Perhaps our senior can respond on it. In smart contract, in DeFi, for example, decentralized finance, if there is anything happen, system collapse, in Sharia, we have the concept of domain, the liability. Who will be liable for any unintended consequence? See, for example, absence of transfer of ownership due to the system error, or total system collapse in the finance system, in smart contract, for example, in decentralized finance. Who will be liable for it? Who will take the domain, the liability of it? Who will take blame of the system collapse? And another aspect of the integration that sometimes it's not easy to be put in the financial technology. And of course, another challenge is lack of the Sharia governance. The capacity of the Sharia scholars in digital finance is also another challenge. With due respect, I'm also perhaps is part of the Sharia fraternity. Not many Sharia scholars are well versed in the technical aspect of financial technology. Even saya dengar Puan Shabnam cakap pun saya susah-susah juga nak faham. So how can you can decide on the Sharia compliant status of certain products, certain instrument, if you are not sure on the mechanic aspect of it? That's why I believe moving forward to ensure Sharia compliant in fintech innovation, it requires a multidisciplinary approaches. Number one is we need collaboration. Sharia scholar cannot do by themselves to determine the Sharia-compliant status of certain financial technology innovation. We need the input from the technology expert, fintech expert, the regulators, and other stakeholders. The second one is we need the development of standardized Sharia framework and guideline as our reference, especially for fintech. And also the investment in capacity building, especially for Sharia scholar to upskill their understanding and mastery in digital technology. And lastly, the innovative Sharia governance model that can be tailored together to digital platform. For example, the introduction of Sharia audit protocol specific to automated system may help assist addressing the Sharia compliant challenges in the adoption of financial technology. With that, thank you. Over to you.
Okay, Dr. Mahbubi. Indeed, there are, quite a number of challenges ahead. I think, well, the next question is actually for Shabnam, but probably, you can also, if you want, add. I'm sure there's, many more challenges as well that you can pinpoint to all of us. But then perhaps you can address this question on how AI tools like machine learning and predictive analytics support ethical or impact investment decision in the Islamic finance. So challenges, if you want to highlight a few more, and then, yeah.
Thank you. If you allow me, I'll keep the challenges when we discuss scale, because that runs actually parallel. Dr. Mahbubi ni, he's very knowledgeable, very experienced, but very humble. But also I like his style. Dia nampak muka serius tapi kelakar orangnya. Yeah. Alright, let me do a quick polling. Walaupun tak ada teknologi apa. Siapa faham? Who understands what predictive analysis? Who knows what the heck this is? Tak ada. Okay, seorang. One out of maybe how many delegates we have today? 300? 200? Nampak tak? The first thing, exactly what Dr. Mahbubi said. Do we understand sometimes in the technological space, as well as in finance actually, financial engineering, right? You go to derivative, all these like, oh God, what does that term even mean? Is to first understand what this is. If I tell you predictive analysis is basically just regression analysis. Now does that make more sense? Alamak, regression pula. That's into statistic, belajar tak dulu? Ke aku ponting kelas admin? Yeah, I remember challenging, then you go to university, okay, it's a lot more easier now with technology. Siapa pernah buat machine learning? Pernah tak? I want to see a show of hand. If you haven't, go and explore KNIME. It's called bukan KNIME. Ya Allah, super duper easy because it's like drag and drop. When I did statistics in my school days, college days, you actually have to do the manual calculation, use a scientific calculator. Now you got the Excel, okay, fine. But KNIME is just a lot more easier than that. So predictive analysis is basically just regression analysis. Regression ni apa? Equation lah. Why, contoh, you nak predict stock price. Apa factor yang masuk that can allow you to dipanggil, pernah dengar tak R-square? R-square tu maksudnya berapa tepat you can predict the stock price. You usually start with the historical data because we already have the historical data of stock prices. Then the question is, when you train the model, what variables do you put in? Apa variable yang boleh predict the stock price in the future? But remember, you're working with past information. When you have your model, so machine learning is basically mathematical model. It's the regression model though. But you just need tons of data for it to actually learn on its own. Yeah, so that's what predictive analysis is. So kalau you baca your academic paper in this, pernah tengok tak Billions? Ya, hedge fund trader punya movie tu kalau pernah tengok, dia mesti ada quant. Quant ni is basically the expert in quantitative trading. Kenapa? Sebab dia guna statistical analysis ni. Dia yang gila data ni. Kalau tengok memang nerd habis lah. Nerd gila-gila punya nerd. But they love data. And with machine learning, analysis of those data is actually a lot more easier. So now we talk about the type of data I was explaining just now. Financial, yes, stock prices, your financial performance, all these are what we call structured. Because why? It's already in numbers form. Senang. Masuk data, dia faham. Computer faham. Because computers understand numbers. But now you have another one, the qualitative data. This is where natural language processing, apa kau bodoh lah pula ni, kan? It's actually, words. Can computer understand words? Can you train them to understand words? Yes, possible. When it looks at picture, can you train it to evaluate what that picture is? Yes, possible. But it takes a lot more longer. Macam kita dah biasa. Kita tengok mata kita boleh, poop, kita tahu what it is. But computer, you need to train it to understand what these pictures and non-numbers are. But this is where the AI comes in. Because if you train them, but you need lots of data. I'll give you some numbers. Ya. Pernah dengar tak Bloomberg GPT? Have you heard of it? Bloomberg GPT. So Bloomberg has its own chat GPT like AI. You know how much parameter it has? 50 billion. Yes, billion. 50 billion parameter. Why? Because if you think about Bloomberg, oh my God, the amount of data that they have on their terminal alone, what kan? They have 50 billion parameter for their AI. They spend 1.5 million GPU hours. Satu lagi pula apa kau GPU hours ni? It's basically how much time you spend lah. 1.5 million hours is just you using the GPU because you want to do AI, you got to use GPU. So this is what predictive analysis is. So a lot of advanced trading out there, they wanna use what variables can I use that I can accurately predict the market price in the future, so I can make an investment now and I'll make my return. So that's what predictive analysis is. But you need those data to train the AI in both quantitative. It's a lot easier. Is the qualitative information that you need to train. So GPT is for subscribers, siapa yang ada access to it. There's FinGPT, open source, but whether or not you know how to use it. So all these things bila dah ada, you tengok tadi kita cakap about zakat, for example. We don't even have proper data on how much zakat in your investment platform. So this is what we call to actually capture everything. Dia punya financing, berapa banyak financing dia ada, dia punya deposit elsewhere, dia punya zakat. Because as a Muslim investor, right, you have your investment, you got to pay zakat on it. Do we help them calculate their zakat? Bayangkan is everything kalau you ada a system that allows you first to capture everything and then facilitate all the zakat calculation and the payment as well. Sebab kadang-kadang kita terlepas, kita mungkin lupa ya, because zakah ni is very important in bringing the blessing, the barakah, as well as making sure you meet that cleansing of your harta tu tadi. So a lot of things yang kita boleh guna teknologi, it may sound fancy, may sound complex, but once you get into it, it is doable. One more example. Alternative data. Siapa guna ni? I tak namakan dia punya AI tu, dia punya fintech firm tu. Tapi what they do, they actually look at Twitter, X punya posting and the satellite data. Who do you think the users are? Cuba teka, siapa lah agaknya guna ni? They sell it to the hedge fund investors. Nampak tak? Dia go to alternative data, dah bukan only financial data. Earlier tadi kita ada discussion about genocide and the alignment of interest is changing. We have conversation with our clients in the US and the UK. In the US, this is happening because it's very, very sensitive. And these are people with money, right? When people with money ask, things are going to change. Kita yang ada 20 sen dalam wallet ni minta, tak dapat lah nak nolong. Tapi people with 20 million, they ask, it's going to change. So what's happening on a private level in the US and UK, so private level, what this investment, the asset manager is doing, is actually going saying, we are getting this demand. So this is a traditional stock brokerage. I won't name the name, but we want you to tell us which one are actually, they are actively investing in genocide-related activity. Ataupun dia ada relation to Israel. Another client in UK, just chat. Macam mana? How do you track these things? Shabnam, it's not that difficult. Okay, fine. Satu, you pergi tengok. Look into the financial data. Who are the investors? Where the money is coming from? But there's another easier way. Look into Twitter. Look into X. There's a lot of active posting there. Nampak tak? Kita kena tukar cara kita melihat. The data sources are actually going to be a lot. So if there is demand, earlier there was a question about all these GCC wealthy investors. Kenapa dia go to Western asset? Kenapa rasanya? For them, it's actually political insurance. They want to know what something happened in their country. I'll be off to US or I'll be off in UK. So that's why they are there. But later on nanti kalau kita pergi ada satu lagi mentality. When we talk about scale, I'll talk about kenapa kita tak mencapai scale. There's another mentality kenapa there's also all this Western market preferences. Last one, kalau tengok strategi satu tengok alternative data kan. Last one, wealth front. Dia ni target for retail investors. Tapi dia want to mimic, ni kata you want to mimic advanced trading strategy but using technology. So dia nak mimic, dia ada satu all weather fund ni. But that one minimum investment in it $100 million. You have less than that, don't even come to us. But what Bridgewater is doing, they are coming up with the same strategy. All weather strategy ni apa benda? Tak kisahlah bull ke, bear market ke, in all market situation you'll be okay. Of course you're not going to be beating the benchmark, but you'll be okay in all this market situation. So they actually using technology, they were able to come up with proper asset allocation. Stock, bond, commodities and gold to achieve, to mimic that advanced trading strategy. But the first key foundation is you got to first understand what the heck these advanced methodologies are and how you can actually properly use it.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot to take in, but I'll do a mixed match here because I'm going to start. We also start going to take the Q&A from the floor, and probably this is actually probably you can elaborate more on that because you already touched on it. Why all this new innovation, especially when it comes to crowdfunding, tokenized investment, and all that. Why are they not scaling or scaling fast enough in Islamic finance?
Okay, so tokenized, they can all this technology. What does it do? I think Dr. Mahbubi has mentioned earlier, kan? It's actually, if we think about retail investors, it's actually giving accessibility. Give a simple example. France, 2024, baru last year, kan? Started about 190 million euro investment in real estate near Paris area, not in Paris itself, but nearby. Yeah, middle income, higher end. So 190 million euro kecil je kalau kita alamak institutional investor 190 million, okay lah, menarik lah kot. Tapi if you look at minimum size Sukuk kan, 500 million kan kalau global. Yeah? Malaysia we have a much different trading dynamics, but global 500 million minimum. Kenapa dia tak scale? Because the deals are actually small. But sebenarnya isu scale ni, apa dia punya key criteria? Apa problem you nak solve ni? What's the pain point that you're tackling? Because if there's no pain point that technology is tackling, it's not going to take off. Kalau ini, my husband is here, my husband calls it technology shock sendiri. Yeah, you shock sendiri. Oh, you're coming up with all this spending, how much? But what's the problem? Apa problem you nak solve ni? If it's not tackling any problem, nobody's going to use it. Yeah. So how do you scale? I'll give you an example. Just because SHIP, we started as a US firm, so we have a lot of US knowledge as well. So Amanah Equity Fund is the largest Islamic equity fund globally. Right now, I think AUM is actually about 10 billion, if I'm not mistaken. They started in the 80s. Tahu tak dia punya first investors apa? Islamic fund, The first lead investor was actually Lutheran Church Fund. Apakah have pula, a Christian fund is actually investing in it? But because they started, what was their strategy? They were going to use what I call a domestic cross-border network effect. Tengok tu, bunyi fancy, what does that mean? Let me explain. Who has money? Usually the professionals. This is in the late 80s in the US. First group, pergi jumpa doktor. Yeah, physicians. So they have APNA, American Pakistani Physician of North America. You got senang tak dapat dua invest? New fund, tak pernah lagi buat. Rasa-rasa ni nak invest tak? I'm not sure. But wait. Lutheran Pension, they know Lutheran Pension is a institutional investor. What? They are investing? Tell me how I'm going to get into it. Nampak tak? You better find a lead investor that is strong enough that's going to give you confidence. After that, what do you think happened? So doctors, the effect is going to be to the patient. Patient punya family member. Ni tadi Pakistani doctor. Who are they going to talk to? Egyptian doctors. And then they're going to talk other doctors. So it's actually the network effect ni. So scale you're going to achieve if you actually have trust is first, you're going to solve it pain point. Kalau tak ada tu, adalah teknologi gempak mana pun, it's not going to scale. Second, who's the network that you're actually tapping into? If you don't have these two, it's not going to scale. So sikit on crowdfunding kalau kita tengok. Equity lah, sebab okay, dia tak boleh pergi IPO lagi, tak apa, dia buat equity crowdfunding. But if you look at P2P kan, We always say it's actually about SME funding. Tapi pernah tengok rate tak? How much are the rates on P2P? 18, 19, 20%? Yeah, for the investor it's good. Kita kata kita nak membantu ni, but how much are we charging them? Look at it from the cost perspective for the SME. Yeah, so we gotta think about it holistically. Jangan hanya sebab innovation je, sebab teknologi je. It's like a silver bullet. It's like I grew up with I Dream of Genie. Yeah? Ting, ting, settle. No, it does not. You gotta still tackle the core issue. You get the buy-in from a trustworthy figure, then it's gonna scale, inshallah.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. So, let go to Dr. Mahbubi and circle back to when earlier I mentioned about the bullion bank in Indonesia. It's actually a good, I think, innovation. The reason why I'm bringing this up is actually here in Malaysia also Bursa launched our gold dinner offering this year as well. So just want to see how in Indonesia how they do it and what's the vision for this bullion bank. Yep.
Thank you for that question. A very interesting question because when you talk about gold bullion bank, I think it is a progressive initiative that have been put forward by the Indonesian government, in which in February 2025, our President of the Republic of Indonesia has officially launched what we call Indonesia First Gold Bullion Bank, operated by two financial institutions. One is Pegadaian. Oh, do you understand Pegadaian? Ar-Rahno, pawnbroking. And the second one is by the largest Islamic bank in Indonesia from the merger of three Islamic banks in the last, I think, 3 to 4 years, namely Bank Syariah Indonesia. So Bank Syariah Indonesia is basically a bank as a result of a merger between Bank Mandiri Syariah as well as Bank BNI Syariah as well as the BRI Syariah, and become one single bank we call BSI. Yeah. So the introduction of gold bullion bank is basically governed under a regulation under OJK regulation number 17 in 2024. So this is basically the basis for the offering of this business, in which the bank is not only offering a product in the form of saving or to put your gold in the bank, like the one that we have currently in Malaysia, but also you can trade a gold via bank, as well as you can apply for financing in the form of gold. So when we talk about gold financing, normally we understand that it is a financing secured by gold, like Ar-Rahno. Or it is a financing by, it is a financing which is intended to purchase a gold. But now with the introduction of gold bullion bank, even the gold itself become a financing facility instead of money. So that gold become your working capital, your loan from conventional, like because Pegadaian is still conventional. We do have the Sharia compliant Pegadaian in Indonesia, but for the one that we are having currently in Pegadaian is still conventional. And let me share with you what is the reason of this kind of development in the country. Because Indonesia is actually one of the world major gold producer, with around 160 tons of gold mined annually. And we have a national reserve up to over 2,600 tons. However, we see that a large number of privately held gold remain outside the financial the financial system. That's why the gold bullion bank is expected to bring the gold reserve, the gold available in the country into the existing financial system. And the objective of this ambitious but impactful initiative is to retain gold domestically, and to enhance the value added downstream, and potentially contribute up to 245 trillion rupiah, or around 15 billion US dollar to GDP. And also it is expected to create a new job up to 1.8 million Indonesian people. So from fintech perspective, Cik Rusdan and ladies and gentlemen, this initiative will open up the exciting opportunities. For instance, I think when Shabnam also highlighted earlier, that we can see in the future the greater adoption of digital good platform, where user can save and trade gold via mobile apps. Even you can apply for financing via mobile apps. Yeah, and also that will improve directly to the financial inclusion, especially for those with limited access to traditional banking. And lastly, let me share with you the data. Yeah, after the issuance or the introduction of this good bullion bank by Pegadaian, for example, in the early this year. The Pegadaian or pawnbroking offered a number of products based on gold, namely for saving, working capital, like loan for working capital based on gold, as well as for corporate deposit. And within just 3 months, this institution has managed to accumulate more than 31,000 new customers. Yeah, with 1.1 ton deposit in the form of gold, deposit in the form of gold, then that deposit is traded and given again to the society in the form of loan or financing. And the financing good loan now 150 kilogram for the financing one, with 233 billion in value. And the trading of the gold by Pegadaian after the introduction of this bullion bank is more than 1.2 tons already. So you can see the government initiative has already provide a future direction for the gold market, in which in the future the gold itself may become a substitute, or at least the alternative for fiat money, in which later on you can easily purchase goods and services using gold account, no fiat money.
In terms of storage, sorry,
Yeah.
so
Yes, storage,
I
yeah.
heard one over ton, right?
Mm.
Is it centralized at one location, or I mean, I'm talking about scaling your operations, right? Do you have to have like in all the branch or locations you have, because Indonesia also have so many islands, right? Yeah.
First, we have a number of good providers, like Antam is the big one. And the second one, of course, some big branches we have the mining company. We have vaulting storage, for the gold. And the third one is, I think we need to understand that in Indonesia, when the country allow the introduction of gold bullion bank, so the approach toward the trading of gold is on an allocated basis. It's not allocated. So if it is allocated, then perhaps we need a lot of number of storage and other. But if it is allocated, so the bank can easily reuse the good deposit from the same customer, the same depositor, for multiple financing. That will create the liquidity of the gold. So even, for example, 1 gram of gold can be used for a number of financing. This way, basically, what happened in money creation, although it should be backed by 100% collateral, but I think by using an allocated gold account, that make the transaction, the trading activities in the country more efficient.
Okay, excellent. All right, I just realized that we are almost running out of time. So let me ask both of you. This is actually a question from Slido. by Anonymous. And maybe, after the answering the question, you can also summarize and, we can end this panel session. Okay, Anonymous asks, scholars are still debating about crypto, which has been around for more than 10 years. These are actually one of the key challenges that you highlighted earlier. Are we at the risk of being left behind with regard to artificial intelligence or new innovation as well? Because I mean, scholars couldn't agree, and we were very, it would take us a lot of time to adopt something, right? So maybe this actually a question for both, and after that maybe you can also give your closing statement.
I'll let you go first.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the current question.
Sebab kalau Madam Shabnam yang cakap, nanti saya tak ada point dah, habis semua dah di-cover. So let the junior speak first and then the senior will rectify because it is not smart contract. It is
yang lebih arif
rectifiable. Yeah, I agree with you. Orang sudah sampai ke planet Mars, kita masih cerita halal haram gitu kan ya. Tapi that is the point. But I agree with you that the what we call the debate around this issue may delay the development. That's why I think this is the challenge for the Sharia scholars, the Sharia fraternity. First, to have more proactive and progressive ijtihad. Dan dia kena buat ijtihad ni tak boleh sendiri, dia kena faham, itulah kena panggil orang yang faham untuk diajar, jangan malu-malu. We cannot work in shallow. So kena bincang dengan Puan Shabnam, kena ajar apa nih maksudnya. Because in Sharia we have one very basic principle, al-hukmu ala syai' far'un an tasawwuri. Your judgment on a specific issue is determined based on your understanding. So if your understanding is incorrect, for sure your judgment will be inappropriate. That's why kenapa scholar ni masih belum sampai kepada keputusan ini hal haram sebab belum tahu ini binatang apa ini sampai di situ. Jadi masih belum boleh mengidentify what is the nature of this financial instrument. So siapa yang boleh memahamkan the fintech technology? So I think to be able for the scholar to have a more progressive ijtihad, proactive ijtihad, we need to assistance from other stakeholders, especially fintech expert, fintech expert, and then the support from regulators. So we need to work together. Scholar can, but the input can only be done. Kalau tak dia senjata tak betul, senjata tak dipakai silap. Jadi kadang we have a number of tools, but whether the use tool is appropriate. So this is the challenge. We have so many Sharia tool in Islamic jurisprudence, but using a tool appropriately, correctly is the most challenging part. And then the rest of it, Madam Shabnam can compliment.
I'm going to charge you wakalah fee, boleh ya? A good question, but here's my take on it. Kita tak semestinya, we don't always have to be competing. Whatever conventional is doing, we got to do. Earlier session just now, ada statement, I think Second Kari was saying, 2008, 2009, Islamic finance industry was spared. Wah, bangga kan? You know why? Because we were late to go into CDO squared. Yeah, being late doesn't mean always it's a bad thing. And if our mentality is always about whatever conventional have, we got to have it. But they're going to be driving Lamborghini, man. We're going to be driving our X50. We're not going to match with them. Kenapa Sharia scholar? Because they actually take their time because, again, they want to evaluate whether this is... Mind me, 2008, 2009 tu dah ada dah dekat Middle East. There was actually talking about, why are you not letting us to go into the CDA squad? Look at how much money they're making. If your only concern is about making money, we will sometimes go down the wrong path. So that's why I think session 1 pun team dia tadi, we are going beyond just I'm not saying making money is not important. It is absolutely important, but we got to go beyond that. Yeah, speed sometimes may kill. Yeah, if you don't have the guardrail. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. But having said that, what Dr. Mahbubi highlighted just now, yeah, this is the challenge because our firm, we do this. We have, alhamdulillah, although I'm not from Sharia background, the key is how do you explain it to the Sharia people using their lingo. Yeah, you can't talk about your gibberish. I'm sorry. You talk about your gibberish, you expect the other party who's not trained in that sector to understand. You got to break it down, make it simple in their language. And they want to see documents because Sharia scholars, they got to look at whatever you have your DeFi, you have your other placement. Give me the documents, let me evaluate. Just last night, I got a question asking about impact investing. Outcome pay for success bonds. Are those halal because it's actually payment is actually based on whether you achieve the target or not? I said, at a high level, I can't answer because if it's still based interest, but conditional interest payment, loan, but conditional interest payment based on the outcome, still not Sharia compliant. Right? So you got to talk their lingo. That's the challenge. From regulatory side, kenapa agaknya agak slow sikit movement? Anybody remember what happened to FTX? Remember? Tak remember? Sam Friedman? Ring a bell? Doesn't ring a bell? Third largest crypto exchange. Go and watch the documentary. Oh my God, terrible governance. Yes, technology is super duper, but if your governance sucks, you're going to come down one day. Those who got in earlier, yeah, they were making money early. If they got out early, fine, they got money. But if you wait until the end, you're going to be hit, man. So again, not only technology. Kenapa? Kenapa is a problem? Because can you imagine they had Almeida Research, which is diletak perkataan research. It's actually a hedge fund. Letak perkataan research supaya tak dapat banyak scrutiny. Yeah, you can read it. These are all public information. What they were supposed to be the market maker for FTX, but the money of customers' money in FTX fund supposed to be custody. Yeah, you're not using it. Was actually lent to Almeida Research. How did this happen? Governance breakdown. 2019 established. Boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, bam. Kalau dengar, wow. Talk about the cars, talk about the asset that they have, talk about the lavish lifestyle. 3 years down the road, file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Yeah, so there are certain things, why certain things in the financial sector, especially in the newer, especially if you involve retail, the regulators are very careful because, again, you want to talk to regulators, you got to use their lingo. We had a client before, bukanlah client, macam potential kan, dia baru nak dip the toe into Islamic fintech market. Came from California. Oh, you know, it's very easy. It's just simple idea. Ask about liquidity, tak tahu nak jawab. Ask about regulatory, tak tahu nak jawab. You think the bank negara is going to entertain that? Absolutely not. So it's actually about using lingo. You want to talk to another party? Use the lingo that they understand. Having said that, my view on differences of Sharia opinion, semestinya bad. What you need to have is technology tools to allow you to look at this. I'll give you an example dalam stock market. We have different stock screening kan. If you notice, I'm not sure if some of the institutional users some of you would have access to this, Agil ratings. They've done a fantastic job. They came up in 2008, 2009. Founder is an Egyptian American from tech background. Dia kata kalau you pergi conventional investing, you have all this screening criteria, whatever you have, is actually that and you can compare. You have the heat map to look at your performance. 2008, 2009, kita tak ada those tools. With either rating, kita boleh nampak, kenapa for example, dekat Saudi, kenapa if I'm investing in Islamic, I'm not investing in the largest and best performing stock in Saudi. Why? Then you scrutinize the screening criteria. Heard of Al-Raji kan? Al-Raji, I would say, is among the conservative Sharia view. Tapi 2010, they actually came up with a max formula. Kita selalu dengar the denominator untuk screening tu. Biasa kita dengar Malaysia, kita biasa guna total asset. Outside Malaysia, use the market cap. What Al-Raji did, again, the key is your business people. You got to be able to explain that to your Sharia scholar in a very practical way that they understand. So what does max formula do? Max formula, dia punya denominator tu is actually the max, whatever the max number compared to total asset and market cap. What's the impact? You get the largest investable universe compared to either one method. Dah 2010 dah berlaku. But siapa yang ada access to this? Institutional investors, because it's not cheap. This technology is not cheap. Sama Sukuk. If you remember 2008, Shah Osmani, 85% of the Sukuk market is not compliant. So if you're an investor that really wants to look into that, they actually screen that. Has been done professionally. But retail investors yang tak ada access to this. Yeah, retail investor, very, very simplistic screening. Institutional investors, you have the ability to pay, you get that sophisticated screening. So in short, the chat I love what Dato Fadil said. The future of Islamic finance is not about doing more deals. It's actually about how can we deliver impact. Simple example, like kadang-kadang kita lupa when we talk about high finance, we're in the investing world, we forget about the human touch factor. I think it's heartbreaking to look at what's happening in Gaza. They don't even have food. Setiap kali makan, macam, what are they eating? We are feasting. What are they eating? In Islam, the teaching is actually about understanding our neighbors. Maybe, right now, our situation, we are very individualistic in our living. Tak kisahlah kita duduk community pun, kita very individualistic. Are we asking about our neighbors? Our neighbors kadang-kadang, walaupun maybe nampak dia macam hidup kaya lah, tapi ada tak kesusahan? Yeah, we go back and we think about this. Technology is good, but you cannot decouple it from humanity and spirituality.
Yep, excellent. Thank you very much. But okay, I think we're running out of time, but just I think final question, since you touch on human automation and all that, to you, and there are some people here probably from the compliance department, or you probably want to know, because we're talking about automation, they have robo Sharia advisors already, right? So do you see in the future that we can actually replace the Sharia scholars and just use, robo, for our, advisory purposes?
I wish it does not happen. Otherwise, I will be jobless. Do you want short answer or long answer? Short
answer. Yeah.
Let me just cite one statement of a Sharia scholar saying that AI can read data, but only human can read heart and society. Thank you. This is the short answer. It cannot replace Sharia scholar, but it can complement and assist the work of Sharia scholar.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Everyone, stay tuned for the session.
Thank you, Encik Rushdan, for moderating this session. Now, I would like to invite our speakers to come forward for a quick group photo to mark this memorable session. Thank you. You may now be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin our third session of today's agenda, multi-assets and impact investing, exploring Shariah-compliant investments. In this session, we will explore the multi-asset strategies such as gold, Sukuk, and Islamic ETFs, among others, alongside impact investing instruments such as Wakaf, Zakat, and Infaq. The session explores how these strategies can support the construction of ethical and resilient portfolios, offering opportunities for both institutional and retail investors to align financial objectives with Islamic values. Distinguished guests, before I begin, let us welcome Puan Nur Suryani Mohamed and our esteemed speakers, Encik Sani Hamid and Dato Muhammad Asri Ahmad, to the stage for this next session. Please welcome. This session will be moderated by Puan Nur Suryani Mohamed, Senior Vice President of Islamic Market, Product and Market Development, Origination and Listing, Bursa Malaysia. A brief introduction. Nur Suryani Mohamed is the Senior Vice President of Islamic Market at Bursa Malaysia, where she leads Shariah-Compliant Product and Market Development. She was instrumental in launching Bursa Malaysia I, the world's first fully Shariah-compliant trading platform, and has pioneered initiatives like Wakaf featured products. She will be joined by our distinguished panelists, Encik Sani Hamid, Director of Economy and Market Strategy at Financial Alliance Private Limited Singapore, where Sani also leads the firm Islamic Wealth Advisory Division. With nearly 30 years of experience, he has held senior roles at S&P MMS, BNP Paribas, and S&P Ratings. And finally, Dato Muhammad Asri Ahmad, founder of Asri Ahmad Academy and a leading advocate for Shariah-Compliant investing. Dear audience, once again, if you have any questions regarding this session, you may scan the QR code that we will be flashing from time to time. With now, you can proceed with the session.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning. Thank you for joining us for this panel session titled Multi-Assets and Impact Investing, Exploring Sharia-Compliant Investments. I'm honored to be the moderator for this session, joined by an outstanding panel of experts, Sani Hamid from Financial Alliance Singapore, and also Dato Haji Muhammad Asri Haji Ahmad, the founder of Asri Ahmad Academy, who will be sharing their valuable insights, highly relevant to today's evolving investment landscape. Before we dive in, please allow me to briefly walk you through the topic outline to guide our discussion today. So this session will offer practical insights into building diversified, ethical, and Sharia-compliant portfolios through multi-asset strategies and impact investing instruments. We will also explore how these strategies and innovative instruments and tools align with Sharia principles can help our investors, both institutional and also retail, achieve resilient and sustainable long-term financial goals. So we'll be discussing 4 subtopics, which include resilient portfolios with multi-asset strategies, impact investment tools, institutional integration of ESG and Sharia principles, as well as retail demand for purpose-driven investments. So as we welcome audience participation, feel free to submit your questions through Slido. But we will discuss those questions during the designated 10-minute Q&A session slot, which actually will be at the end of this session. So with that, let's get started and stay with me for the next 1 hour. So I'd like now to begin by directing the very first question to our esteemed panelists. Multi-asset strategies are becoming increasingly important as investors seek diversification, risk mitigation, and long-term stability. So this approach combines various asset classes in the likes of gold, Sukuk, ETFs, and real estate, whereby these assets are being used together in creating balanced portfolios to manage volatility and also to enhance returns. There's also a recent survey by the Journal of Financial Planning, and the Financial Planning Association found that financial planners are shifting their investment strategies towards growing diversified alternative investment asset class. So Sani, are these, what's driving the shift, and are these shifts in strategy more prominent among institutional planners or retail-focused investors, advisors?
Okay, thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum everybody. I think when they introduced me just now in my bio itself, it wasn't mentioned that I'm actually Malaysian, from Kuantan. Studied actually in MRSM Kuantan. Jadi siapa-siapa daripada Pahang, Kuantan, MRSM boleh duduk depan ni. Okay, first row. Okay, tapi insyaAllah. So just a little bit about the firm I work with, Financial Alliance. We are the largest independently owned financial advisory firm in Singapore. 400 over advisors going around doing financial planning, mass affluent clients, high net worth clients. Our total asset under advice is about currently in excess of 1 billion Sing dollars. I'm the investment director there, doing both conventional, and I'm also the head of the Islamic side. So basically, 5 years ago, I spearheaded an effort from our side. And if you know financial advisory firms, they're not like banks where the private banking sector or the private banking side would have gone into what we call alternative investments a long time ago. Financial advisory firms are very traditional. They're stocks and bonds and so on and so forth. But 5 years ago, we started to move into this area. And today, alhamdulillah, we are the so-called pioneer, and we are spearheading it in that sector. We have private credit, we have private equity, we have digital assets, we have hedge funds for our clients in that area. So the big question is why? So you look at any slide that's got to do with alternative investments, they always show you this X and Y axis. The Y axis is returns, the X axis is risk. And typically speaking, we all want to move to that top left-hand corner, which is the high returns, low risk. And they will show you that once you add in alternative investments into your portfolio tends to shift over to that top left-hand corner. And so that is really the impetus for people like us to start introducing. And this is an area which kalau dulunya is only for the institutions, high net worth kat banks, now gradually it's moving down. Yeah? In fact, if I may add, in Singapore, the MAS, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, baru-baru ni dia keluar working paper which suggests that in the near future, they are going to allow retail investors to gain access to alternative investments, which were only previously open to high net worth individuals. So everybody knows this is an area where if you want to go for the additional alpha in the future, so on and so forth, it's an area which is very, very important for investors.
Dato, apakah faktor utama yang menjadikan aset alternatif lebih menarik dan apakah jenis aset alternatif yang paling mendapat perhatian pada masa ini?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, selamat pagi. Terima kasih kepada CGS Bursa kerana sekali lagi mengundang saya untuk sesi pada tahun ini. Dan kita terus pada soalan tadi, apakah produk alternatif? Sebenarnya bila sebut tentang produk alternatif ni di kalangan retail investor, perjalanan masih jauh lah kalau nak sebut tentang produk alternatif, kerana kita sebut tentang produk yang asas yang ada yang dikongsikan sahabat saya tadi pun, produk yang asas tu pun di kalangan masyarakat ataupun retail investor ni dia tak faham pun. Dia tak faham pun produk yang ada tu. Sebab bagi dia sama je, semua sama. Kan, baik pelaburan emas, pelaburan saham, mungkin dari segi forex, seperti tadi kita bercerita pasal cryptocurrency. Binatang apa tu orang tak faham. Jadi kalau binatang apa pun tak faham, dia nak invest tu jadi satu perkara yang jauh lagi perjalanan yang perlu kita lihat. Tetapi pada hari ini sebenarnya bila disebut tentang produk alternatif yang ada dan masyarakat kita mula terdedah, kerana saya percaya tentang penekanan tentang kepatuhan syariah tu. Bila ada penekanan tentang patuh syariah itu, maka kita dapat menarik lebih ramai di kalangan masyarakat untuk mula terlibat dalam produk-produk yang ada. Terutama kalau hari ini kita sebut tentang emas. Emas ni satu produk pelaburan alternatif yang sangat sensitif dengan orang beragama Islam. Dia sangat sensitif. Kerana ia jelas dalam Al-Quran dan juga hadis. Yang mana bila beli emas, mesti ada emasnya. Jadi maka Malaysia, di Bursa Malaysia, kita wujudkan Bursa Gold Dinar. Yang mana beli emas, ada emas. Sedangkan masyarakat kita, bila sebut emas ni, beli emas tu, beli emas lah. Dan minta maaf di kalangan wanita terutama. Saya suka nak sebut tentang alternatif. Sama lah kalau wanita ni sebut emas ni memang tak dipisahkan. Kalau boleh daripada ujung jari sampai ke lengan. Betul ke betul? Okey. Tak nak payung abang, tak nak payung je kan. Jadi kalau kita balik tentang pelaburan emas tu sendiri yang paling asas. Kalau kita sebut tentang beli emas dapat emas, apa yang berlaku di kalangan masyarakat bila sebut tentang emas tu sendiri tu. Saya ambil ini pelaburan yang paling mudah difahami. Beli emas dapat emas, tapi di kalangan masyarakat wanita terutamanya, di kalangan Islam. Beli emas, contoh dia pergi ke kedai emas. Walaupun itu bukanlah katanya pelaburan alternatif yang sebenar, tapi nak bagi contoh apa yang dipraktikkan oleh masyarakat. Dia sebut emas, dia pergi dia pergi kedai emas, terutama bila harga emas sedang naik sekarang, dia nak emas. Dia berkenan dengan satu gelang. Dan dia nampak kat tangan dia mungkin ada gelang lama yang nak ditukarkan dengan yang baru. Jadi apa yang akan berlaku? Dia akan minta, abang, tolong nampak tu cantik lah. Boleh tak nak tukar? Dan apa transaksi yang berlaku? Okey? Kita akan tanya berapa gelang yang kita pakai dan berapa gelang yang baru nak dibeli. Oh, gelang baru nak dibeli harganya 2,000, gelang yang dipakai harganya 1,000. Kebiasaan praktik yang dibuat adalah, okey, minta abang 1,000, bayar 1,000 dan serahkan gelang. Sedangkan dari sudut hukumnya, benda salah. Dia tidak menepati kepatuhan syariah. Jadi yang asas jual beli gelang pun dah salah. Nak cerita produk alternatif yang ada. Kan? Tapi alhamdulillah hari ini bila kita lihat di Malaysia terutamanya, banyak produk yang telah ditawarkan. Di sudut emas tu sendiri kita ada gold dinar, kita juga ada ETF, gold ETF. Ini sebut tentang alternatif emas lah yang paling mudah untuk kita faham. Cuma sekali lagi, sebab kita tak faham ETF tu apa pula. Tadi tu beli emas, dapat emas. ETF ni mendatang apa pula ni? Dia datang lagi masalah tentang produk tu sendiri. Sedangkan produk ETF ni satu produk hybrid, saham dan juga unit amanah, tetapi ini dagangkan dalam pasaran saham. Seperti mana seperti saham-saham yang ada. Jadi di sini juga satu lagi cabaran yang dihadapi oleh masyarakat untuk memahami tentang produk yang ada. Sebab itu kita lihat bagaimana apabila bursa melancarkan banyak produk-produk berkaitan rapat dengan produk alternatif yang ada sebenarnya. Yang terbaru, of course, kita bercerita nanti tentang wakaf ETF. Satu cabaran yang kita lihat adalah untuk memahamkan masyarakat untuk terlibat. Tapi usaha ini perlu dilaksanakan agar bukan sekadar kita bercerita tentang pulangan, tapi kita nak bercerita tentang hasil daripada pulangan tersebut, apakah tujuan kita melabur tu tadi balik. Sebab betul kalau saya tanya tadi, orang tanya, kalau tujuan melabur ni sekadar nak melabur ni, semua akan cerita tentang duit. Nak cerita tentang wakafnya, zakatnya, keuntungan yang nak diagihkan bersama tu, sejujurnya jauh lagi perjalanan tu. Okay? Dan sejujurnya saya tanya dalam dewan ni, berapa ramai yang kalau diberi peluang untuk melabur dalam produk-produk yang ada, berapa ramai yang nak melabur memang cerita untung je. Jujur saya tanya, berapa ramai memang cerita saya nak untung je. Semua betul tak? Dan kita tadi penat fund manager berfikir tentang risk and reward. Sebab itu kita ada produk-produk alternatif ni sebenarnya untuk mengimbangi portfolio yang ada. Tapi bercerita semua untung. Tak nak dengar risiko, payahlah. Kan? Sebab itu wujudnya alternatif produk ini sebenarnya untuk mengimbangi faktor risiko. Sebenarnya seperti mana yang sahabat saya dah kongsikan tadi. Dan produk alternatif yang ada juga sebenarnya boleh membantu pelabur-pelabur runcit untuk mengimbangi portfolio yang ada untuk pulangan jangka masa panjang. But when kita tak nak cerita tentang hari ini melabur semalam untung. Sebab itu wujudnya produk-produk alternatif, kerana kalau kita bergantung hanya satu produk, contoh saham sahaja, mungkin kesan daripada isu tarif yang melanda dunia hari ini, dia memberi kesan impak yang negatif terhadap equity market. Tapi mungkin kita boleh beralih pula kepada pasaran bond. Kita boleh beralih kepada pasaran ETF. Jadi pelbagai produk ini sebenarnya wujud untuk kita mengambil peluang yang ada. Cuma kita kena fahami baliklah pada asasnya. Kena kenali produk yang ditawarkan dan fahami risiko terhadap produk yang ditawarkan.
Thank you, Dato. Sandy, from your point of view, how do alternative asset classes enhance portfolio diversification as compared to traditional asset classes in terms of performance, risk and rewards associated with increasing exposure to investments in alternative asset classes? And do you think that allocation of assets among different asset classes strategy produces better desired results as compared to a strategy that is more broadly diversified geographically?
Okay, so two questions. I'll answer the first one first. And I'll give you one good example. I'm an asset allocator, so my responsibility is to put together a portfolio for clients. So traditionally, you would put stocks and bonds, and if you've done finance before, you do that because both are supposed to be negatively correlated. Kan? Satu, you try to offset the volatility and get a decent out of that. But usually we're seeing these asset classes become very synchronized. Just look back at 2022, masa saham jatuh, bond market pun jatuh. You couldn't run away, you couldn't hide anywhere. So 2022 was a big wake-up call. And I think increasingly we're going to see this harmonization or correlation tighten between these two traditionally non-correlated or traditionally negatively correlated becoming actually highly correlated. So where do you hide? So that's the big thing, and that's where gold comes in and so on. So the alternative space gives that ability to really plug in something into your portfolio which is non-correlated. Because when you talk about private equity, private credit, and hedge funds and such, they are non-correlated. Let me give you one good example today. One of the biggest sector that's hot selling today in alternative investments is private credit. What's private credit? Private credit is basically, again, I'm going to give you an example of an example. The banks have started to move away from certain parts of the lending sector. I personally know my wife used to work with a bank, ABN AMRO in Singapore, doing trade finance. So they were financing importer, exporter, those kind of letter of credit, and so on and so forth. So ABN AMRO moved out from Singapore, closed down its trade finance, in fact, the whole branch, and now focuses in Europe. So all of a sudden, if you're an exporter, importer, so-called having done financing through this bank, you no longer have financing. Then what happens? Funds are now being set up to come in and say, we have investors who have put in a couple of 100 million, we can finance your trade financing needs. So we take over that particular thing. Yeah? So now back to the original question, how does it diversify? Trade finance and many other financing, private credit, they are tied to your floating rate. So contohnya, I charge you now currently as a SME using this or importer using this, LIBOR plus whatever, SIBOR plus whatever, base rate plus whatever. So as the base rate increases, my charge to you increases. Today, when interest rates go up, bonds go, interest rate naik, bond goes down, correct? Private credit, when interest rates go up, because you are linked to the base rate, your returns go up. So you see, by plugging it in, I have effectively neutralized or at least come up with a portion of my portfolio which actually makes money when interest rates go up, because it is a financing vehicle, very much like what I just told you. So that is a good example how alternative investments can actually help defensively or make your portfolio more resilient with respect to adding that in. What was the second question? Sorry, getting old.
Is that, do you think that allocation of assets among different asset classes strategy produces better desired results as compared to strategy that broadly diversified geographically?
Yeah, so traditionally, we used to do geographical allocation, US 60%, Europe 30%, and emerging markets 20%, somewhere along that line. Okay, increasingly, and I think the market is moving to more strategic asset allocation. So we understand now that, again, we used to think that by broadly diversifying, you would get that diversification benefits. But we all know now everything falls, US falls, everything falls. So where's your diversification? So you can't get it from there. And I think the tech rallies at this point has also taught us that when you want to go for gains, you go sectorial. If you just look at I think this has been mentioned before, S&P 500, you tolak the 493 stocks, correct? And you take that 7 stocks, generates like the massive amount of your return, and that's sectorial. You know, so basically, more and more fund managers, asset allocators, they understand now that if you want to get that additional alpha and such, sector is how you go and not geographical.
Do you think that this shift is sustainable in long term?
Yes, I do. So currently today, say for example, I'm very, very worried about AI, for example. You know, I think there's going to be huge job displacement due to AI. I think industries are going to be up. There's going to be an upheaval in certain industries, and so on and so forth. So if I invest geographically, I'm getting exposure to industries which I feel you're not going to be there anymore. I mean, just say for example, and I'm just taking this very general example, call centers. Okay, call centers, you know, India and Philippines and so on, they're gone. Because literally today, you can call up and you can use an AI and you can actually communicate with that AI in a manner whereby you can't even tell that it's an AI. You know, so they are replacing, for example, these front lines. So anybody investing in companies who used to be under the IT pillar, who used to do call centers or whatever the case is, and so on, gone. That segment is gone. I think many other silos or pillars or in the tech sectors, in many sectors, will be gone. So if I merely choose an ETF which invests in an index across many sectors, I may be dragged down once this thing happens. But so I want to be more specific. I only want tech, and within tech, I only want AI, and within AI, I want those that deal with large language models, for example. Then I know yeah. So instead of, this is again counter, we are learning so many things now that are really counter to what we used to believe. We used to believe that diversification is the way to go, but now specialization is actually the way to go. And this now cuts across many aspects.
About awareness, Dato', dari sudut kesedaran mengenai produk pelaburan alternatif dan juga kepelbagaian kelas aset, apakah bentuk pendidikan pelabur yang diperlukan untuk menyokong peralihan ini? Since Dato' banyak berinteraksi bersama pelabur runcit.
Dari segi pendedahan yang perlu ada bagi saya berbalik kepada asas literasi keuangan dan pelaburan itu perlu dibuat. Dan kita kena pecahkanlah spesifik kepada beberapa prinsip asas. Kalau cerita tentang produk syariah, first kali kita kena menekankan tentang prinsip asas kewangan Islam itu dulu. Tentang halal haramnya, tentang hukum hakamnya. Itu yang pertama, yang paling asas. Barulah datang kepada asas kedua berkait rapat dengan pengenalan kepada pelbagai kelas aset produk patuh syariah yang ada. Kalau kita ambil sebagai contoh, di Bursa Malaysia sendiri sebagai contoh, kita ada saham, kita ada warrant, kita ada struktur warrant, kita ada ETBS, Exchange Traded Bond and Sukuk, kita ada Exchange Traded Fund, kita ada Real Estate Investment Trust, dan kita ada derivatif. Jadi produk-produk klasifikasi ini pula dia balik kepada asas yang tadi ya. Yang pertama tu, kita kenal pasti hukum hakamnya dan kenal pasti produknya. Ini pengenalan tentang produk, literasi tentang produk keuangan. Sebab hari ini mungkin kita banyak menekankan tentang literasi keuangan melalui produk yang ada. Tapi tidak balik pada asas itu sendiri, iaitu tentang asasnya kalau sudut pelaburan ni kita tak boleh kita kena lari daripada riba, gharar dan maisir. Jadi riba, gharar, maisir ni apa pula? Jadi tiga asas ni perlu ditekankan baru datang kepada kehadiran produk yang ditawarkan. Jadi itu literasi yang perlu ada. Dan yang ketiga, dah cerita tentang produk, dah faham tentang produk, kena balik kepada asas pengurusan risiko. Supaya pelaburan yang dibuat tu tidaklah kita alami kerugian. Sebab kita sedia maklum, para pelabur runcit terutamanya, bila terlibat ni dia tak nak dengar perkataan risiko, dia tak nak dengar perkataan risk. Jadi bila faham tentang, sedangkan dari sudut muamalat ataupun pelaburan Islam itu sendiri, kita panggil al-ghurmu bil-ghurmi, bermaksud apa jua pulangan yang kita peroleh mesti ada liability-nya, mesti ada risikonya. Jadi dia perlu seimbang. Jadi penekanan terhadap pengurusan risiko itu memain peranan agar apabila mereka melabur dalam produk-produk yang ada, dia faham tentang konsep untung dan rugi. Itu yang ketiga. Dan yang keempat, hari ini dengan adanya platform teknologi yang ada, sebenarnya memudahkan untuk semua orang turut serta. Cuma hari ini dengan ada kemudahan yang ada ni pula, cabaran yang saya lihat lah. Apabila kita lack of knowledge tentang halal haram tadi, tak faham tentang produk, walaupun hari ini dengan adanya teknologi di mana hampir semua bank pelaburan menyediakan platform digital yang sangat mudah untuk menembusi pasaran, bukan sekadar pasaran di Malaysia, tetapi hampir di seluruh dunia. Tapi malangnya, masyarakat kita masih mencari jalan mudah menyebabkan mereka tertipu dengan modus operandi yang menggunakan AI, yang menggunakan platform-platform yang tak sah ni. Dia menyebabkan capital market ataupun pasaran modal yang ada di negara kita kehilangan bukan jumlah yang kecil. Berpuluh bilion ringgit keluar kepada skim-skim penipuan yang ada. Disebabkan oleh apa? Disebabkan oleh isu literasi yang asas tadi. Jadi kemudahan yang ada, platform yang ada, dan Malaysia kita pun sendiri menuju ke arah digitalisasi. Jadi kalau ini tak dipelajari, tak difahami oleh masyarakat, maka sia-sia segala apa yang telah dirancang, terutama oleh kerajaan. Dan pasti yang terakhir sekali berkait rapat dengan sokongan institusi. Yang mana saya percaya, balik kepada nak cerita bab pelaburan ni, terutama nak tarik pelabur-pelabur beragama Islam terutamanya. Kerana bukan produk Islam ni hanya untuk Islam, dia untuk semua. Tapi kalau orang Islam sendiri tak faham, sebab itu saya katakan tadi banyak yang menyebabkan mereka terjebak dengan skim-skim yang salah. Sedangkan bagi saya, yang mana populasi atau kita kata tempat yang paling ramai orang berkumpul adalah di masjid, universiti. Kenapa tak pendedahan itu diterapkan di situ? Terus terang kalau saya sendiri bercakap, kalau pergi ada peluang bercakap di beberapa buah masjid sebelum ini, perkara yang sama berlaku. Yang ni betul ke? Yang ni boleh ke? Yang ni memang haram . Dia tak tahu nak beza benda betul benda salah disebabkan oleh isu literasi tadi. Jadi perkara-perkara yang saya sampaikan ini mungkin boleh menjadikan satu panduan untuk mendidik masyarakat terhadap literasi keuangan dan pelaburan yang ada dalam negara kita.
Can I add on to this? Yeah, so we're talking about approaching or Shariah-compliant products for Muslim and non-Muslim. So where I come from, we try to do this. If you're a Muslim, we'll tell you straight in the face that riba is a major sin. So you need to understand that, because I think it's our responsibility to be upfront and straightforward. I mean, no sugar coating, no nothing. If you're non-Muslim, then we approach it differently. You say, look, what do you want to invest in? Do you want to invest in this current world where there's so much volatility? Do you want something which is asset-backed? Do you want something which minimizes and actually eradicates leverage? You want something which doesn't deal in derivatives? Do you want something which makes, invest in real world assets and not some fluff thing and so on and so forth? If you're for that, then this is the product for you. So I've not even touched on the fact that it's Sharia compliant. I've just touched on the principles of Sharia. And as a non-Muslim investor, as an investor itself, if these values, if these things appeal to you, then this is the product for you. So different ways of approaching it for Muslim and non-Muslims.
Looking at impact investment tools, Dato just mentioned just now about tools here. So traditional Islamic social finance instruments are being restructured into strategic tools for impact investing, enabling measurable social outcomes alongside financial sustainability. So for example, like digital zakat platforms, they are improving transparency, traceability, and also efficiency in fund distribution. And also sadaqah, so it's being integrated into structured giving programs that support microfinance, entrepreneurship, and also the community development, as well as wakaf assets. They are being professionally managed and linked to income-generating projects such as education, healthcare, and also affordable housing. So, and at Bursa Malaysia also, actually, we welcome the listing of the world first wakaf ETF last year in December. So, and this wakaf ETF is a pioneering and innovative investment product with social impact in the spirit of creating long-term sustainable benefits, fostering social equity, and also addressing societal needs. So all these instruments are basically actually aligned with Sustainable Development Goals or SDG. So Dato', pada pendapat Dato', bagaimanakah inovasi seperti like saya mentioned just now, wakaf ETF dan juga dana wakaf yang berada di luar sana, dan juga pelbagai instrumen blended finance yang mungkin lebih banyak lagi akan diperkenalkan, boleh diintegrasikan ke dalam portfolio pelaburan bagi memperolehi pulangan kewangan dan juga memberi impak kepada sosioekonomi.
Memang saya tariklah kalau kita, sebab ini pun produk baru yang dilancarkan oleh Bursa, lebih daripada sekadar derma amalan wakaf berkekalan sepanjang zaman. Dana dengan Bursa ETF bercirikan wakaf, amanah pelaburan hartanah bercirikan wakaf. Okey, bila sebut tentang wakaf, ini pun satu perkara yang perlu ditekankanlah, kerana wakaf, sedekah, zakat, tiga ni perkara yang berbeza. Dan hari ini dengan adanya teknologi, dengan adanya pakar-pakar muamalat, kita boleh bukan sekadar wakaf tu kita hanya memberi, tetapi ia boleh digabungkan dalam instrumen pelaburan. Yang mana hari ini Bursa sendiri melancarkan produk wakaf ETF tadi sebagai contoh. Wakaf ni untuk apa? Wakaf ini kalau secara tradisionalnya, kita menyumbang sesuatu untuk jangka masa panjang lah, dan yang mana wakaf ni hasilnya di akhirat nanti. Tetapi wujudnya produk inovasi dalam dunia pelaburan hari ini, wakaf ETF sebagai contoh. Yang pertama di dunia yang dilancarkan oleh Bursa Malaysia, bukan sekadar kita mengeluarkan dana kita untuk saham akhirat, tetapi wakaf tersebut dapat digunakan di dunia dan di akhirat. Sebab bila sebut wakaf ni, orang sebut, oh ni sampai matilah, kita letak ni bekalan sampai mati sebagai orang Islam. Kita percaya wakaf adalah satu pelaburan untuk bekalan kita selepas kita dah tak ada. Tetapi dibuat sekarang supaya dia berkekalan. Tapi hari ini dengan adanya inovasi tentang wakaf ETF sebagai contoh, kita bukan sekadar boleh melabur saham akhirat, tapi sebenarnya di dunia. Kerana apa yang kita keluarkan, dia tak habis. So, praktik yang dibuat oleh di kalangan kita sebelum ni secara konvensionalnya, wakaf, labur, maknanya kita labur akhirat tu habislah. kita tak dapat balik modal yang kita keluarkan. Sedangkan wakaf hari ini yang diinovasikan oleh Bursa, alright, wakaf maknanya modal yang kita keluarkan tu masih hak kita. Masih milik kita. Dan contoh kita ambil pelaburan wakaf ITS selama 5 tahun sebagai contoh lah. Kita wakaf, kita laburkan dan ianya diuruskan oleh pengurus dana dan pengurus dana memperoleh keuntungan atas pelaburan yang dibuat. Daripada hasil tersebut, 50% diwakafkan untuk memberi impact kepada sosial. 50% lagi dipulangkan semula kepada pewakaf. Itu satu perkara lah. Itu mungkin orang kata perkara biasa lah kalau dapat pulangan. But lebih menarik adalah modal yang dikeluarkan tadi. Modal yang dikeluarkan tadi, kita boleh ambil semula sekiranya kita perlukan duit di masa hadapan. Bermaksud apa yang kita keluarkan, dia tak habislah. Tapi digunakan untuk memberi manfaat bukan kepada diri kita, tetapi kepada usaha yang dilaksanakan sebagai projek wakaf. Itu yang pertama. Okey. Dan yang kedua, mungkin kita bercerita tentang instrumen tentang produk lain, iaitu tentang sukuk. Sukuk ni pun sebenarnya satu pelaburan yang mana sukuk adalah mungkin dalam dunia hari ini, sukuk lebih kepada konsepnya masih sama macam bond lah. Kalau kita sebut sukuk ni dia berandaskan syariah. Bond dia adalah konvensional. Tapi sukuk juga hari ini sebenarnya dia boleh digunakan untuk pengumpulan dana dan ia digunakan duit yang dikumpulkan tersebut digunakan untuk kemudahan infrastruktur maupun mungkin hospital, sekolah dan sebagainya. Juga satu alternatif yang boleh dibuat dalam konteks wakaf sukuk sosial yang ada. Kerana sama, sebab bila sebut dengan bond sukuk ni, labur dapat pulangan dalam bentuk dividen. Dapat pulangan dalam bentuk mungkin kalau konvensional dapat pulangan dalam bentuk interest. Tapi sebenarnya beyond that, sukuk sosial ni sebenarnya boleh digunakan sebagai satu alternatif untuk menjana ekonomi, bukan sekadar untuk membantu individu-individu tapi lebih kepada infrastruktur ataupun projek-projek yang lebih berskala besar. Jadi ini dua bagi saya yang lebih mudah difahami lah. Disebut tentang wakaf dan juga tentang sukuk sosial ni, saya suka sentuh dua perkara ni dulu. Walaupun kita ada satu lagi blended finance, saya rasa soalan yang diberikan. Blended finance ni pun kalau nak jawab, saya jujur saya tanya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan lah. Apa binatang blended finance ni? Saya sendiri pun first time dengar perkataan ni sebenarnya. Mungkin Tuan Sani boleh explain sikit kot. Blended finance dari sudut blended finance, macam mana kegunaan blended finance tu untuk kegunaan ataupun untuk bagaimana ia boleh memberi impact sosial kepada masyarakat? Apa tu sebenarnya impact finance?
Kena tanya chat ni. Sorry.
Ya.
Oh, sorry, terkena pula.
Semudah. Sebab saya sendiri nak memahami blended finance ni apa sebenarnya?
My understanding is blended finance is the blend, as the word implies lah, blending of the financial products and so on and so forth. Jadi dia mungkin a sexy way of saying multi assets and stuff like that lah.
Okay, maknanya sama lah. Kalau kita sebut tadi bond sukuk lah. Kalau kasi conventional bond sukuk lah. Tapi sebenarnya sukuk tu boleh digunakan untuk bukan sekadar digunakan untuk, saya katakan tadi, digunakan dalam dunia saham akhirat tadi, tapi digunakan untuk kepentingan masyarakat. Bukan rojak finance. Kalau rojak finance tu dia dah rojak segala benda kan. Ini dia spesifik lah. Bermaksud kita ada produk-produk yang memang ada dalam dunia pelaburan, tapi dia bukan sekadar bercerita tentang keuntungan semata-mata. Tapi produk tersebut boleh memberi impact yang lebih baik kepada masyarakat. Bukan macam itulah kan.
Let me just add also, because talking about wakaf. Can I know how many of you in this room, Muslims, you've done your wakaf, or at least you've invested in a wakaf instrument, or you've set aside money for wakaf? Show of hands. 1, 2, very minimally. Yeah, very minimal. As you can see around, very minimal. And I understand in Malaysia, we have so-called unit trusts, which are wakaf kind of linked, right? You can invest and they wakaf on your behalf and such. where I come from, my consultants or my advisors go up to clients, Muslim clients, and we tell a story. And if you allow me just to share that story, and I think Dato has done a good job already. But how we put it and we try and connect to the individual is this, So, and when I give talks, I also do the same thing. As Muslims, we know 3 things when we die will continue to provide us good deeds, right? Okay. And I say, Nauzubillah, I don't know when I die, and no one knows how our accounts look like, debit, credit. Bila kita meninggal, kita tak tahu. Dosa lebih, pahala lebih, kan? Kita tak tahu. And let's say, Nauzubillah, we die and our dosa more than our pahala, which means that when alam barzakh tunggu dibangunkan, we are in an account which is in deficit. True? So there are only 3 things which will potentially allow you to change that debit to a credit. Betul tak? Sebab dah dikatakan bila you meninggal, benda yang akan datang ataupun pahala yang akan datang masih tetap datang adalah daripada 3 perkara ni. Sorry if I sound like a ustaz. But it's true, right? So that is your only way that you can change your position is through these 3 things. And I keep telling people, number 1 is what? Anak yang soleh. The only problem with anak yang soleh is I have 2 boys. Eldest nama dia Hanafi, youngest nama dia Syafi'i. And I pray every time, doakan ya Allah jadikanlah mereka anak yang soleh. Today at 12 midnight I ask them to go to sleep, tak dengar. I cannot control them, correct? So how are we going to control? We want to, but we cannot control them. Today I teach you knowledge about wakaf, cakap ni. Keluar daripada bilik ni mungkin no action. So knowledge I teach you pun tak guna. The only thing that's in your hand that you can assure that you want to get good deeds while 6 feet underground is amal jariah sendiri, wakaf sendiri, yang the asset one. And so please do it, because that is the only way if you have a deficit to turn it into a surplus or a positive. Otherwise, nothing. You go in that way, you come out that way. Such a waste. Okay, I think you can get all the borang-borang cards too. Everybody will start signing up.
Yeah, that's true, Sani, because we don't know whether, our kids actually saleh atau saleha, kan? I mean, doa mereka. Number 2, amal jariah. So amal jariah is actually one of these, actually wakaf. Dan juga ilmu yang bermanfaat. Sama juga kalau kita buat buku, tak semestinya orang baca buku kita, so whether it is betul-betul bermanfaat. Okay, Majid, just satu soalan lagi mengenai pelabur runcit. So biasanya wakaf ETF mungkin ataupun zakat lebih terkenal pada runcit. Bagaimana pula macam nak menggalakkan lebih ramai lagi atau lebih banyak lagi pelabur institusi terlibat dalam pelaburan berasaskan kebajikan?
Saya rasa pelabur institusi dia mudah faham tentang produk yang ada, dan kemudahan yang disediakan, platform disediakan pun hari ini begitu memudahkan untuk pelabur institusi untuk terlibat sama. Cuma kita perlu lihat di sudut transparansi, ketulisan tentang produk tersebut. Contoh, maksudnya kalau kita tadi wakaf tu, sebagai pelabur institusi yang nak melabur dengan jumlah yang agak besar, pasti nak tahu ketelusan ke manakah duit dana tersebut disalurkan dan apakah hasil yang mereka dapat apabila mereka laburkan. Sebab saya percaya sebagai pelabur institusi, selain daripada mereka melihat dari sudut untung dan rugi, mereka ingin melihat apakah impak hasil pelaburan yang dibuat. Jadi dengan adanya platform yang mudah yang ada hari ini, saya rasa bukan satu isu yang besar untuk pelabur institusi untuk terlibat. Yang kedua, produk yang bagi saya yang dicakap oleh CGS International sendiri, produk itu mudah difahami, produk yang bukanlah produk yang baru, memang purely baru, tapi produk yang mungkin diinovasikan untuk menarik para pelabur institusi untuk terlibat. Dan yang ketiga, dengan adanya kemudian sekali lagi teknologi yang ada, sepatutnya tiada halangan yang besar lah. Cuma mungkin kita perlu lihat dari sudut sokongan kerajaan. Mungkin apabila pelabur institusi melabur, mungkin kita individu melabur, mungkin kita boleh elakkan, mungkin ada insentif cukai yang boleh diberikan, atau mungkin boleh dari sudut zakat juga, mungkin dari sudut zakat tu juga sendiri, hasil daripada laporan yang dibuat, adakah sebab dia dah labur dalam bentuk kepatuhan syariah dan sebagainya dan membantu kepada ummah. Jadi mungkin dari sudut zakat tu juga boleh dilihat bagaimana sumbangan atau pelaburan yang dibuat tersebut mereka mendapat insentif dari sudut zakat juga. Ini antara perkara baru yang boleh kita teliti, tapi saya percaya sebagai pelabur institusi yang mana modalnya besar, mungkin cukai itu menjadi peranan utama lah. Seperti mana kalau kita nak membuat wakaf, buat zakat, terutama sedekah lah. Biasanya kita akan mencari institusi yang ada insentif penolakan cukai. Jadi saya rasa dari sudut pelaburan itu mungkin kita perlu lihat juga sokongan yang dibuat oleh kerajaan untuk memastikan jumlah dana yang besar ini disalurkan dan dapat insentif daripada pihak kerajaan.
Right. Ada anything nak tambah ke Sani?
Sorry, I
Okay,
always
okay.
to
So
tambah.
moving on to another
Yeah,
topic.
sorry, just to say one small little thing. You know, we're talking about institutions, funds trying to put in zakat, put in wakaf and such. But let's not forget it's the demand side. You know, so it's us demanding it that will cause this to move fast. You want them to do it, they will do it on a commercial basis and such. You know, so if there's enough traction from the demand side where the consumer say, if you are a fund with elements of zakat, if that deductible, whatever the case is, if you're a fund which allocates a bit on wakaf, I like it because I'm a Muslim. You know, I want to do it. You know, let's not forget, you want to call yourself a Muslim, you have to adhere to the 5 pillars, right? And zakat is one of them. So you have to pay zakat. And if you do it automatically, seamlessly, while you're investing because that entity does it for you, why not? Daripada kita lupa semua kan, dia buatkan untuk kita. So once you incorporate this and once the demand is there so that's knowledge. And I think Dato is doing a good job in that. It has to come from us. Don't expect, there's no such fund, this and that. Cannot. It has to come from us and then it will be accelerated.
Since you touched about institutional integration, about institutional, so the topic on institutional integration of ESG and Sharia principles. So Islamic finance industry had once emerged as a niche alternative to conventional finance in the 1970s. But today it has matured into a globally recognized segment of the financial system. Like this morning, the CEO of Bursa Malaysia in his keynote address mentioned that the global Islamic finance assets are projected to grow from 5.5 trillion US dollar in 2024 to 7.5 trillion US dollar by 2028. So, and there's a report by Standard Chartered. The projected 36% increase in assets reflects strong fundamentals and global appetite for ethical and also inclusive finance. So based on that, that shows there is actually a growing trend among institutional investors to align their portfolios with both ESG and also Sharia principles. And that creates a dual compliance framework that supports ethical investing. So Sani, in your opinion, what drives the growing interest among institutional investors to adopt both ESG and Shariah-compliant frameworks in their portfolios?
So institutional ESG and Sharia. So if you remember when we studied mathematics kat sekolah menengah, there's the Venn diagram, right? Yang bulatan tu. So there's ESG and then there is Sharia. And so if you put them together, and some people have different interpretation, this is mine. You put them together, there's bahagian tengah tu yang dia overlap tu lah, yang kita gariskan itu. That is the part where we are now looking at it becoming more and more overlapping. Daripada kecil sekarang dia jadi overlap yang besar sikit. And I think that's the part where you know, ESG guys, people who invest in ESG are asking themselves maybe we need an additional layer that ESG doesn't cover, you know, and these additional layers, like I mentioned to you, are things like maybe I don't want it to have derivatives. I don't want it to be interest-based, you know, and so on and so forth. So elements of Sharia, which may not exist in ESG, that the ESG guys are looking for, and vice versa. And the Sharia side looking for elements that are in ESG that are not prevalent in Sharia. For example, our Sharia, and I stand to be corrected, we are still saying that oil and gas companies are okay as long as the ratios are okay, business activities are okay. But the ESG guy says no. So the Sharia side, you know, there are elements of it to say that, yeah, maybe we should be adopting this. So I think that middle part is getting to be bigger and bigger. And I think it should be accelerating in the years ahead.
And actually, how can institutional investors or asset managers effectively integrate their ESG metrics while adhering to Sharia principles without compromising either standard? Yes.
So sorry.
For you.
Come again. Minta maaf.
Yeah.
I thought it was, I heard Dato. I said, not Dato.
Sorry.
What was it? Sorry?
So how do you think actually institutional investors or asset managers can effectively integrate ESG metrics while adhering to Sharia principles in portfolio construction without compromising either standard?
Without compromising, sorry? The last part?
Not compromising either ESG or Sharia. Yeah.
So like I said, basically, there is a growing belief that both can coexist because from both sides of that spectrum, there are individuals or institutions who now say that there are elements from the other side of the fence which are useful, which I adhere to, and I want to be part of it, although Sharia doesn't cover. So you know, the guys from ESG are saying, say, for example, I don't like leverage. But ESG doesn't say you cannot have leverage. You can. You can have a solar-powered company doing massive good work using solar, but they are leveraged. They borrow, their debts are a lot because that's how they finance capital and so on and so forth. Yeah. But then they say, no, we think that that's not what we want. And so where do I go? What kind of layer do I put on? Then I put on the Sharia layer, and straight away you get rid of that leverage. You know. So increasingly people understand this. You know. Increasing, I'm an economist, so increasingly the economist world, example was saying, no, quantitative easing, printing of money is not, it is not beneficial to anybody. So again, we have people who are now increasing in many fields, looking at certain aspects and saying, I don't want it. I don't like it. Leverage, there is. I prefer profit sharing instead of interest rate. Unabated, unlimited quantitative easing, I don't like it. But they fail to realize, or at least they don't know, that all of these are Sharia principles. You know? But it is coming from the so-called conventional side. So I think one way is to try and get that through, that, yeah, you want these things to get rid of these things? Well, we have a product for you.
And one last question, Sani. So do you think that this combination of ESG, Sharia, dual portfolio actually can deliver competitive results in terms of financial, in terms of ethical?
So talking about returns, right? Yeah. I personally believe that it can be matched. I think we've seen, just for example, there used to be a myth that Shariah-compliant products underperform. We've shown time and time again that all the Shariah-compliant unit trusts that we have in Singapore are either in par or in line with the conventional ones, or sometimes do better. Okay. But when you start putting elements like wakaf or
sebaik mungkin oleh masyarakat sebab kita ni memang keluarkan macam-macam produk ni. Sediakan pelbagai platform tapi hanya tak dimaksimalkan oleh mereka yang nak menyertai kita sebab tak tahu pun wujudnya platform tersebut. Jadi dibalik kepada program ataupun awareness yang perlu dibuat lah. Dan gabungan pulangan dan impak ni saya rasa penekanan yang perlu dibuat. Sebab walaupun mungkin dari segi gabungan impak maksudnya inovasi yang dibuat dari sudut pelaburan yang ada hari ini, kita kena jelas tentang sudut keuntungan yang nak diperolehi itu. Yang mana hari ini dengan adanya inovasi, keuntungan itu bukan sekali di dunia, tapi kita dah lock terus keuntungan di akhirat. Dan saya setuju apa yang Sani sampaikan tadi juga. Kalau purpose kita jelas, kita bukan sekadar menarik orang terlibat dalam dunia pelaburan, tapi sebenarnya pelaburan akhirat tu boleh datang sekali. Sebab kita ni manusia mudah lupa. Jadi kalau akhirat, konon kita nak buat sedekah, buat zakat tu lain, itu buatlah teruskan. Tapi kalau dah ada satu produk inovatif yang mana boleh menggalakkan generasi muda ni untuk terlibat, saya percaya ia satu daya tarikan kepada mereka untuk mengimarahkan produk-produk yang ada dalam pasaran.
So millennials and Gen Z investors prefer their investments at their fingertips. So they get financial investments advice from TikTok, for example, and they believe that investment decisions can and should make a societal impact. So Sani, do you think that millennials and Gen Zs are more likely to prioritize ethical or impact-driven investments compared to older generations?
Yes, definitely. Yes, we are seeing a generation which is very unique. So I'm having this discussion with some parents and so on. And you know, this is a generation which cares about it themselves. I mean, I'm not saying it's very selfish. They don't smoke because it's not good for them. They don't drink because they feel it's not good for their health. Gym application or gym subscriptions are at historical highs because they want to take care of their health. They eat good food. You know, I go out and when I want to go and eat, it's like no one goes to the traditional nasi padang or whatever. You can see those kind of yang serve salad aja. You punya barisan, my God. You know, it's like, so it's a generation which knows what it wants. It's a generation which has gone through COVID, which woke them up to tell them that life is short. Life can be short. They've seen people dying around them. And so, yes, and you know, we never thought that we could have seen such a shift in the conflict that's ongoing today, correct? You know, Sydney or Australia had how many thousands of people on, and that's that generation. Wants to be involved, wants to make a difference, wants a voice and such. So if you're talking about will they invest in something they believe in, absolutely yes.
And do you think that it will create good impact to the current and future investing world?
Yes, so then if that demand is there, then the supply will have to change to meet that demand. If you're old school, geographical, old team stuff and things which still pollutes the world, no one's going to invest in you.
Any challenges or impact that you can think of?
If you talk about challenges and impact, I tell you, I mean, I mentioned it before. The biggest thing that keeps me awake at night today is the impact of AI. I am absolutely, maybe I've watched too many YouTubes lah. So I think there's going to be massive layoffs. I think there's a phase where we get to which AI helps us a lot, but there's this middle phase where the transition itself is going to cause a lot of disruption, especially in terms of displacement and such. So I'm trying very hard to get on top of it. And I think everybody here, if you're not into it, you must, because this is going to be the thing that's going to affect you over the next couple of years. I'm very old, but yet I feel compelled to go and learn about it. So I, for example, have signed up for courses in Singapore Management University. I'm doing a 2.5 months course on AI, artificial intelligence and machine learning for executives. I've just sat through a 1-day course on ChatGPT. You know, I play around with my chat, like, you know, I'm now on the $20 per month. I'm looking to maybe even move it to that higher tier because it gives me more capabilities. And I tell my children, when you come out from university, or one of them is in Polytechnic, it's not what you know that matters anymore. Because at that point in time, basically the question you'll be asked in interviews is, how do you use AI in your life? Because why? Because with an AI agent itself, my intelligence level will be the same as your intelligence level, even though you're from Harvard, even though you're from National University of Singapore. Doesn't matter. The AI agent is smart enough. So the question is, do you know how to use that AI agent? Do you know how to incorporate it in? Today itself, AI has helped me improve my productivity by 30, 40, 50%. So my question to anybody who's coming in to find a job in my organization or my team, my first question to them is, are you using AI today in your everyday life or in your work? Because if you're not using it, I know you're not productive. So I think so that's the biggest challenge. So I see it where I come from. It's either we move, if not, we will get left behind, or it could be a leveler of intelligence where it brings us up to a level where we now can compete against other countries, against other people with that same level of intelligence. So that is the key thing. If we get left behind, anjo. And the time frame to do that is the next couple of years. So to me, that's the biggest challenge. Yeah. So I'm sorry if it doesn't fit into the investment, but you ask me what keeps me awake at night, that keeps me awake at night. Please.
Okay, soalan terakhir saya, Dato. Dato' saya, apakah jenis produk atau platform pelaburan yang berteraskan nilai yang paling mendapat sambutan dalam kalangan pelabur termasuk pelabur muda? Setakat ni lah, since Dato' influencer dalam bidang saham ni.
Mungkin kalau kita tengok di sudut yang mungkin yang pelaburan yang platform yang popular kalau di Malaysia ni, kita boleh lihat di sudut robo-advisor. Robo-advisor ni sebab lah generasi muda ni dia tak nak kaji, dia tak nak mencari, dia nak benda yang senang, letak duit tu generate sendiri. Jadi robo-advisor ni antara yang menjadi pilihan utama di kalangan orang muda lah. Diikuti dengan kalau tengok platform equity crowdfunding P2P ni pun di kalangan orang muda juga. Sebab orang lama ni mungkin lebih bersifat konvensional, nak dapatkan pinjaman, nak dapatkan loan sebagainya melalui e-bank. Tapi sedangkan hari ini dalam dunia pelaburan ni kita ada kaedah crowdfunding dan P2P. Tapi P2P crowdfunding di kalangan orang lama ni sekali lagi lah mendatang apa tu? Kan? Crowdfunding satu perkara, P2P pun satu perkara lain. Dua ni pun masih tak difahami oleh generasi lama, tapi ini antara platform yang mendapat sambutan di kalangan orang muda. Dan terakhir mungkin dana ESG ni juga, yang mana kalau di bawah Bursa Malaysia kita ada FTSE for Good Bursa Malaysia Shariah Index, yang mana ini juga antara maknanya saham-saham yang dikategorikan dalam kategori yang mana boleh menarik minat para pelabur muda. Dan apabila Bursa melancarkan salah satu inisiatif yang dibuat oleh Peribumi dan Bursa Malaysia berkat rapat dengan zakat indeks. Ini juga sebenarnya menarik minat bahawasanya terdapat syarikat-syarikat tersenarai dalam masalah saham yang membayar zakat, dan ini pastinya kalau dia boleh membayar zakat mengikut rukun Islam tu, masa syarikat ni keberangkalian adalah syarikat yang diurus selia dengan baik. Jadi ini juga salah satu platform pelaburan yang melalui dunia pelaburan saham itu sendiri yang para pelabur muda boleh terlibat dan tak ada keraguan di sudut kepatuhan syariah dan pemilihan saham-saham yang ada.
Right. So, okay, now we have heard from our esteemed panelists. So I saw some great questions already came in through our Slido, but we have a limited time, so I will try to address about one or two questions. Okay, I think this is for Sunny. Any views on the challenges faced of introducing alternative slash uncorrelated asset classes while still complying within Sharia parameters?
Well, so there are Shariah-compliant alternative investments, and I think I leave that to the scholars to decide which are Shariah-compliant or not. Yeah, but the challenge when you introduce alternative investments into a portfolio is, I told you about the X and Y axis. Everybody wants high returns, low risk. People forget that it only tells you two-dimensional risk and return, but alternative investments have different types of risks, which we are not very familiar with. Liquidity risk. You cannot go in and out like a public market every single day. You have redemption risk. You got 6 months later baru boleh keluar. You have lock-in risk. You have credit risk. You have transparency risk. They're not kept to the same standard like Bursa listed companies where you have to report. Things are sometimes opaque and less transparent. But that is why your public equity on a long-term basis kasih you 7-8%. And your private equity gives you 12, 13, 14%. But an investor looking at it, say, kenapa kalau gitu nak masuk dalam private equity lah. Sebab private equity lah. But the difference is what we call risk premium. And what does that risk premium constitute? Itulah lack of transparency, lack of liquidity, lack of this, lack of that. But the investor may not know. All they see is 15% or 10%. Dia nak masuk ni. So I think that is the challenge we also face, not only in educating the clients about it, but a lot of times also educating our consultants. So they are also quite new to this field. Yeah. So those are the challenges.
I think this question also for you. Introducing alternative investments such as private debt or credit brings itself with a different set of risks. So how do you manage this risk for your clients?
Introducing what, sorry?
Introducing alternative investments such as private debt or credit bring itself with a different set of risks. So how actually do you manage this risk?
Okay, so you see that basically if you look at so it's position sizing, putting the correct amount in your portfolio. Typical high net worth individuals, surveys tell you and through reading what some of the other guys are doing, 30% is what you put in your client's portfolio. And out of that 30%, kalau boleh 5% into each, so 6 alternatives inside it, rather minimally 3, 10, 10, 10. Kalau tidak, paling bagus 5% of 6 alternatives, jadi dia 30%. The problem with alternatives is it's so difficult sometimes to understand it. The only safety mechanism you have is diversification. Sebab sometimes it's so opaque, non-transparent. You nak understand dia punya structure pun susah. You nak dapatkan dia punya data pun susah because they're not highly reported on and so on. So the safest way of doing it is to just tell yourself, I need to diversify. Kalau tidak, something happens, at least not all my eggs in one basket. Yeah. But on the other spectrum, when you see some of the institutional guys who are really into it, I say Yale ke Harvard? I say Yale. Give me anybody can guess here how much alternative does Yale endowment fund has? 95% alternative. So those guys, different allocation. Our side of the spectrum, 30% for individual investors. And within that, you diversify. Yeah, that's how you take care of the risk.
Any last words, Dato, before we conclude the session?
Dan dunia hari ini saya rasa pelaburan alternatif ini penting lah untuk diversification tadi balik. Sebab dulu mungkin dari segi teorinya, correlation tu mungkin ada inverse, ada yang sama. But nowadays, semua tu berubah. Semua tu berubah. Jadi untuk kita memastikan segala portfolio yang kita buat tu seimbang dan memberi impact bukan sekadar pada individu, kepada masyarakat. Jadi kita perlu pelbagaikan aset yang ada untuk mengimbangi pelaburan yang kita buat.
Sunny, you want to say any last words?
No, I think I've said a lot already. Everybody's like, nak makan. But so Namai, thank you very much. Yeah, pass it back to you.
Okay, so to conclude the session, I think we have covered a lot of ground today. So I hope this conversation has sparked new perspectives for all of you. Please join me to thank Dato' Ajay Muhammad Asri and also Sani Hamid, and thank you to everyone for your presence and participation today. So I apologize if we could not get to every question, but we appreciate your time and also hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you once again.
Thank you, moderator and panelists. Now I'd like to welcome our amazing speakers for a quick photo to celebrate this session. Thank you, moderator and speakers. You may now be seated. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you all to reconnect and network with like-minded individuals and to continue the conversations over the lunch spread we have prepared for you at the listening gallery. Let us resume this session at 2:30 p.m. See you then. And for those who are looking for the surau, please be informed that it is located outside the Bursa Malaysia building. Simply head to the middle area, enter through the glass sliding door, and then turn right. Our team will be around to assist you should you need further directions. Thank you. gentlemen, in this session, we're going to discuss on the economic and market outlook. This session provides a comprehensive view of current economic outlook and market trends and their implications for Sharia-compliant investing. We are going to explore investor behavior, sectoral performance, asset allocation strategies, and Sharia strategies, offering insights and a recap on the Sharia landscape. This session will be conducted by three prominent researchers in CGSI, which are Encik Ahmad Nazmi Idrus, Director of Research, CGS International Securities Malaysia, Encik Jeremy Goh Pingwoi, Head of Research, CGSI Malaysia, and Encik Sharizan Rosli, Director of Retail Research, CGSI Malaysia. Before I pass this session, kindly give me a few minutes to introduce our speakers. Encik Ahmad Nazmi is the Head of Economics for CGSI, managing a team that covers the economies of ASEAN, including Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, and Malaysia. Mr. Nazmi came from a diverse background. He started as an economist at Bank Negara Malaysia in 2007. His prior stint also includes the investment buy side at QuAB before venturing into sell side, including the RHB Bank, and then he joined CGS in 2022. And then Encik Jeremy Goh, which has over 18 years of experience as an equity analyst. He currently covers the Malaysia equity strategy at CGS Research, where prior to that, he was an equity analyst at OSK and Alliance DBS before becoming the head of research at Hong Leong Investment Bank. He previously won the Edge Best Stock Call Awards in 2016 and 2017. Jeremy is a CFA charter holder and holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree from the University of Western Australia. And finally, Encik Sharizan Rosli, a senior analyst at CGSI Malaysia with 17 years of experience in Malaysia's construction and infrastructure sector, while he had also covered the Malaysia REIT sector in recent years. With his experience within institutional research, Sharizan has transitioned into retail research. Now, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch today. And I hope you don't eat too much because then I will have to work extra to keep you awake. Anyway, so I've been asked to talk about the Malaysian economy. And the thing about talking about Malaysian economy now is that things are so fluid at the moment. So it's really hard to pinpoint what exactly going to happen. But let's start with what we already know. So a best way to actually capture everything that we've seen so far is by looking at the PMI index. So if you're not familiar with the PMI index, what PMI index show is that any data that is below 50 reading indicates a contraction in the economic activity. And what we've seen so far is that starting in April of this year, we've seen already 3 months of, in general, a contraction in economic activity, especially in the Asian region. But we also see, not only in Asia, but we also see a contraction in, excuse me, in the US as well. Excuse me. So last week, we saw the release of the US annualized second quarter GDP growth, which was a little bit robust at 3% year-on-year annualized, an improvement compared to a negative 0.5% contraction in the first quarter. But what is interesting here is that if you analyze the growth by contribution, you can see that a lot of support in the US economy in the second quarter was driven by net exports. And this is actually a result of a collapse of the front-loading activity. So in the first quarter, the US actually front-loaded a lot of products. And in second quarter, they actually stopped imports and they use whatever that they have in their inventory actually to produce their goods. So that's why the GDP remained quite strong. If you look at in terms of the US performance, in terms of private consumption as well as investments, these are actually quite weak. Private consumption is pretty weak, and investment is actually contracted during the period. What is interesting also last week, you probably heard about the non-farm payroll. The US actually revised the non-farm payroll for the past 3 months, where we saw the job addition is about 14,000 and 19,000 for the month of April and May. So that highlights a significant reduction in job addition. A usual number of job addition during the month is around 150,000 to 200,000, and this time it actually marks the softest job growth since the start of the pandemic. In fact, one of the commissioner for the Bureau of Labor Statistics got fired because of this thing. When it comes to Malaysia, I think we can say that the party is over. When I meant by party is over is that we have enjoyed a really high trade surplus over the past year or so. This is ending because of the end of the front-loading activity. So just to give you a bit perspective, we actually had 2 periods of really robust trade surplus over the past several years. We had a really strong trade surplus during the pandemic period, where during lockdown, consumers are actually purchasing a lot of gadgets. And the second boom that we have was last year, since the late of last year, especially during when Trump is announced as a winner for the presidency. You can see that businesses are trying to front load all the goods before the tariff kick in. And you can see that a lot of increase in trade surplus in the recent months actually driven by the US, imports from the US alone, and not just necessarily from the rest of the world. But just to give you a perspective, the US is a significant trade partner for Malaysia. US accounts for about 13.2% of Malaysia export share. 13.2% is pretty big. I mean, but I think if you compare with the rest of the countries that we export to, China accounts for about 12.4%. Malaysia 13.2% relative to other countries is not as big. Vietnam is much larger, about 1/3. Philippines and Thailand also a little larger. But what is interesting so far is that starting from the first trade war of 2018 until now, what we've seen is that the exports to the US is growing much faster than the exports to China. So what happened was that last year, the US actually overtakes China as our largest trading partner. So now the US is second largest trading partner, the third is China, and of course the first is Singapore. And in terms of our trade surplus, we had a very good trade surplus last year, about 80 billion, but about a quarter of that actually comes from the US. So, you know, all these trade agreements that we have, we're likely to see some decline in Malaysian trade surplus going forward. But how does that 19% tariff that you heard about going to affect Malaysia? The answer is we don't know yet. It's not sure whether it's going to be positive or negative, but most economists agree that it's likely to see some slowdown in exports. What we did so far was that we actually dissect these exports by products, because if you recall back in April 2nd and April 11, the US, once they announced the reciprocal tariff, they also announced some form of exclusion within the list. That list includes semiconductor, pharmaceutical, base metals, auto, and so on. So what we did was that if you look at the chart on the left-hand side, you can see that about 21.4% of items are excluded within the first exclusion list that Trump gave out on the 1st of April, and another 25.1% was excluded under the second exemption list in 11th of April. So what happened in Malaysia is that about almost half of Malaysia export now is excluded from the 19% tariff. Unfortunately, if you heard the news today, the Trump is actually thinking about imposing a tariff on semiconductor up to 100%. That would mean that we're actually going to be on the losing end, because a lot of our products, half of our products actually is in the E&E. So there will be more impact to the Malaysian economy because we're quite reliant on the E&E products. Okay, so how will this shape the global trade order going forward? What I can tell you is that it's likely to be more fractured. We're likely to see some changes in the global supply chain going forward, and this is probably going to be beneficiary. It's probably going to be benefit the US more than other countries. So what happened now is that because we actually lower our tariff levels with the US, US products have more advantage in other countries. So probably a lot of countries will start to import a lot more of US products and a lot less on their natural trading partners. So I'll give an example. So usually when we source our meat, for example, meat and muttons, we typically source it from Australia and New Zealand. And because of the agreements that we have, and because of the lower tariff, the US may have a price advantage over this. So you're likely to see, some shift in consumer pattern. You may see this not only in beef, but you also see it in aircraft. In fact, Anwar has mentioned about the purchase of 30 plus 30 Boeing aircraft. Are likely to see some changes in vehicles. So we don't know the list of the items and that are going to be lower. That list of items are going to be lower in tariff, but we have high tariff on vehicles, so we don't know if tariff on vehicles is reduced, then we're likely to see some advantage cars or US car product or car items or their spare parts that are going to be cheaper coming into Malaysia. So certain things we'll see some changes going forward. Now, how about transshipments? Issue transshipment is happening, but I think the issue with transshipment is that it's not necessarily the transshipment per se. The issue is that transshipment product that comes into Malaysia is actually declared as Malaysian products rather than being declared as coming from the original country. So under the Asian Free Trade Agreement, you are required to have 40% value add into Malaysia before you actually being considered made in Malaysia. And that's not necessarily what's happening. If you look at in terms of the data that we have here, Malaysia exports to China doesn't even match the Malaysia imports to China. So what happened over the last several years was that a lot of Chinese imports coming to Malaysia actually been used as a transit to being exported to the US. Like I said, so transshipment itself is not a problem, but then whether you have to declare it, whether it be made in Malaysia or made in China is actually the issue. So going forward, you're likely to see investment coming into Malaysia, but Malaysian government will actually going to be bit more skeptical, are going to be more scrutinized further these sort of investments that's coming in. Now, just to touch a bit on consumption data, I think even before tariff kicking in, we already seen consumption indicators coming off a little bit. There are some bouts of improvement. For example, during the civil servant pay back in January, we see a bit of increase in retail sales, but onwards, we've seen continued weakness in consumption indicators. If you look at in terms of loan data, for instance, household loans are coming down. Within the household loan itself, you can see that credit cards loans coming down, property loans coming down, car loans also coming down. If you look at in terms of non-performing loans, we have seen decline in non-performing loans last year. And this year, there's a rebound in non-performing loans. So an NPL ratio is actually starting to increase for this year. Now, the bright side that we see in Malaysia is on tourism. And it's interesting to see that despite all this gloomy global environment, Malaysia tourism remain quite robust. So what you see here on the left side is I re-index the number of arrivals to 100. So 100 is the level right before the pandemic hits. And you can see the drop in arrivals during the pandemic, and now it climbed back up to close to 100 again. So in terms of in Malaysia as a country, our number of tourists has actually gone back to the level right before the pandemic. The one on the right is actually visitor arrivals from China. And why is China important is because number one, it's a huge country, and they do spend quite a lot. In fact, among all the tourists that come into Malaysia, Chinese actually spend the largest per capita relative to other countries. So they're pretty important. And what happened right now is that we actually absorbing some of the slack that actually was left from other countries, especially Thailand. So what happened in Thailand is because of the kidnappings, earthquake, and now with the war with Cambodia, a lot of Chinese tourists actually shift away from Thailand and coming to Malaysia. So we're actually seeing some of these positive implications to the Malaysian economy. Now, just to touch a bit on the SST, the chart on the left-hand side, just to give you a flavor or give you a sense of how much is the size of the service tax to the economy. So the larger bar is basically the size of a service and construction to the economy, which is about 60% of GDP. The smaller bar, just to show to you, back in 2016, we added about 15.2% of that service tax to the economy, and then we added a little bit in 2024, and now we have another huge chunk of service tax increase also add to a construction to that. So in total, cumulative since the introduction of the sales tax back in, introduction of service tax back in 2018 until now, it captures about 30% of the economy. So when people ask, can you increase the service tax even more? The answer is, of course. You can actually capture a little bit more of the economy, because if you want to capture the whole of services, which is about 56.2%, then you can actually capture it, because now you only capture about 30% of the economy lah. So the chart on the right-hand side is on sales tax. So what we did was that we look at all the sales tax item, which is 11,000 items, and we compare that sales tax with the list that they had last year when they had their sales tax expansion, just to give you a flavor of the kind of items that see a price increase from either 0 to 5%, 0 to 10%, or 5% to 10%. And you can see that from the pie chart, about 60% of the items in the item universe, basically seeing a price increase. Okay, and the majority of the price increase goes from previously being exempted, and now it's actually charged at 5%. And as a result to that, we do expect inflation to go up. So July CPI data coming soon. Our expectation is that you can see a spike in the July CPI data of up to 2.2%. Of course, I think from 2.2% is perhaps a maximum, because we already seen a very mild June CPI data at 1.1%. So 2.2 is probably on the higher end. My guess could be circa 1.8 to about 2%. And one thing interesting about this CPI data is that you need to also understand that the CPI basket or the CPI calculation doesn't capture everything that is in the SST. So within the CPI basket, it captures basic goods. For example, if you eat fish, they will capture the mackerel or ikan kembung. It doesn't capture salmon. It doesn't capture king crab. It doesn't capture avocado. It doesn't capture all the stuff that you pay or the price increase that you saw in the SST. So as a result to that, the increase in CPI may not be rising as steeply as what you were expected, considering the scope that we saw in terms of the pie chart that you saw just now. So it might be milder than expected, but you're likely to see increase in CPI nonetheless. So as a whole, for the year as a total, we're likely to see CPI remain it will increase, but it's going to be quite manageable at about 2% year on year. Now, still on SST, and this is the question that we get quite a lot, because people like to compare the SST collection now against the GST collection back in 2017. So the SST expansion that we have now is going to give the government about 5 billion extra. So as a total, the government will have 51 billion in terms of collection for this year. Compare that to the GST period back in 2017, the government is collecting about 45 or so billion. So people will say, oh, now that's great, because the SST collection now has surpassed the GST period. We don't have to do GST anymore. Or it's going to be, now the SST is very painful against the GST collection in the past, because it's a lot more than it was. But if you were to put that into perspective, which is what you can see from the right-hand chart, we actually take that amount and we take it as a percentage of consumption. And you can see that as a percentage of consumption, it's only about, say, about 3.5% of consumption, compared to the GST period back then was almost 5% of consumption. So the shock that people had when the GST was introduced was much greater than the shock that we have currently. Because right now, what the government did was very gradual increase in tax collection. So the impact to consumers is not as severe as it was during GST. So I think the government now is actually pretty smart in a way that when they do the reforms, it's actually going to be very gradual. Finally, I think in terms of the outlook on the OPR, you probably have heard about the Bank Negara cutting interest rates by 25 basis points, and that leads to a decline in the CLIBOR. And so I think if you look at in terms of market expectation, markets have already priced in Bank Negara OPR cut. And Bank Negara, when they announced that OPR cut, they also mentioned about it being preemptive. If you look at in terms of the economy as a whole, there is really no hard evidence to say that the economy is tanking. In fact, if you look at in terms of the second quarter GDP was 4.5%, much better than market consensus of 4.2%. So the economy is pretty resilient at the moment. I think the reason why Bank Negara cut is that it wants to ensure that there's a guarantee that we continue to see growth. And so they decided to cut at the moment. And then the question goes, would you see further cuts going forward? And the answer is still unknown because, I mean, you really need to watch the data to see now the tariff, the reciprocal tariff being announced, the semiconductor tariff being announced, how will that translate to the economy? And I think what Bank Negara is really interested to see is that what is the outlook for the economy in 2026? Because it's already in August. So 2025 is done. I don't think they're worried about this year. They already come out with a GDP forecast recently at 4% to 4.8%. They're pretty happy with it. I think what you want to know whether the Bank Negara will cut or not is that you need to really look at what happened in 2026. If the data highlights that the economy is slowing down significantly, for example, the exports tanked, or for example, consumption tanks or investment tanked, then there's a good chance that Bank Negara will probably going to cut further. But if the economy remains quite resilient going forward, then I think we're just going to be sticking with 2.75% for the OPR. But a bit of ringgit, I think, because of the rate cut by OPR, if you look at in terms of the US dollar treasury, it remains quite elevated. So interest rate differential between Malaysia and US dollar, USDT is actually widening. But what's interesting that we see quite recently is that ringgit remain quite elevated. So ringgit now is 4.25, 4.24, which is quite high in contrast to the fundamental that shows that ringgit should have weakened. I think the reason why this is weakening is not necessarily the ringgit factor, but of course the weakness in the US dollar. I think a lot of people are actually still uncertain about how the US economy is going to develop, especially with the passing of the big beautiful bill with respect to this big deficit and so on. So I think going forward, this factor is unlikely to go away fairly soon, which means that ringgit likely to remain within range in the near future. Okay, I'll stop here and pass down to Jeremy. All right, thank you.
Can I have my slides up, please? So I think we got the toughest session, the after lunch session. Everybody is feeling a bit full and sleepy from that nasi minyak. All right, I have 20 over slides here. I'm not going to go through all of it. I'll just touch on the more topical ones. Nazmi has already done the heavy lifting with all the talk about tariffs. Now, all right, this works. Okay, on the market. Now, we've seen that whatever Liberation Day losses that have hit Malaysia, that has largely been recouped. But nevertheless, even after that, on a year-to-date basis, we're still down compared to where we are with the rest of the ASEAN peers. We're somewhere in the middle on the currency-adjusted basis, down about 3.4%. And if you look at the Sharia index, which is the Sharia Hijrah index, that's also down, but on a slightly milder basis. Main reason simply because we saw the financial index underperform bit in the last 2 months, which of course dragged the KLCI by a larger proportion than it did on the Sharia index, since financials does not really have a heavy weightage in the Sharia index. Now, beyond the tariffs, won't touch too much on this since Nazmi has already spoken quite a fair bit. But I guess from a market perspective, how we view this is that given that we landed at 19%, a lot of our ASEAN neighbors, Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Philippines, also landed in that same range. So I think we are broadly relatively neutral on this outcome. But if you were to look at it from an absolute perspective, then of course it's incrementally negative because paying 19% is of course higher than the 10% rate that we are currently paying under the pause, the pause structure that Trump has. Nevertheless, we still do see that there are 2 areas for potential cushioning for Malaysia. First of all is the exemption list, which Trump announced in April. And after we account for that exemption list, then our exposure to the US tariffs reduces by about 40%. But of course, the key risk to this now this morning, which Trump announced, was the implementation of semiconductor tariffs. He has stated a rate of 100%. Now, I think even the Malaysian government is trying to clarify with the USTR how this is going to be applied, what sort of semiconductors will be hit from whom. But broadly, just taking it from Trump's statements, he did say that if the semiconductors are coming from US or American-based companies, and these American companies have committed to expand in US soil or already in the midst of expanding in US soil, then those semicons would be exempted, right? So in the case of Malaysia, a very high level numbers is that roughly 2/3 of Malaysia's semiconductors come from American-based companies, right? And of course, I think there's quite a high chance that these American-based companies will, of course, commit to expand in American soil to avert these semiconductor tariffs. So I think that it's still a very developing situation, but I don't think it's as scary and as punitive as that 100% tariff headline sounds. Now, the other cushion that Malaysia has with regards to the tariff is that while at the economy level, 13% of our exports goes to America. That's our second largest export destination. But at the stock market level, that exposure is much, much lower. So what we did was we looked at the aggregate revenue of all the companies that we cover, which is about 100 over stocks. And we summed up all that revenue and dissected what proportion of that revenue is derived directly from America. And we ran the same sort of test for the KLCI. And what we found was that in terms of our coverage universe, only 2.4% of the aggregate revenue is derived from America. And for the KLCI 30 stocks, only 0.5% of that revenue comes from America. So the direct US exposure of our local stock market is relatively much more muted compared to the overall economy. So that's the second so-called saving grace that we have. Okay, on the next few slides, I just wanted to narrate what supports our medium-term view on the Malaysian market. And to some degree, quite a large degree actually, that's kind of influenced with what happens in America with regards to what the Fed does on its rates. So if you look at that chart there, it's quite clear. Real Fed fund rates are significantly higher than the longer-term averages, right? So those dotted lines are the longer-term average, and the darker blue line is where the real Fed rate is right now. Significant gap versus what it usually is. And hence, based on this, we believe that there is significant room for rates to come down over time, right? And the Fed is projecting 50 bips cut for this year. Now, what would this mean for our local economy? Now, that chart there essentially plots the USD MYR exchange rate against the Fed fund rate OPR spread, or rather the interest rate differentials between US and Malaysia, right? You can see that both are sort of correlated with each other. Now, as Nazmi pointed out just now, with regards to the OPR, we think that this is a one-off preemptive cut. And with regards to the Fed's rates, we think that there's quite a fair bit of room for those rates to eventually come down over time. So our medium-term view in terms of the interest rate differentials is that this spread should continue to narrow as time passes. And those highlighted blue areas are essentially periods where we had narrowing interest rate differentials between America and Malaysia. And every time that happens, it coincides to some degree with ringgit appreciation. Right? So narrowing interest rate differentials is good for the ringgit. What this all means for the local stock market is that on the left-hand chart, there, you will see that when interest rate differentials start to narrow, market generally does well. And on the right-hand side there, you will see that KLCI, when plotted against USD MYR, is quite a mirror image of each other. When you have ringgit strength, that tends to bode well for the local stock market. And I think this whole relationship between the stock market and the currency is best exemplified with an experience which we saw in the third quarter of last year. As it came closer to September last year, when it became more apparent that the Fed would do its first rate cut, right? The ringgit rallied by about 11% in the third quarter of last year. And the stock market actually jumped 7% from its low that period in the third quarter. Right? So strengthening ringgit is good for our market. And we expect this relationship to play out again as we dawn closer to the Fed's unpausing of its rate down cycle. I'm not going to touch too much on the politics. I think you have all seen these numbers from the Merdeka Center. Now, what I would like to touch on is Malaysia recently implemented SST 3.0. And that donut chart there is essentially a reproduction of what Nazmi showed just now, essentially how the 11,000 goods affected by SST 3.0 are broken down in terms of the increase in the sales tax rates, right? And the idea behind doing this exercise is simply because if you look at those list of 11,000 goods, you will see that quite a fair bit of those goods are essentially intermediate goods, meaning that goods that are used in the production process. So if these goods get hit by SST, input cost goes up for producers, that starts to hit earnings, right? So based on our calculation, the weighted average increase in the sales tax is about 3.5%. And based on that, right, it could potentially dent KLCI earnings by about 3.5% on a 6 months basis. So meaning that on a full year basis, the impact of the KLCI earnings would probably be about 7%. This is a very extreme sort of sensitivity that we conducted because it does not take into account the ability of producers to raise their selling prices to counter the effects of this sales tax increase, right? So this is a very, what I would say, sort of a case scenario outcome, right? Okay, so a lot of people ask me, so what's going on for the Malaysian market? Like what sort of catalysts or themes should we be looking at? Well, I think one very important theme that has been playing on for Malaysia is essentially the whole economic reform theme that has been driven by the Madani government. And in some ways, we feel that the current economic reforms that the Madani government is doing, it sort of reminds me of an era of reform that we experienced when Malaysia went out of the global financial crisis. Back then was under Prime Minister Najib Razak. Right? Similarities, there are quite a lot of similarities. Number one, both prime ministers are doing subsidy rationalization on highly contentious areas like fuel, electricity. Both prime ministers are also sort of rejigging consumption tax to broaden the public revenue base. Right? And if you look at the left-hand chart there, you will see that the decline in the fiscal deficit trends under both prime ministers are also quite similar to each other, right? So why is this important is that if you recall how the KLCI performed during Najib's tenure, is that the KLCI went up by almost 100%. PEs re-rated from about 15 times to in excess of 20 over times. And I think this had in part got to do with the reform agenda that Najib pushed forward during his tenure. So we feel that given similarities in the broader economic reforms, we think that a reform-led re-rating could also play out this time around under Prime Minister Anwar. I'm not going to touch too much on the little themes here and there, but jump straight into what foreign investors have been doing for Malaysia. So I think we're all quite familiar that every other month we see foreign shareholding falling. We've fallen to a low of 19% in the month of July. That's a record low. And on top of absolute foreign shareholding levels falling, we have also seen that the degree of underweight positions that foreigners have on Malaysia continues to widen. We ran a simple calculation which shows that if foreigners just narrow their underweight position by half, right? They don't even have to move back to a market weight position. If they just narrow their underweight position by half on Malaysia, that could potentially lead to about 12 billion worth of foreign inflows to our local market. And that's a very, very sizable quantum. So any recovery in foreign shareholding level will do well for the KLCI, simply because if you look at the right-hand chart there, you will see that there's a strong 67% correlation between the KLCI and foreign shareholding levels. Okay, on this slide, I just wanted to show what domestic fund managers are doing. On the right-hand chart there, that dotted line is essentially the percentage of domestic fund managers' equity AUM relative to the Bursa market cap. And on the right-hand chart there, that's essentially the percentage of money market AUM as over the equity AUM. And you can see that in both cases, it does suggest that domestic fund managers are relatively more cashed up than usual. And this does suggest room for some of this liquidity to be redeployed back into the local stock market when sentiment turns. Okay, in terms of our market valuations, where we are looking quite attractive is that the PEs are looking lower end, one standard deviation below the mean. KLCI earnings gap relative to the 10-year MGS yield is looking very, very generous, above 2 standard deviations from the 5-year mean. Where we're looking closer to the averages is our PE gap against the ASEAN 5 as well as the trailing price to book. Now, apart from the usual and the conventional valuation parameters like your price earnings, price book, we also like to explore a bit more exotic ones, like the market cap to GDP ratio, also known as the Warren Buffett indicator. And what that shows on the right-hand chart there is that every time that market cap to GDP ratios falls to about 52.7%, that sort of indicates that the KLCI has sort of bottomed out in the near term, right? And so in the last 5 years, this trough level of the market cap to GDP ratio has been hit 4 times, right? When COVID broke out, before GE15, before the 6 state elections, and more recently on Liberation Day. So on the right-hand chart there, you will see that that shows how the KLCI performs after that market cap GDP ratio hits a bottom, right? It's quite clear that every time that market cap to GDP ratio hits a bottom level, KLCI rebounds very strongly, right? Anywhere between 6 to 20% over the next 1 to 3 months, right? So we would earmark this trough level of that ratio as one to bottom fish, and that would coincide with a KLCI target, KLCI level of about 1480 as one to bottom fish. Okay, to wrap up, our CI target by this year end is at 1670. We are looking at 5% earnings growth for this year, 7% for next year, and that basically just shows you how that earnings growth is contributed across the various sectors of the index. Okay, and to wrap up, this is our list of high conviction stocks, all Sharia compliant. And by order of market cap, that's going to be Tenaga, SD Gatri, Gamuda, Telecom, Axiata, Mr. DIY, FNN, Dialog, M Cement, Duo Pharma, and Optimax. Okay. That's it for my part. I'll hand over to Sharizad.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to everybody here. I hope you are all still awake for this last part of this session. So you've heard about the economy from Nazmi. We've heard about the stock market strategy from Jeremy, and now you will hear from me. Okay. So I will be approaching this last bits of the session more to combine the view from the institutional market strategy side and try to funnel it through how we approach in promoting Sharia stock market investing among retail Sharia investors, but still relevant to big institutional funds. So we're not trying to alienate this section away from our big insti clients, but yes, it's relevant to all. So if your funds like the stock picks here, you buy. If you don't like, then you don't. But then we try to be a bit more neutral, a bit more objective, a bit more realistic in terms of the methodology of how we pick the stocks. So the last year, in the last year's event, I speak alone. So this year I'm a bit happy because I got the support of my other 2 colleagues. So, so we are sharing the load on the stage. All right. So, okay, my name is Sharizan. I'm part of the research team. And the title for this session is Reviving the Sharia Small Mid-Cap Space. Because for the last couple of months, we've been talking about blue chips, big caps. All those are going around and around in circles and markets have been very volatile. But I think this is the market segment where investors in general, foreign, retail, or institutional, have somewhat overlooked in terms of its potential. The main reason why we argue here is that although the market was like, koyak this year, but if you study the trend of KLCI, if you study the trend of the Hijrah Sharia Index, all the indices in Bursa behave in a certain way. When the market hit April low, right? It bounced back quite strongly, okay? So on the retail research side, our approach is very nimble. We look at 3, 6, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, depending on your stock appetite, right? But at the point of the April low for both KLCI and FBM small cap index, the market has actually jumped quite handsomely in terms of absolute total returns, okay? So we are opportunistic. We look at themes. We don't dabble upon certain issues longer than it should. We switch stocks. We keep switching our stock selection according to the market trends, investors' flavor, upcoming themes. Okay, example, the latest biggest themes was what? It was a 13 MP. It wasn't a hoo-ha kind of event. But usually when 13 Malaysia plan starts to be announced every 5 years, investors will start to come back to the cyclical place. Like what? Like construction, like property, like any news flow driven stock place that historically starts to re-rate when things like this happen. So in our opinion, the retail research team, the only way that the market can hit 1670 is to try to play on news, all right? So the first news is out, 13 Malaysia plan is out. But then the 13 Malaysia plan positive news is overshadowed by Trump's 100% tariff noise. So it's a bit tough to predict the market direction, but the general expectations on our side is that it will still be volatile, but the volatility is likely to diminish and could see some promising short to medium term upside to the market closer to 1670 hopefully. Right? So are we on the same page now? Okay. All right. So our stance here is that, which is still in line with Jeremy, we are cautiously optimistic on the Sharia small mid-cap space. And we do spot reversals in the volatile market. There are reversals in terms of bullish reversals, short-term uptrends. So these has been happening while the market is being volatile. So we're going to highlight some of the stocks that shows you these characteristics, okay? And in terms of timeline, what are our expectations this time? The last time you thought after May result season, things may start to become active, but it didn't happen strongly. So now we are moving to August lah. So probably after August result season, after the earnings noise have dissipated, then the market may start to look back into what are the more domestic catalysts that can emerge after August. So after August, the upcoming one is budget 2026. So we don't know whether it is going to be a bunch of goodies, lots of goodies for sectors, but general expectations are that this upcoming budget should give a bit more punch in terms of pump priming, should give a bit more punch in terms of development expenditure, in view of the theoretical expectation that once we approach closer to election year, government akan spend money lah untuk development, right? So that should potentially or theoretically be the next positive catalyst that could excite the market to move higher. Okay, so what is the focus right now? Okay, the focus here is fundamental strength. That's everybody's focus. The next one is insulation against trade tariffs or risk. So that one is, we are assuming that to be an ongoing situation for as long as Trump is president lah. So that's a like gone case already. All right, so compelling valuation, of course, cheap stocks, laggard stocks, 4, 5, 6 times PE stocks, you shouldn't ignore those stocks. Dividend yield, of course, REITs, non-REITs offering 6, 7, 8% yield. Those are attractive for Sharia investors who are a bit more cautious. Takut nak play alpha stocks, takut nak play, the volatile stock. You just put your money in Sharia high dividend yield stocks, then you'll be safe for at least the next 6 months or the earning cycle. The one that I want to put out two important ones, okay? This time around is thematic support, themes, meaning an ATR theme ke, Johor SEZ theme ke, DC theme, construction theme, MRT theme, Penang theme, whatever theme that you can think about, but those themes has to be focused to the domestic growth story, all right? So there are a lot of stocks that offer you these themes, but more often than not, investors are unable to time when to play those themes. So we try to bridge that gap. Okay, so the final characteristic that we never ignore is the timing to get into the stock. So retail investors appreciate this technical analysis section of stock picking. So technical analysis, there are attractive technical chart trends are also important in terms of the way we pick stocks for the retail investors and institutional investors if they are interested. Okay. Okay. So what are the indicators to watch out for? Number one is extended market volatility period presents bargain hunting opportunities. Okay, bombed out stock dah jatuh, bawah dah tak tahu mana nak pergi. It has to go up at some point. Okay, so you have to know the driver for each stock. So that's how we try to excite or create some excitement in certain stock picks. So bargain hunting opportunities is there ahead of possible recovery in 2:5. So the focus, I mentioned it before. The second criteria is stocks. There are stocks that are near or at fundamental buy levels, okay? Fundamental buy levels means that stocks that have strong fundamental, profit trend is mantap, okay? They continue to deliver profits in spite of the global situation. And because of their solid profit track record, the lower the share price goes, the cheaper it is in terms of price earnings, PE valuation, right? So that's the simplification of the concept. So there are stocks that offer you this. The last one is also important, like I mentioned before, are themes lah. So in Malaysia, many brokers, strategists keep playing this theme, and these themes are becoming even more and more familiar since last year. So these are the current one, the 13 Malaysia Plan, Budget 2026 upcoming, and ETR dah banyak kali cerita, so kita tunggulah. Johor Singapore SEZ is a key driver for Johor as the next big thing in the Peninsula Malaysia. We've got Klang Valley dulu as a growth driver, growth center. Penang is upcoming in terms of the Penang LRT and the island that Gamuda is doing. The next one is going to be Johor, okay? Watch out for Johor stocks. And high impact infrastructure, solar, DC contract flows, and East Malaysia. So those are the key themes. So if you sit down at home, you're thinking, nak beli stock jenis apa? Kan? Beli stock jenis ni lah. Jenis yang offer you this kind of themes. Alright? So there are a bunch of them. So what's our stance? Market is still like this. So our view, to be safe, we are saying that market may further consolidate in August before buying momentum potentially outweighs selling pressure in September onwards. It's a safe assumption, right? So meaning we're being hopeful. We are scared, but we are hopeful. All right? Okay, I don't think should repeat this again, but this is a bit more detailed in terms of the criteria of us picking stocks. But essentially, what we do is we explore alternative Sharia stock ideas versus mainstream consensus. What are mainstream consensus? The 15 stocks that Jeremy showed you tadi lah before dihabiskan. All the big caps, Gamuda, Telekom, Tenaga. Those are mainstream. So we are the low-key stream. Okay? So filtered through our own micro-selection criteria. So what are the criteria as examples? These are the micro-Sharia stock selection criteria that we use to filter stock that are small to mid-cap. I don't think I need to, I think I'm going enough already here. Okay, so because it's a Sharia event, let me show you how FBM Hijrah Index has performed relative to the KLCI in the last 13 years, and how many years of those years that it outperformed KLCI. So in the last 13 years, the FBM Sharia Index outperformed KLCI 9 out of the past 13 years. So it outperformed in 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 20, 23, 24, and year to date. it outperformed in terms of lesser jatuh lah. So it outperformed. All right. So yeah, Hijrah index, Sharia stocks do offer you capital depreciation opportunities. Agree? Okay. Okay, just to backtrack a bit in terms of where are the Sharia stocks in KLCI and where are the Sharia stocks in Hijrah index. So the only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stocks in KLCI that are Sharia top, yeah, those top stocks are Tenaga, Gamuda, IHH, Telecom, Press, Guthrie, and Petronas Gas. So banks are not Sharia compliant lah, so it will continue to be as such. The constituent of KL Hijrah index are all Sharia compliant, obviously, and these are all the stocks. So these are blue chip mainstream lah, okay? Nothing much to say here, okay? Okay, so like I said earlier, see this point, right? This was the market bottom in April. So if you look at it from a different perspective, if you look at it from an overall sense, January year-to-date market is jatuh negative 6.1%. Tapi if you are smart and you time the market correctly, had you masuk the market in April, your average capital returns in your portfolio would be 10.1%. Okay, so there are always opportunities in, that's a saying lah, something opportunities in, you know, every hard times presents opportunities. I don't think that's accurate, but yeah. April low and up 10%. So in hindsight, kalau you time market, okay, April we masuk. By now you dah 10% dah in your portfolio, even though the market is 6.1% down. All right? It's a perspective lah. So this is KLCI. So what about small cap? Small cap pun sama. April low, year to date up 13%. Tapi from the January it's down 13.2%. So it's a perspective. So what we're trying to say is within small cap, there are stocks that fly. Correct? Okay, what are the stocks that could fly? Ini sector performance, I think it's pretty mundane, right? Construction was the best performer. Construction is trying to be the best performer, so whatever lah. So these are the sector performances, which is relevant but not specific to our stocks, okay? Sector performance. The only two sector that is positive this year, who can tell me? Construction is becoming to be positive, sebab sebelum ni dia merah, now dia dah hijau. REIT is a rising positive percentage year to date because investors are now going back to defensive stocks. So REITs are in favor, stocks yang bagi you 6, 7, 8 yield are in favor. So you buka lah Bloomberg, tengok mana stock 6, 7, 8%, belilah. Okay, because it should be a safe bet in terms of coming back into the stock market at least in the next 3 to 6 months. Okay? Okay. No need. Okay, so in the next few slides, I will show you the stocks that we have been sort of promoting to the retail investors since April. So April was a landmark event for CGSI, but it was the first time that we hosted our small mid-cap conference. So it was actually a maiden event. And in that conference, we promoted 10 stocks. So these are the stocks. And it goes across sectors, includes construction, includes oil and gas, includes tech, and some of them. So I'm not sure, I mean, some of them should be familiar to you. Some are not, but you might want to look into these names. Not all, but do you want me to point to those that you should start to look at? Okay, you should start to look at Life Water. Okay, you should start, okay, these stocks are not our core rating stocks, okay? In retail, when we write report, we have no recommendation, okay? But if we are very highly convicted into the stocks, we'll tell you it's a good buy, okay? So it's Life Water, SNS Network Technology, used to be Binastra, but Binastra is running out of fuel. But I think Binastra, the more, when the stocks consolidate further, I think it will. you may want to start to relook at Bin Nasrah because it has a very strong DC exposure in Johor, and order book is a very high growth contractor. The biggest high growth contract that I've seen when I used to cover construction after Suncon. So Suncon, everybody is afraid to buy Suncon now, right? I'll buy this lah. Okay, for small cap. Example okay. This is in April, see? Okay, so April, May, June, July, this is the same ones, but different argument, different supporting arguments. But note that there is, every time we promote a bunch of stocks, we have one dark horse. For this one, we had one dark horse, and the dark horse was Saipak. Okay, Saipak re-rated strongly since that event. And since that event, Saipak has started to demonstrate to investors that their new line of management is really trying to deliver positive things in terms of turnaround, earnings delivery, and securing new contracts. So it's happening. You check Saipak's announcements. Okay? Okay, that's in April. These are our examples, and it's still relevant. We are still talking about these stocks since April. Okay, so we also support the Sharia Services Division by conducting Sharia webinar. So for those who have joined the Sharia webinar conducted by myself and our head of retail research, Sesang, he's also here. So we do it every month. And every month kita ada stock baru yang kita promote. The latest one that we did was these stocks. Okay, all these stocks have good technical indicators, are showing some bullish reversal trends, and are likely to benefit from an improved stock market news flow in the next couple of months from the announcement of the 13 Malaysia plan. Okay, remember I told you about don't ignore the Johor play. One of the most ignored Johor play is the last stock in the list. It's that stock lah. The one that starts with R. That one, okay? So it's the most ignored stock that has a huge potential in Johor. So it is currently undergoing a restructuring with the company that bought over them. The old owner is no more in the company. There are new owners, so they're trying to turn it around. So this may be a stock that you might want to look into a bit more detail in terms of where they are, what the share price chart looks like, and what is happening in Johor in the next 6 months. Okay? Enough tips. Okay. So we also like, Sesiang also likes Southern Score Builders. It's a contractor lah, okay? The chart was superb. I look at the earnings, it was actually all right. Order book is rising, so this could be an upcoming 13 Malaysia plan and budget 2026 contractor beneficiary that is non-mainstream and non-blue chip. Okay, you nak main e-compile, you main lah. Okay, you not mind the other smaller stocks you can play because most analysts are recommending it. But this one has no coverage. Okay? So some of the names are also interesting, but it could be more interesting in the coming months. But for now, these are the reasons why we picked the stock in terms of trying to get interest back from the retail side. All right? Okay. These are the same names. Okay. In the retail research side, we constantly look at new ways of trying to excite retail investors, including Sharia retail investors. So the latest initiative that we had is to launch this thing called Core Weekend Portfolio. So Core Weekend Portfolio is a portfolio of stocks that, number one, has attractive technical signs indicators. Dia tengok hari Jumaat, the chart is nice, look at the numbers are okay. And check the news, whatever that's necessary to check on the stock before you decide on what to do with it. So we have decided that so this is the name before I show the stocks lah. So the core definition of CWP is CGSI's new retail initiative, a mock portfolio for investors who has little time to monitor the market on consistent basis, like us lah, right? Okay. And they buy and sell activities only take place on Mondays based on Friday's close. So this Friday, besok, we will update the list, right? Yeah, so besok we'll update a list. So the current list is this. Of all these, dua yang tak syariah. So yang tak syariah is Unitrade Industries dengan Powerwell and Unitrade. The rest are all Sharia if you want to know lah, okay? So these are the names of the stocks. So we've got Ahmad Zaki. You notice the names, okay? Ahmad Zaki, IJM, Gamuda, Kellington, Southern Score. So those are cyclical stocks. 13 Malaysia Plan, Budget, Beneficiary, Higher, DE, Pump Priming. Names are starting to show signs in their charts. Okay? All right. Okay, IPO is also an area where you can see a significant number of Sharia-compliant IPOs, okay? So, thanks to our IPO specialist, she has been able to compile neatly to distribute between ada berapa banyak Sharia IPO and ada berapa banyak non-Sharia IPO. Last year and this year to date. So this year, number of Sharia IPOs was 46. Number of non-Sharia IPOs was 5. Okay? So average share price change on the first day, bukan year to date, first day, dia buka, toing, share price naik. For Sharia stocks, is 39% up on the first day. Non-Sharia for last year is up 11%. Average share price change on the first day for all IPOs last year was 37%. So these are all the sectors that is relevant to all the stocks that went for IPO license. So what happened this year? This year kita tak habis lagi kan? But this year so far, we've got 32 Sharia IPOs, 4 non-Sharia IPOs, tapi this year Sharia stocks yang IPO, the first day jump only 4% je lah. Okay? And non-Sharia jumped 20% on the first day. Average share price change is 4, which is understandable. Market was tak mantap, so IPO pun ada yang delay, so it's understandable, right? So we hope that this landscape environment to improve next year lah. Okay? All right. So these are the complete table of last year's IPO, this year's IPO, but essentially it tells you this story lah. Okay, so it's a summary or analysis of all these stocks that went into the market last year and this year. So I think that is the last slide. Okay, so thank you. And I hope that was useful, and I think I will give this to MC. All right.
Thank you, Sharizan. Now I'd like to invite Nazmi, Jeremy, and Sharizan to the stage for the Q&A session. All right, for the Q&A session, you have few questions on the list, a total of 10 questions. I'll just read the question one by one, line by line. And, you know, if any of you feels like answering those questions, you may just straight away tell the, you know, the answers to the participants. So the first one, what would be the ideal investment strategy now, buy big caps or go for small caps? Perhaps I think this one, Jeremy, as a strategist. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll take that. Well, I wouldn't say there's a one size fit all answer for this. It's not blanket, let's go all in the big caps or let's go all in the small caps or whatnot, but to be a bit more specific, right? So I think within the large cap space, where it's looking relatively quite attractive, for example, is the banking sector. We see that, you know, share prices of quite a few banking stocks are actually much closer to the post-Liberation Day lows. I think some of the banking stocks that we like, which we think would benefit from a market rebound, a return of foreign investors into Malaysia, would of course be the high beta names like CIMB. Also within the banking space, we like RHB. The yields on those look quite fantastic. 7% yield for this year, 8% for next year. And apart from the banking stocks, another large cap name, which I think has quite a fair bit of value given the share price easing of its tenaga.
All right, thank you.
On the small caps?
Yeah.
On the small cap, yeah, I mean, if retail investors are beginning to start to warm up again on the market, on Sharia stocks, because last year was a good year. This year was not so much of a good year so far, but if things are going to recover, which we hope it will be,
Then examples of small cap stocks that are in the slide lah. You know, some of the names that I mentioned, especially the themes. Just remember the themes that are important. Then stock selection will be easier once you understand the themes and the implications to what sectors or stocks.
All right, okay, thank you. Hope that answers the question from participants. The next one, I believe this one suits for Nazmi. On economy, can you share your expectations for budget 2026? Like what's in the goodie bag, perhaps?
Okay, that's a tough question. So, let's all be clear about in terms of government political objective. We are pretty much going to half the political period. I think the next. So basically, the government have two budgets going forward. So budget 2026, budget 2027 before we see an election. So I don't think the government will introduce any significant changes. Everything that they wanted to do, they probably already have done. So they already expanded the SST, they already done the electricity tariff revision, they already did the around 95. So everything that is done already been done. So nothing big that you likely to expect going forward. But there's certain things that they announced they haven't yet fulfilled. For example, if you remember in the previous budget, they mentioned about dividend tax. We never heard about that since the budget announcements of last year. They also talk about the capital gains tax that they're planning to do that has also been quiet. So those things could actually start to resurface. But also the government have hinted during the 12 Malaysia plan, certain things that they wanted to do, for example, raise the retirement age to a higher level. So that might be a point that is being discussed. They also want to do, for example, the EPF monthly payout system. So those are things that they are likely to announce. Also, another thing with this budget is that I think the government would really likely to watch on the direction of the economy going forward, especially if we're likely to see an economy in third quarter or fourth quarter tanking. Then I think the government may want to consider a bit of a stimulus in the budget. Which means that higher ISRA allocations, higher STR allocation, and so on. Yeah, so they're probably going to be attuned to the economic development recently and try to figure out a way to try to cushion the impact to the economy. But I don't think there's going to be any major tax announcement from this point onwards.
All right, so the next one is for Sharizan. So between Klang Valley, Penang, and Johor investment themes for small caps, which one is more exciting for second half 25P?
I think it was quite obvious that I'm quite excited about Johor theme. Yeah, Johor could still be an attractive growth area that can dish out more small cap stock ideas compared to Penang and Klang Valley lah. Yeah, for Peninsula lah. Jeremy, do you wanna?
Yeah, with regards to Johor, just wanted to add that you have the RTS completing and operational by the early part of next year, right? Right. So if you're talking about the second half sort of geographical theme, I think I agree with Sharizan, quite upbeat on the whole Johor area.
RTS is completing and then Agong dah approve nak buat the Johor ART, so like a bunch of money is going back to Johor, right? So you have to deduce that in a way that it should be positive. It should be a bit more exciting geographical area lah to have stock ideas from.
All right, amazing. Okay, the next one is for Jeremy. I believe that CGS house our target for KLCI is around 1670. So, you know, for the KLCI target. So do you think that is achievable? What could go wrong and any surprise perhaps on the upside?
I'd like to think that is achievable. So for context, going back to 1670 is basically sort of like returning back to close to the highs that we saw last year. What was the second part of the question again?
What can surprise on the upside?
On the upside?
Yeah.
Well, I'm more concerned of the downside actually.
Okay.
Well, okay, let's talk about the negatives first, right? I think what could spook on the downside is if we see broadly that external tariff tensions are easing broadly, you have little bouts of escalations here and there, but I think the broader trend is easing compared to where we were on Liberation Day. So we see a significant re-escalation in how tariff tantrums are going. That would be one key risk. The other one, I guess, which has quite a bit of fluidity, is with regards to where the Fed stands on its interest rates. We have seen expectations on the Fed cutting, on the Fed not cutting. It really swings throughout the year, right? In terms of where the expectations were. So if we do see a significant delay in unpausing, again, that's not good for markets because that holds back the return of risk appetite.
All right. So the next one is for Nazmi. With all this government's fiscal strategy, do you think that our economy moving in the right direction? Perhaps can you simplify this view?
That's an opinion I think I reserve to myself, and the listeners should reserve to themselves. But let me say this: I think compared to I can judge from based on what the government have done. Yeah? So I think if you look at in terms of the reform that they did, it has been taken into account the impact to not just consumers in general, but also different strata or different levels of consumers. So if you look at in terms of, I'll give you an example. For example, the electricity tariff revision that happened quite recently, where they separate, users below 600 kilowatt per hour, anything above, 600, and then there's another level for anybody above 1,500. So the government, when they do the reforms, they really take care of the lower income brackets. And this is the same thing as to, like, for example, you're going to be hearing about the 95 soon. And then there's other things, for example, SARA payouts. So everything the government has been done in terms of very gradual levels and really taking care of the people, especially the one with a low income level. So that makes the rollout of reforms much easier to swallow. If you compare that with the previous administration, where it was done a bit more, a bit more rushed, less engagements with the public, I think this time around, in my personal opinion, it's just a bit slightly more better in terms of this management of its policies.
All right, thank you. And then the next question is for Sharizan from One Farah. Hi, Sharizan, could you please explain CWP again? Yeah.
Now let Sesiang explain, if you can, Ruth, please.
Yeah, so basically it's a weekly portfolio. So we just pick stocks that are actually breaking out. So if you know the turtle story is roughly based on the breakout of about the turtle one is about 20 days. So we're using roughly on a weekly basis is roughly about 20 weeks. Yeah, just something simple. So it's a broad base, something that's from the whole market. It's not just from a certain sector. So yeah.
All right. Okay. And then we have a few more questions. Perhaps, okay, can you comment on the additional tax assessment by IRB, and do you think we may see it more often moving forward? Perhaps this one's for Nazmi or Jeremy. Yeah.
I presume the question is related to LHDN's additional tax assessment on that we've seen pop up here and there for selected public listed companies like Tenaga and Harta Lega. Now, I don't think I should jump the gun and assess whether this is valid or not. I think we can all read from the announcements. I think Tenaga has already made an official announcement as to where this issue cropped up on, submitting under the wrong section. I think those are self-explanatory. As to whether or not, more and more of these start popping up, it's hard to say. I don't want to say that this is a structural trend and whatnot. Yeah, I think this is a question best left for IRB to take.
I think for the last question, perhaps again for Jeremy, given that you mentioned during your presentation where, the trend of fund managers are still holding back the cash. So when do you think any specific timeline of redeployment of cash into the market?
Yeah. So yes, you're correct in pointing out that based on data from the AUMs of local unit trust companies, it does suggest that domestic fund managers are a bit more cashed up than usual, right? And our whole thesis is that alongside the fact that foreign shareholding is at rock bottom levels, and more cashed up domestic FMs, there is opportunity for some of this liquidity to be redeployed back into our local market. The question is, of course, what's going to trigger this to happen, right? And very broadly, that just basically means that when does risk appetite come back? Now, I think one very simple way to view how risk appetite moves or comes back is that I showed you with regards to how the market is influenced by interest rate differentials, right? So the whole idea is that money flows away from where interest rates are low and to where interest rates are higher, or on a relative basis. If interest rate differentials narrow in favor of Malaysia, then we get money flowing back into Malaysia. So I think that when this risk appetite will return is essentially when we get closer to the point where the Fed is going to unpause on their rate down cycle, right? So you recall last year, the Fed has cut, 100 basis points, I think, in total, right? And the market did react to that. Risk appetite came back, right? And then after that, it paused from December all the way until now, right? So I think that as we enter, perhaps dawning closer to the fourth quarter, when it gets a bit more apparent, the Fed is going to unpause, resume back the rate down cycle. I think risk appetite will return, including for emerging markets such as Malaysia. And that's when we expect to see this ideal liquidity flow back into our local market.
All right, with that wraps up all the questions from the floor. Thank you so much, speakers. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite our speakers to come up front for a quick photo together, as we would love to capture this moment. All right, thank you, speakers. You may now be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda of the day, we will now deep dive into a power talk with industry leaders to discuss on this interesting topic, plenary address, strengthening capital flows, Islamic investment corridors between the Middle East and Asia. The closing remark will provide a strategic perspective on how Islamic finance is enabling cross-regional capital flows across the Middle East, China, and Southeast Asia. It will highlight the role of Malaysia and ASEAN as leading platforms for facilitating long-term investment through innovation, regulatory alignment, and shared values in Shariah-compliant finance. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to invite Encik Khairi Shahrin Arifbaki and our esteemed speaker, Tan Sri Azman Mokhtar, to come up to the stage for this session. Please welcome. A brief introduction of our moderator, Encik Khairi. Encik Khairi is the Deputy CEO of CGS International Malaysia with over 20 years of experience in the equity market. He has held key roles at Citigroup, JP Morgan, OASK, and Maybank Investment Bank, covering both retail and institutional segments. Prior to this, he led digital transformation at MIDF and served as CEO of IVCap Management. And for our speaker, Tan Sri Azman Mokhtar, Chairman of the Malaysia International Islamic Finance Center, MIIC Leadership Council, where Tan Sri Azman also chairs UTM and INSAF University. He was formerly Managing Director of Hazanah National and Chairman of Tabung Haji. His global roles include positions with the World Economic Forum, GEFI, and Saudi Arabia Investment Advisory Council. A Chiefling Scholar, he holds a Master in Philosophy from Cambridge, a Diploma in Islamic Studies, and is a CFA Charter Holder and ACCA Fellow. Without further ado, the floor is yours, Tan Sri.
Okay, terima kasih pengacara majlis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Thank you to. Could you go to the cover, please? The first slide. Yeah, okay. Dia kena ada suspense sikit. No, thank you to CGS, Wan Azizah, Cik Khairi, my old brother, not old lah, my brother whom I've known a long time, Cik Rashdan, to Bursa, Malaysia for hosting. Interesting topic that you've given me, so thank you for inviting me. Not quite sure why the slides, but on the subject of strengthening capital flows, Islamic investment corridors between Middle East and Asia. So I was trying to figure out how to frame this. So I'm going to use a few metaphors to highlight this. So I want to talk about building bridges, opening gateways, shifting sands, not a mirage. Mirage, as you know, is if you're in the desert, suddenly you see like water again. To you all in the stockbroking industry, when you say water, you don't say water, you say liquidity. When you see liquidity, however, sometimes in the desert, you think ada liquidity or there's water, but there's no water. That's a mirage. And why I argue this time it's different, and why this time it's not just a mirage, partly because there's been shifting sands around the world. Is the slides okay? Or maybe this is also shifting. Boleh tak boleh? Okay, never mind, let them figure out. So I think you can see what I'm trying to build. I think we're going to have a dialogue, which is probably more interesting. But I'm going to share some thoughts and also hot off the press, lah. Actually, as you will see that how I think various push and pull factors around the world, how this is making changes in capital flows along this and other corridors, actually. Number one. Number two, whether those capital flows hits the stock market or the Sukuk market, I think there's a certain sequence these things need to happen. As you know, there are foreign direct investments, there's foreign portfolio investments, right? Both ways. I think, to me, we should anchor whatever we do on the real economy first, right? Only then the financial economy, which includes the capital markets and the Islamic capital markets in particular, will follow. Of course, it's not necessarily in a linear sequence, it will work together. Okay, so these are some of the opening kind of concepts. Now, boleh? Coming? Okay, I don't know, you figure out, otherwise I have to speak off the cuff. Okay, tak apa. I think as we build the picture, I would say, first of all, historically, as you know, there has been, when we talk about the investment corridor between the Middle East and Asia, and ASEAN and Malaysia in particular, and vice versa, that's why I started with the imagery of a mirage, that in the past, for example, post 9/11, you would have thought that what happened in 9/11, of course, big tragedy, terrible things, and you would have thought that this will mean a certain shifting of capital flows. This is in the early 2000s. So remember, we were all expecting, oh, sure, duit Arab will come here in a big wave. Didn't quite happen. Adalah, little bit here and there, either in direct investments, either in M&A, not really in the stock market. That was one episode. Around that time was also Gulf War, actually. The Gulf War, there's a couple of them. The one when Saddam Hussein went into Kuwait, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for example, they went through a period when, quite some time ago, oil prices was $6 per barrel. And they had to pay for the security bill to America, actually. Billions, hundreds of billions of US dollars. So they were actually at a difficult time and difficult place at that time, right? So it came, but it was fair to say that those earlier supposed flows were a little bit what do you call it? They were a little bit disappointing, right? It did not really come through in a major way. So as a result of that, I think the question now is that how is it different this time? What I will argue is that it's different this time, partly because of two main factors, what I would call the push factors, the pull factors. What are among the push factors? We already heard. The world is narrowing in many regards, as you know. We all know, I'm sure your analysts and economists earlier had covered. So when the world narrows, it's also getting quite dark in many places. So among the push factors, when you have geopolitics, then the question is whether nations and regions are able to carve out what I would call strategic neutrality. A bit of a big word. Strategic neutrality simply means you don't have to necessarily choose between the great powers. Either US or China, broadly, with a few other proxies and variants. In some sectors, you have to choose. For example, data centers, they're very strict, actually. They're very strict. So when a data center is being built in Malaysia or in Saudi Arabia, they insist that this particular data center is almost, not almost, the word is actually you want it to be like your embassy. So if you're American, you have a data center from one of the hyperscalers, either in Malaysia or Saudi, they want assurance that this data center, there's no what they call contamination with the Chinese side. No one has, because of privacy, because of the whole chain. Similarly, if it's in Saudi or if it's in Malaysia. Electronics, as you know, some of our listed companies in that space, making sure that the chips doesn't make its way into the Chinese side. So that kind of demarcation and ring fencing has been done. But by and large, actually not many regions or not many countries are able to have this so-called strategic neutrality. So far, Malaysia and ASEAN relatively yes. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the GCC in particular has carved that out. So they, for example, in the field of renewable energy, water desalination, green hydrogen, they are able to tap into technology sources from both West and East. And this is actually a huge advantage. It's not fully appreciated because most sites you have to choose. So for example, I was going to talk about a company called Aqua Power, which is an $80 billion company, so a very large company, which is the world's leading water desalination company, 10 million cubic feet per annum. That's more than double the next fellow is a French company. Secondly, they're the world's largest producer of green hydrogen, green ammonia, renewable energy. They're our partners, actually, Malaysia. 20 years ago, their very first plant, Khazanah, Tenaga, and Malakoff, we built with them in a place called Shuaibah, south of the city of Jeddah. The significance of this project is that it supplies water and electricity to not just Jeddah, but the holy city of Mecca, actually. So if you go to Mecca, more than 70% of the water is from this plant. Believe me, it was a high pleasure, but high pressure project. Alhamdulillah, we delivered it 20 years ago, and I want to credit the two Abdullahs, actually. King Abdullah of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and our late Patlah, Abdullah Badawi. It was their vision that formed that. So I hope they sort out the slide because I wanted Susan to explain. You just see photo easier. I don't have Facebook, but the Facebook of the page of our Prime Minister. Boleh. Okay, next slide. This is the slide I want to show. This is hot off the press. This is the Prime Minister's Facebook page. I don't have Facebook, but this is his page. So I kata, susah nak cerita pasal investment corridor ni. What a boring topic at the end of a long day. So I say, yeah, no mirage. One picture, 1,000 words, and $10 billion. Alhamdulillah. 10 billion binding investment commitment from Aqua Power, the company I spoke about, to invest in energy, RE, water desalination in Malaysia. And we've committed to open a regional HQ for Asia Pacific ex-China. Because inshallah, 10 billion in Malaysia, another 20 billion in ASEAN, US dollars. This is binding commitment, by the way. We first signed this 2 months ago, roughly 2.5 months ago during ASEAN GCC Summit. They've been working for about 1.5 years. I've been working as their advisor for the last 8 months actually. I thought I technically retired lah, semi-retired, tapi this one got me out of semi-retirement because I believe in something like this. Jadi yesterday, as you can see, the Prime Minister is there. Next to him is our Deputy Prime Minister, who's also our Energy Minister, Dato Fad'l. Next to that is Tengku Zafrul, of course, our Trade Minister. And next to Prime Minister is His Excellency Mohamad Abu Nayan. I think history will go down in corporate history at least as a legendary founder of this company, which is already 80 billion and growing. They're doubling every 3 years. So this kind of growth. From nothing, their very first project was with us. That's why I kata balik bertandang. This is actually a story of the investment corridor actually opened 20 years ago. Sometimes it takes that long because their very first project was with us, with Malaysia Inc. So Brother Mohamad Abu Rakan called me about 8 months ago, said, Tan Sri, my dear brother, I want to invest in your country. I don't understand your country. Can you help me? I said, what makes you think I understand my country? I'm only being partly falsely humble, but tak apalah, alhamdulillah. So I said, okay, because I believe in this. Jadi, as I said, as the world narrows, we widen. We build bridges, we build gateways, superhighway, inshallah, real economy, financial economy, strategic relationships. So this was actually, in fact, it's good timing lah, Raj. You asked me to speak today. I wanted to bring them here actually. Then lagi senang lah, bagi dia cakap. I don't need to say much. But they're busy doing meetings lah. I'm running away from the meeting. Okay. Next slide. So just bear that in mind. As I mentioned, sorry, the previous slide. So Aqua Power ni, not just all those stuff, but they're doing 15 gigawatts per annum of new capacity. I'm slightly out of touch. I used to be a power analyst. I don't know, Malaysia punya system, what is installed capacity these days? 30 gigawatts. So they're doing like half of Malaysia capacity every year. Okay, and this is big. By the way, there is a severe shortage of turbines around the world today because Mr. Trump doesn't believe in renewable energy. He wants to do gas or even diesel. Can you imagine? Diesel to fire data centers in the United States. As a result, there's only 3 main suppliers, Siemens, General Electric, and Marubeni, MHI from Japan. There's a severe shortage, but these guys have got it all, the slots are all booked. Okay, next slide. So here are some thoughts on the next slide, which is, I need to go back a little bit to history, because what I'm proposing today is what we're going to do together, walaupun it sounds big and conceptual, is actually a reversion to mean of the historical mean. There's something called the Silk Road, as you know, the ancient Silk Road, which is actually the land road, which goes through Central Asia. There are rail systems now. These are reopening. The maritime Silk Road is the Silk Road yang belah bawah ni. It comes from Europe, but from the Gulf. If the start of the Silk Road, some say Bursa, some say Aleppo, some say Istanbul, but it goes through. Some say the branch the Incense Road, Kemian, into Yemen, for example. But it comes down into Gujarat, it comes into Nusantara, our Fad'l, and then into China or southern China. And this is a two-way, multi-way. So the likes of Admiral Cheng Ho and other traders, Islam came to this part of the world, some through ulama, some through Sufis, tasawwuf, but also some through, a lot of it was through traders, as you know, Yemeni traders in particular from Hadramaut. So I reflect that they must have been very good at ESG lah. If they're not good at ESG, we probably won't embrace kan, kalau dia tak boleh percaya, etc. Okay. So my argument is that this is ancient roots. Of course, the issue is whether it can revive or not. Then just to remind, some of my ex-colleagues in Kazana are here. So there is something that Pak Lah started last time. I think this kind of gone quiet called the World Islamic Economic Forum. And this WIEF, which by the way, when you type WIEF, they call wife. Every time they call wife. The spell checker somehow it comes out as wife. I don't know why. Very hard to change. You all power again. So we would do, Khazanah would support naturally, because it was part of our investment strategy to invest in the Muslim world, of course, based on investment thesis that work. So we would always host something called the Khazanah Breakfast Roundtable, as you remember, some of you remember. And we always have somebody to read this particular verse, actually, Suratul Hujarat, ayat 13. So those of you who know, and actually yang selalu jadi imam, yang baca ni, because he was also an investment staff, is now the CIO of Co-op actually. Hazman, this was Hazman's job to read. Dia macam semua dia boleh buat. Jadi imam, investment, invest ni, Bollywood. No. Have to check. So, no, the significance of Al-Hujarat, actually the first 10, 11 verses is about good behavior. Jangan mengumpat, how to build bridges, this kind of thing. But number 13, actually, this is the verse that Allah Ta'ala says, we created you into male and female, etc., etc. We created you into nations and tribes so that you may know each other. This is the reflection. Because consider this, there's about 200 nation states in the world. 56 are Muslim majority. Now, the way Allah Ta'ala has done, He has spread out what I would call the factors of production: financial capital, natural resources, human resource. So for example, some countries, of course, so you reflect, 200 nations, if you look at the richest in terms of wealth, Muslim countries. Poorest, Muslim countries. Then there's a few in between like Malaysia, Turkey, we're somewhere in the middle, right? And then you reflect on human resource, for example. The rich Gulf countries, small population. Maybe not Saudi is 33 million, but UAE, Qatar, tak ramai kan. But other countries like Egypt, Pakistan, so many, hundreds of millions. Indonesia, again, Malaysia is somewhere in between. So the riddle, then actually you also need technology, sure. And this is partly the historical aspect that the technological acquisition or formation in the Muslim world has reduced. However, I will come back to that. This is reversing, inshallah. But more so what is called social capital, the ability to work together. One of my reference points and my inspiration is Ibn Khaldun, 700 years ago, a social scientist. Some say the father of economics. He was ahead of Adam Smith by 400 years. He talks about As-Sabiyah. As-Sabiyah has been, you can translate as social capital. It can be good, it can be bad. When As-Sabiyah is good, means you get social solidarity, alignment, etc. When it's bad, dia jadi cartel, jadi mafia, also not good. So this is what we're lacking actually. So that's me. So the Miraj part I already talked about. Why I think it's different this time. As I said, geopolitics, this and that, right? Now, also to put on record, between this corridor that you've defined, the topic given to me, historically, the movement has been oil and gas, and it's been because of the resource deficit countries like North Asia, like in particular Japan, Korea. Malaysia is part of that chain, right? A lot of our exports in oil and gas goes up there. But then tourism, perhaps post 9/11. But past 20 years, I reflect on what we've done di Khazanah. Adalah sikit. For example, when we started Eskandar Malaysia, we needed input from outside. That time China belum masuk lagi, still starting. And I knew politically it was difficult for me to get the first wave from Singapore. This will be taken negatively by the nationalists and others, right? So I look west, but not all the way. I look Middle East. So actually Mubadala, KFH was first round. What is today Medini in Iskandar Putri. All of that infra was paid by that actually. And this became a layer, a base, which today now we got the Johor Singapore SEZ, sebagai contoh. Secondly, we went there. I talked about Shuaibah, but also Jadwa. We went into Dubai. Adalah sikit-sikit, not that heavy. We went into Turkey more than the Gulf because they were actually quite capital surplus anyway. Telcos, I think they went into Maxis. I think some of the telcos from Saudi into Qataris, Ooredoo went into Indonesia. Some went into Myanmar. So ada lah, but I wouldn't say it's a big wave. I said recently, Aqua was one. Aqua is also investing 50 billion actually US firm. These are all firm numbers into China. These are huge numbers. They are, by the way, 44% owned by PIF. So it helps to have that kind of parentage. But importantly, they're 30% led by the founder, very entrepreneurial, Mohamed Bunayan tadi. And UAE, I'm not quite sure what's happening, but there was an announcement that UAE Inc., that means Abu Dhabi, Dubai, was putting in 22 billion US dollars into the new Indonesian capital. Not exactly sure what's the status, but actually, Rush, tomorrow I go to Jakarta and I'll get an update. Okay, next. Push factors, I already spoke. So the geopolitics means you need to diversify. The hardening of sanctions and policy risk. Actually, when Ukraine blew up, financial centers like London, very clear, not just the Brexit effect, but the effect that suddenly some of the pools of money there worry about whether if this can happen to Russian money, it could happen to us too, because you may not be flavor of the month at some point. So you saw movement. Singapore, of course, has benefited. Dubai has benefited. Springing up of family offices in Singapore. Saudi from nothing, even Saudi dah 50 actually. I happen to sit on their advisory council for the Ministry of Investment, and we are tracking this closely. Of course, Malaysia has ambitions. So this is already moving. But actually there are softer factors which are not so soft. Ethnophobia or Islamophobia specifically. But even to the left or to the right, all this wokeism and the hard right, people are coming. Human capital is coming. For example, the Nobel laureate, Joe Stiglitz, economist, friend of Malaysia. Joe and Anya, his wife, I'm not sure whether it's public, it's semi-public, I suppose, has kind of moved to Barcelona. Madrid is full of Trump emigres. I just came off meeting up with my colleague at Cambridge. Oxford, Cambridge, people are taking pay cut. Canada, University of Toronto, University of British Columbia, people are leaving actually. I chair a couple of universities in Malaysia. We're trying to get talent because believe me, these factors, lifestyle factors, is happening. The strategic access to capital and technology, West and East, all sides, not all white, all sides. So take the example of Aqua Power today. They're the world's leading. They're producing green hydrogen in NEOM. Sometimes we see about NEOM, we think it's only real estate. Actually, the real economy there is in energy, it's in renewable energy, it's in integrated energy solutions. So to do green hydrogen, you need solar. The solar plant, first phase alone, is 50 kilometers squared. I think that's bigger than Belgium or something. I guess they have the land. And then they got wind from the Red Sea. You can combine that now. But the technology portion, they're using French, German, Chinese, and the ability to integrate all that. This is where I said the technological side Muslim world. Malaysia, of course, we are through our electronic sector, for example, we're moving to another stage altogether. This is all happening. Walaupun the disappointment in the past, we have to keep on trying. Pull factors, we still got growth in these two regions. It's quite dark in the world today. But, in spite of whatever issue, 4, 5, 6% GCC, ASEAN is there, right? Relative stability, strategic neutrality. The whole area, nowadays, I'm semi-retired. Commercially, I do quite a bit of academic or quasi-academic work. So me and a few friends, we are developing the whole idea around what we call kancilnomics. In a land of giants, when the giants start fighting the kancil, if we are clever and nimble, we can benefit. Smaller countries can benefit. Right? As you know, nak cross river, jump on the head of crocodile. Gajah lawan dengan rimau, kita buat alliance dengan monkey. That kind of thing. You know lah, all the old folk tale. It's not just folk tale. I think there's wisdom in that. Then moving out the tech chain integration strength, and then we already got strength in certain sectors like energy, RE, data center, electronics, education, tourism. So some numbers, right? These are, I read some of the background research from HSBC and so on, and from CGS. Thank you for the input. What they identify, Saudi-China is a big corridor. So just Aqua alone, you nampak 50 billion, and Aramco and others, right? India, UAE, I think culturally, as you know, Dubai very much linked, it's like entrepot for the Indian subcontinent almost. And then GCC ASEAN, Saudi, Malaysia. At the ASEAN GCC summit in May, they declared to raise trade from 131 billion roughly now, 2024, to 180 billion by 2032. My own view, the estimate broader Asia Middle East trade to double from slightly less than 1 trillion to 1.9 trillion actually. But as you know, all these macro numbers doesn't mean much. I'm sure you all are in the capital market. What does this mean to the markets and what does this mean to the investable universe and so on? Okay. So to me, we also need to get a few things straight. There's something called the real economy, there's the financial economy. These positive tailwinds in the real economy will spill into supported by the financial economy. And a word for Islamic finance, I always stated that the true role of finance is to support a good real economy, which in turn must support society itself. The good news is that the readiness of our financial economy, and indeed large parts of the GCC, Saudi in particular and UAE in particular, but also Qatar as an example, and Bahrain, is that we are ready. Banking system, capital markets, both in the equity and fixed income side, as well as the NBFIs lah, the non-bank financial institution, dah ada, sistem semua dah ada. FDI and FPI is ready. Now, insofar as Islamic finance, which I'm also wearing the hat of chairing the MIFC Leadership Council, should be the instrument of natural choice. The reason why I say should be is it should be lah, logically, because of values, because of this and that. But let's also be clear that Malaysia, ASEAN, Saudi, GCC, we know and practice both actually, Islamic and non-Islamic finance. That's just what it is, right? Because we've taken a pragmatic, gradualist approach. So for example, Saudi, technically negara dia Islamic lah. Notwithstanding a lot of the banking structure is still tawarruk lah, a lot. Tetapi when they go out, when those flows are out, of course, most of it is, if not, almost exclusively non-Islamic, so to speak. So we know both. Whether that's right or not, that's just what it is lah. So this shifting sense, and I would argue the revival of the ancient roads, are actually perfect platforms for Islamic finance to enter its next curve. Because the work on MISC, we've always argued, the last 50, 60 years, Bank Islam, Tabung Haji, Sukuk, all very good. Tetapi this is just first curve lah, which is the Shariah-Compliant curve, okay? What we call halal lah, if you like. But we need to move from not just Shariah-Compliant, but also truly Sharia impact. This is the next challenge, which incorporates sustainability, ESG, what we call halal and tayyib, and closer to the objectives of the maqasid al-Sharia, which of course both Bank Negara and SC are very much focused on that. So in that regard, next slide, please. To highlight lah, I won't go through perhaps during Q&A. The position paper of MIFC lah, which was issued last year, we've been busy going around and talking about this, doing this. And we also developed a scholar's review of the tayyib concept within the Maqasid al-Sharia. Next. And this was launched by the Prime Minister and the Governor and the MK2 and so on. This was last year lah. Next. To highlight, alhamdulillah, there's been a lot of progress. Next. For example, today, actually the numbers would be updated that banking system almost half. I think some of the leading banks, Maybank, for example, is more than 60, almost 70% already lah. At least Maybank Malaysia lah. Kalau the campur semua, the group is I think about 60. If you look at capital markets, I think we're hitting almost 2/3. So there's progress. Of course, there are other qualitative factors. Malaysia is normally ranked first. So all this we know. Bagus lah. However, next slide. Oh, ni tak ada. Just to highlight that we are still a relatively small segment, and that's why that those shifting sands actually paradoxically or counterintuitively actually is an opportunity, if you ask me. As long as that strategic neutrality, etc., the Cold War doesn't become, God forbid, hot wars, etc. Again, I think these are actually very good things. So our work on Islamic finance then actually highlighted 10 focus areas and 18 initial impact projects. Next. And that's where I wanted to pause, perhaps. I got a few other things, tapi tu tak apalah later, to basically highlight that I think this investment corridors that the topic given to me, there was some mirage and disappointment in the past, but my argument is that these are not new things actually. Are we able to revive this? Ironically, because the last 80 years was this post-war rules-based order of the West, post-colonial, etc. So this system is unraveling big time. And kita pun, we've got all these building blocks. From where I sit, I see some movement going on. Maybe it will need a bit of time to hit the capital markets per se, but get ready, because my view is the right sequence, real economy dulu. So just now I tried to remember, and in fact, I stand here today, the group from Aqua Power, because Mohamed Bunayan is my old friend from 20 years ago, we negotiated very hard. He told the Prime Minister that this man, Your Excellency, he asked me to either sign here or jump off the Twin Towers. I cannot remember lah, pandai dia cakap. But since then, we become friends over the years without really doing business. But now he says, I'm ready to come back. 20 years later, when his company has grown to 80 billion US, with all those factors coming in. Now, eventually, inshallah, we know, we open regional HQ, some of this need ready, we will eventually list some of this into the region, and perhaps that can be the demonstration effect of strengthening the capital flows, inshallah, in a good and sustainable way. So on that note, I thank you for listening. Happy to have a discussion or take questions. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum. Can you go back to the slide yang from PM-nya Facebook tadi lah? Bagi semangat sikit. So, Khairi, what do we do now? I can stand here if you don't mind. Oh, you want me to sit there? Itu macam Jeff Bezos. Ini boleh ya? Okay, easier for me.
Testing, okay. I think Tan Sri deserve another applause for this wonderful speech. Thank you so much. And just for information, Tan Sri actually, these things. Correct me if I'm wrong. Tan Sri was in Terengganu, right? You were away this morning, right? Oh. Oh, okay. So then, all right, okay.
One of our investment partners are actually Terengganu Inc. So which is chaired by the Menteri Besar lah. So I was having lunch with him tadi, with them. Kenyir, and we want to do green hydrogen. And this is also good lah, because in a way, Fad'l and Putrajaya and state and opposition state itself. Bagus, I'm very happy kalau as a citizen benda macam ni. So, that social capital part lah. We got to work together.
Yes, that's great, Tan Sri. Well, the team has prepared me some questions, but these questions, some may or may not be related, but maybe I can start, Tan Sri, with as we expand across regions, you can see like what was happened today, right? Between this one from Saudi to Malaysia and in ASEAN. What else do you see as the most promising Islamic investments into, if not Malaysia, into ASEAN, Tan Sri? And then how are these we can create these corridors to support not just what we're doing here, but more of a long-term and sustainable capital flows, because that's what we want, like it's an ongoing thing. Thanks, Tan Sri.
Yeah, thank you, Khairi. I think my so-called argument has been bagus lah, tapi I'm distinguishing between real economy, financial economy. Okay, you all are in the financial economy. So, okay, I'm from there too, and but kita, I mean, kalau tidak you nak trade on what? Atas angin kan? There must be something real lah. Because we don't really do derivative, crypto, ada lah sikit-sikit, but we don't really do, right? So in that sense, that's why I'm charting where is the logic, the industrial logic, the real economy logic, ada ke tak ada? So if you look, and because the world is still highly competitive, globalized, even with all these divisions and trade war, tariff, tantrum, apa semua ni, trauma, tariff trauma, bukan tantrum kan, dah trauma dah. Happening, you still have to anchor on competitiveness. So some of the sectors I highlighted, energy, renewable energy. So that's why this company, Aqua, I'm fascinated lah. I've been away, not really need, but then the last year or so I've been working with that, and I just go, wow, they're in 14 countries, gila. If you go, they're doing green hydrogen, 18,000 people on the ground in NEOM. 18,000 people is like building pyramid, gila. Okay, so if you look at that, then you say, okay, renewable, water is so underpriced, but water desal, even Malaysia, we are water surplus country, but as you know, there's water stress in some places. Susah you nak charge water at the retail level, but industrial water, there is strong demand. States like Selangor, in fact, that's why we tie up actually with UAM Lestra. As an example, is Lestra listed? Probably not. Yeah, maybe after they can get listed, then you can buy the shares. So I think number one, anchor on the competitiveness of that real economy. I may also mention education and tourism. I really believe education, for example, because of all those factors, people don't want to send their children to the West, maybe. And other people, they find, I think, Malaysia. So I think there are some listed education groups which I think should be beneficiaries of this trend. Data centers, very clear. Electronics, actually. Of course, electronics, a lot of it is not listed, but some are beginning. Some of the spin-offs, we are feeling this. Then the financial services sector. I think financial services, all those names, fine, banking, but I think asset management, as an example, I'm waiting for the emergence of in this corridor. Example, one of the investments we made dulu during my time di Khazanah is a company called Jadwa. They were really like a startup 15 years ago, but this was like the Goldman Sachs, quote unquote, of the kingdom. All the best families, best name. They invited Khazanah was honored. We invested 10% that time. Today they are managing from nothing, 40 billion US. Not bad again. I think grow. I think after I left, I think Khazanah dah jual lah, tak apa lah, but we still have good what do you call it, goodwill link. But eventually, all that family office, asset management, there should be more homegrown with size and scale. That start with a mental shift. Why must you send the money to, to the more traditional, the Western stuff, right? Let's say even in private equity and venture, why must the likes of, KKR, the TPGs, many are run by Asians. TPG Asia, for example, is run by Ganan, our head of investment, Dato Ganan, as an example. But Sequoias of the world. That's why I like what Co-op is doing, Dana Pemacu, to create intermediaries. So until and unless it's a bit of chicken and egg, the local and regional along these corridors develop those capabilities. And CGS, I suppose, is one of them. Like what you're doing. No, this is very serious stuff. Very serious, because today the topic is this corridor again. But this is another corridor, the full maritime Silk Road is actually with China. In fact, the biggest part of this corridor is actually Gulf and China anyway. They're doing stuff, right? So those are some thoughts. I think it has to move in a certain order and sequence, certain adab even. The real economy, the financial economy.
Okay, thank you, Tan Sri. I think that's very clear. Okay, before that, for those who want to ask any questions, you can scan the Slido, and then yeah, we will pick the questions. We don't have that much of a time.
I prefer to hear human voices. But
Oh, okay then. Yeah.
so give
we have-
priority to those in the room or even daripada wherever.
So anyone who wants to ask a question can raise your hand. We have an extra mic here, then our team can pass to you. All right. But yeah, I got other questions as we continue the session. Whenever you have any questions, just raise your hand and our team will pass the mic to you. Yeah. Okay. Another question, Tan Sri. This is part of my experience as well. I was in Citigroup many years ago. SC gave the license to Citigroup to raise money or to attract the funds from Middle East. That was about probably 15 years ago. Well, you showed that it can be done and it's real economics, not through the capital market. Malaysia take a role or ASEAN take a role in this? I mean, you have explained a bit, but maybe you can add further that how can we play that role in terms of getting this? As I say, Citi tried to do that, promise something to SC, but
Can we do? I think the building blocks of the financial economy is all there lah. I saw some of your prepared question. I kata apa lagi nak cakap Macam no. For example, talk about improve. Yeah lah, of course we got to improve double tax arrangement, the Sharia standards, harmonization. But frankly, to me, those are not central issues, because if the underlying assets and in the investment logic is strong, this kind of thing we can do lah, we can overcome, right? So for example, they say our fee standard dengan nilai, I've checked, it's only 5%. 95% is the same lah. So sometimes this can be excuses. And I think SC, Banagara, they've all done a lot, actually. People also tried. I think there are some structural issues when we've advanced in Islamic finance, but because these are subsidiaries of a financial universal bank or group that are not necessarily Islamic. So whether this will actually put the agenda, I'm not clear. But ultimately, it's about where the capital is going. As you well know, you all analyze this more than me these days. The last decade has been what my dear brother Hisham Hamdan, Khazanah CIO, Dato Hisham kata, lost decade, itu dia kata. Because returns have been poor. 4%, 5%, TSR, that kind of thing. Kalau you taruh duit hanya di Malaysia, memang you out lah, because because the West been 15, 16. Of course, that's a very narrow Max 7 and all these things. But still, first point is that, yeah, I think we've been ready with infrastructure, policy, license, this kind of stuff. I think it's there already, more or less. Of course, I'm sure it can be better. I'm not really an expert anyway on this. You all know this better. But to me, that real economy part, and then which will eventually translate into financial economy, including M&A, by the way. Because one quick way is actually for them to build a footprint to acquire. Now, all this while, semua bukan kata lepak, but everyone's comfortable, send money, earn this one in the West. But guess what? The world is changing, as I said. This is the shock. The big disruption to the global system. This is now forcing people, actually. In my own, journey, 40 over years career as a professional, this is sometimes overused word, inflection point, turning point. I think this time is, well, touch wood, it's different kind of thing, inshallah. So I hope that answers some of it.
Okay, thank you, Tan Sri. There was a news, I think, about 1 or 2 months ago. This is Tan Sri touched it a bit. For example, like in UK or London, there were a lot of billionaires moving their assets, right? I saw that thing. And I guess the likes of UAE, the likes of Singapore, or probably to a certain extent, maybe Hong Kong, I'm not sure, the ones that benefiting from it. You also touched about, we had that country garden, our JESSEZ. Yeah. How can we play that role as well, Tan Sri? Because some of this money, I mean, we know if it's in London, they are, Muslims or the Arabs lah usually, or some of the Middle East, they move the money there and then now they're moving back. And how can we position ourselves? And if you can share a bit, thanks.
Yeah. I think, the not just wealth management, private banking, but this whole category called family offices, rightly or wrongly. I mean, this is one of the big trends in our world. There are all these billionaires being produced, which means inequality and all that. Tapi ada lah. And certainly, as I said, Singapore has grown tremendously only from about 2018, 2019, just before COVID. Boom. The growth in that. And so happened, as I said, I sit on the advisory council, Kingdom Saudi Arabia. Minister Khalid Al-Faleh was CEO of Aramco, very proactive guy. So they've been mapping, they want to create Riyadh as a center for family office. First of all, they have domestic wealth. Frankly, most of that money is outside. Ni kan partly mereka nak diversify, whatever lah. But also in Dubai, for all those reasons. Frankly, some of these pools, personally, I would be careful lah. You also need to check again what kind of money. You don't want dark pools, etc. lah. That's my view lah. But what are the key factors for this kind of family office center to attract? Just like the data center, they want security, privacy, efficiency lah, and capability of people doing. That's why I think not to be underestimated, Johor, Singapore, SEZ. As I said, I was part of the team 20 years ago, building those foundation. And by the way, it wasn't just us. We took over from what was under Renong. Renong pula, dulu tu ada something called Indonesia, yang triangle tu kan, growth triangle kat bawah tu. Which is also another point actually. We always build layer upon layer. So take out the noise. So to me, those factors are there actually. Ready. So get prepared because we can't predict exactly when those things open. Dato' Fad'l, how are you, sir? Oh, tu dia. So Bursa punya market surveillance very strong. Can I slightly embarrass you to say happy birthday? Well, lucky day, bravo.
Happy birthday, Dato'.
As long as you don't ask me to sing, unless you want cloud seeding, kalau I nyanyi show hujan ni tak apa. Happy birthday, bro. Thank you. So I think those building blocks are there. My message should be get ready because truly those big factors, hot off the press. Yesterday, as I said there, one picture, 1,000 words and $10 billion. Confirm, this is binding. Now we got to execute. The PM has called MBS. So now we got to execute this now. Or be executed. Good. We will, inshallah, we'll get this done. Eventually, the real economy will spill over into the financial economy. So my view is that actually Bursa, SC, bank dah buat banyak dah, macam-macam. The players pun, I know some of your frustration, I was a player too. But, I think ironically, all this mirage of supposed liquidity didn't really come the last 20, 30 years. Because of all these push factors, paradoxically, actually, now I can feel it coming. As I said, so happened, Rashdan, you asked me to speak 2 months ago. I didn't know this was going to be the day. This is from, I don't have Facebook. This is Prime Minister's Facebook today. Okay, now, so I think get ready. Okay, before I forget, you are CGS. There's another corridor, China kan. So just to share, sajalah I pergi, man, was this about a year ago, with my old gang Kazana kat Shanghai. So they brought me, I wanted to go to Huangzhou. Actually, because some friends were at Zhejiang. At that time, I tak tahu ada DeepSeek. DeepSeek has come out from there, which is an amazing university, Zhejiang University. So while in Hangzhou, which is the home of Alibaba, so I see many of you know Khazanah, alhamdulillah, we got invested at right time, etc. But actually, we also, one of the last deals I did, the Khazanah, was to put $150 million into a cornerstone investment called Ant Financial, Alipay, hoping that we can repeat that. Sayangnya dia tak listed lah for various reasons of the clampdown and the ni. But anyway, so I had lunch with Eric Jing, the chairman of Alipay lah, old acquaintance I suppose. I said, Eric, you got what, 1.2 billion active subs on dia punya platform kan, Alipay. I said, so what's happening? You know, that time Trump belum masuk, tapi I kata, you're going to do, you know, where are you going to expand? I said, yeah, I can't go here, I can't go there. He said, Africa. I said, okay. Southeast Asia. I said, okay. Central Asia. So I bawa ni lah Islamic finance. I said, hey, you know, most of that are Muslim countries, you know. So I'm trying to push, I bagi dia punya research team. Fad'l, so yeah, we need to follow up. Fad'l from my MFC. Can you study this Islamic finance? Imagine if 1.2 billion, I say all I want is a component within your Alipay yang Shariah-Compliant. Later I came back, Dato Rahman is on our council, now with PNB lah, that time dia CIMB. Said, man, can you, because they had a partnership with Ping An into, what do you call it? No, Ping An is insurance, but they do macam digital bank into Philippines. Said, man, you put this component lah, then boom, immediately you have a choice, right? So I think the China punya angle, I think they're very open. In fact, one of our collaboration is with the Hong Kong as an entry into China lah. So there is apa nama yang kita punya partner? Hong Kong TDC lah, they call it, Trade Development Council, but they look at the financial economy as well. So key message, real economy, yes, it will eventually spill over because the logic of the financial economy has to be based on something real. We don't want the funny stuff either. It will come. It will come. And I think I'm making the case this time, hopefully, it's different, inshallah.
Thank you, Tan Sri. Okay, another round. I want to ask the floor. If you guys have any questions for Tan Sri, this is the opportunity to ask directly to Tan Sri. No? Malu, Tan Sri.
I have one question.
Okay.
Oh, ni kena take down. Kena take down.
Question for you lah.
Take down. Dato' Fad'l kena take down.
Tak ada. Tan Sri, as you're aware, and when you look at capital flows, especially when it comes to equities, a lot of the capital are actually attributed at the back of MSCI, etc. You know, and for us today, you know, because of emergence of China and some of the other names which have come into Saudi, for example, we are not picking up those capital flows, you know, from a portfolio perspective. Is there any way we can think about, especially GCC money, and I think you are testimony to that. I think this is FDI play, but I think how do we think about it from a portfolio perspective?
Yes, absolutely. Because portfolio flows, as you know, great majority, benchmark to index. Kalau in the fixed income side, benchmark to ratings, for example. So who does the indices? Who does the ratings? It may or may not necessarily reflect what we think is the real thing lah. So it's a bit of chicken and egg lah. Over time, just now I made the point about capital intermediaries, even say in private markets. Why is it we must channel money to the American PE firms or Sequoias of the world to invest in Asia, in the same region, managed by Asians? Why can't we build? I think over time ada lah kot. CGS, I suppose, is one of them, but frankly, not just why mainland China, why can't it be? No. So that's one. For the same reason, I think these indicators, I think there are some efforts to do this and that, but that may take time lah. Okay. That's why.
Boleh kita champion in terms of driving an initiative. Kita pergi dengan OIC, GCC, then we reconstruct a little bit of this. Is that possible?
I think it's possible. How probable, frankly, you're going to be swimming against the tide. I'm not saying it's wrong. In fact, I love this kind of heroic, hopeless mission. Like, you know me, kan? You cabar lagi, I'm excited lah. And then my team.
That's why I'm asking you this
No,
question.
no. Then my team will go, tahu kan? Then Eskandar tahu, you give me a challenge lagi, I excited. But it's gonna take, realistically, it will be tough. However, that's why I said those are kind of pull factors. Kan? The push factor is there though. The push factor I think is there. So sebagai contoh, okay lah, we got, then partly we are divided lah. You know, there's a Malaysian rating agency, then you got problem of standards, this and that. I think boleh lah, but maybe you have to be realistic, my view, and also recognize that maybe not in our career lifetime, maybe someone else will take it up later. I also made the point, some of these ideas, literally took decades. But then we go back long enough to know, Before there was Johor, Singapore, Azizah was Eskandar. Before Eskandar, it was Prolink. Remember Prolink, that word? Before Prolink, ada yang growth triangle, the benda kan, and so on. So be prepared. I'm game actually. You want to have a group to do this? I mean, you look at post-98 financial crisis, for example, the Chiang Mai initiative. I think the macroeconomists will know, it's about currency stability, swap arrangement, this the kind of capacity, because I suppose institutions like the central banks, they got the longevity and the stamina to do these things lah. But I would say, kalau nak buat, jangan hangat-hangat lah. Want to do properly and be prepared for a long haul. In the meantime, synthetic kind of things, arrangement may pop up here and there. But eventually, my own view is that these things are not linear. You get ready, then something happen, you're ready. Okay. Boleh?
All right. We are supposed to close at 4:45, so we are there now. I think to close, Tan Sri has given a very good presentation, for all of us to see. Not just potential, it's real now. No mirage, it's really happened. And there's more to come. I think that's what we think. That's what we aspire to have more of this, capital from the Middle East, all right? And then Tan Sri touched, on the China, like Hangzhou and all. And by the way, just for perspective, or to understand that Hangzhou, their economy as a district or as a province is even bigger, if I'm not mistaken, maybe misquote a bit, than Argentina, and even bigger than Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. Just for that district or province alone. I'm not talking about the whole China. I'm just talking about the Hangzhou that Tan Sri mentioned. That's how big the economy just for the area, okay, bigger than some of the biggest nations in the world actually. So yeah, I mean, we look forward to this, Tan Sri, and really appreciate Tan Sri's time because he's a busy man running away from some meetings.
I'm semi-retired. But this one will get me out of the house.
All right. Okay, so another applause for Tan Sri, please. Thank you very much, Tan Sri.
Thank you to Tan Sri and Encik Khairi for the wonderful session. Now I'd like to request our distinguished speakers and moderator to please join us at the front for a brief photo session. Pleased to invite Dato Fad'l together with Puan Azizah to join the photo session.
So yang officialnya in the club.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tan Sri and Encik Khairi and all the VIPs. Distinguished guests, on that note, this marks the conclusion of today's Invest Shariah conference. On behalf of the organizers, CGS International Malaysia and Bursa Malaysia,